Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2022 Virtual International Championships. We'll start session 5 of day 3 of this International Virtual Championship. Broadcasting live from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. Session 5 will have the International Ballroom for the Pro-Am divisions, as well as International Latin and the American-style club dances. It's on schedule for today. Session 6 will start tonight. Be featuring the professionals. And that begins at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. My name is Nicholas from Danceport Dynamics, bringing you the live stream. We will be joined by some panelists a little later on once the broadcast starts, competition starts rather. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to be part of the conversation, you can join the live chat. To join the live chat, all you need to do is log into your YouTube channel, then you'll be able to see the live chat panel pop up. You have to be a YouTube subscriber. I'm sorry, not a subscriber. You have to have a login. That's easy enough to do. All you need to do is click in that circle in the upper right-hand corner, put in your credentials, and log into YouTube, and then you can, too, be part of the conversation. Ask our panelists questions about what's going on. Just be part of the conversation. While we're broadcasting, I'm going to bring in the audio a little bit, the music audio. But we can't play it too loud, and we have to talk over top of it because we do not own the rights to the songs, so that YouTube doesn't get mad at us and kick us off, or Facebook or any other platforms. We are simulcasting this virtual competition on YouTube and Twitch and Instagram, Facebook. I think he's going to do some things with TikTok as well. If you are watching on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button. Our goal is to try to get to 1,000 subscribers. We tried to do it by the end of 2021. We did not hit that goal, but we're at 515, so that's pretty good. The goal with this is to try to bring ballroom dancing to people across the country. The only thing this channel does is broadcast competitions and ballroom competitions and show dances from various competitions across the country. We try to go live about 2 to 3 times a month, so if you do subscribe and you want to get notified when we do go live, hit the bell icon to let you know when we are going live. That'll just give you a notification when we schedule them. Of course, hit the like button. That helps our algorithm a lot. You can also leave a regular comment on the video. That helps a lot, too. So we do read your comments, so you can both do the live chat as well as the comment section. That's very helpful. This is the second annual Virtual International Championships for Fred Astaire Dance Studios. It started last year when most of the studios were shut down, but it was so popular they decided to make it as a continued part of their calendar. It is part of the World Cup Series, the Fred Astaire Dance Studios events. We have over 100 competitors in various divisions across various styles of dance. So it's been very successful. They're very happy with it. Looks like we're about ready to get going. They're wrangling up the judges as we speak. The judges have taken their positions. We have our MC.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Can they hear me? Plant? All right. How's everyone doing this morning? We would like to welcome everybody to Saturday's session of the Virtual International Championships Fred Astaire Dance Studios. Yay! Everybody clap. Nice. All right, let's introduce our judges for this morning session. We have Marilyn Benitez, Joe Travato, and Ilya Babaganush Iframov. All right, Brent, are we ready to rock and roll? Here we go. We're going to begin with heat number 532. We have Waltz. We have 122 Northbrook, 149 Northbrook. And music, please.
All right. Starting with heat 532. And good morning, Stephen. How are you?
Good morning. Welcome to our Saturday matinee of the Virtual International Championships. We're doing our ballroom divisions, and I believe we are watching Linda Jesser
And thank you, couples.
and
Heat number
Lori
533, we have Quick Step,
dancing their waltz.
couple 149 Northbrook. And music, please.
Are you ready for day 3, Stephen?
I am ready for day 3. I'm ready for those questions. Let's light up this chat room. It's 10 o'clock. People are up.
People are up.
We're up.
Not really.
I have Mr. Bruno Collins with me, going to co-host for a while. And we're watching Miss Linda and Roman doing their quick step.
And thank you, Northbrook.
Linda is one
Heat
of
number
our
534,
seasoned-
we have Waltz, 122 Northbrook, and 149 Northbrook. Lori and Linda, music, please.
We're watching Lori and Linda, both seasoned veterans as far as competition goes. They participate in all of the regionals. They go to some of the inter-regionals. They dance at all our nationals. They do showcases, solos, novelties. Very active, and of course today demonstrating their ballroom. They also dance every style. Thank you.
Can you guys tell me the differences between the 4 styles in terms of the dress that they wear, both the male and female?
Well, the main thing with, of course, the international style ballroom and the American style smooth is that in the ballroom, they stay in closed position continually,
Yeah.
which allows them
To have more dress.
to have more dress and to have these floats because they're not going under the arm and
And
going
thank
in
you,
and out from
couples.
dance
Yeah.
Moving on to
position.
heat number 535, we have Quick Step, 122 Northbrook, and 149
I would-
Northbrook as well. And Quick Step music, please.
I would think that the dresses, they have so much more material. They're more expensive than the American style dresses. Would you say?
They could be. I mean, some of the American style dresses are quite expensive too, depending on how much stoning and work you have on the dress.
And but the international style dresses don't have as much stoning. They have more material, but usually most of the time they don't have as much stoning. So they probably can't always.
The backs of the dresses are more elaborate because again,
they're in closed
they're
position.
in closed
Yeah,
position.
the whole time.
And how much role does the costume play in the results?
Costume, I think grooming is a large portion of their competing. Obviously, when you're out on the floor with a bunch of other couples, you're bidding for the attention.
And
so
thank you, couples.
You want to look spectacular.
Heat number
when you walk
536,
out on
we
the
have
floor.
Foxtrot, 122 Northbrook, 149 Northbrook as well. Lori and Linda. And Foxtrot
We've
music,
got
please.
122 Heriton Kamenko, who is presently our American Smooth champion with his wife Anastasia. And then you have
They're
Roman.
from the Chicago area,
From the
correct?
Chicago area, yes, from Northbrook. And then you've got Roman Yukin, who with his partner Sophia are 10 dancers and do quite well.
The summer wind came blowing in from across the sea. It lingered there to touch your hair and walk with me. All summer long we sang a song.
Our panelists this morning is Stephen Knight and Bruno Collins, Vice Presidents of the Fred Astaire Dance Studios International.
Like painted kites, days and nights they went flying by. The world was new.
I also noticed they're wearing different kinds of shoes.
Great job, Northbrook. Great job,
yes,
guys.
the Ballroom
Heat number
and Smooth shoes
537,
are,
we have
of course,
Beanie's Balls. We have
closed-toed,
Linda and Roman
where the
from
Latin and the
Northbrook.
rhythm is sandals.
And Roman was practicing something on his own. And music, please.
And how does that help?
Well, body flight. The
Body
leg
flight
extension.
and extension. And the thing is, seeing that they're mostly the shoes, they're mostly in closed position. They're not open, so they don't have to really they don't have kicks and things like that. In some of the higher divisions, they do. So in turn, the shoes are a lot sturdier. You know, they seem to hold them. You know, they're pretty firm. They're pretty firm shoes, and they simply because you really don't even see them. You know, you hardly ever see their feet. But seeing their clothes, they're not having an open position and doing developes and stuff like that. So the shoes are a little bit different.
And actually, as a judge, I would almost prefer that the skirts be just slightly shorter.
Certainly shorter.
So I could
Yeah.
see
Beautiful
what the
dancing there,
footwork is.
Linda. Beautiful dancing. Yes, yes. Thank
That
you, Roman.
Roman's a
Thank you, Linda.
character.
Don't go too far.
He's
Heat
talking,
538, we have
thinking could
Foxtrot,
hear him.
122 Northbrook, and 149 Northbrook. And music, please.
Yes, talking about the shoes, the skirts, the length of the skirts. You know, it's funny because during the probably the 70s and before, they used to have what they call petticoats, and they actually came down to the knees, and they flared out
Right,
really, really wide.
right. Like a longer tutu.
Yeah,
Very
it's like
wide, and they would bounce
Yeah,
up
they
and
would
down.
bounce. Yeah, and you could see from the knee down. You could usually see them in those old-fashioned videos. You see them, which is the 70s, not that old-fashioned, but
We have Lyle Bradshaw joining us on the live chat, and that brings up an interesting question. What's the likelihood of having an invigilator for this event?
we'll probably eventually. Well, it's yeah. I mean, I would probably eventually have an invigilator to doing this. This seems like we can't. I mean, I guess.
And thank you, couples. Can I have both couples stay right where you are? We're about to do tango. Hi, Keratin. Hi, guys. Hi, Miss Linda. Hi, Lori. All right. Music, please.
Yes. So if they're and the question that Lau brought up as far as an invigilator, it's kind of difficult only because we'd have to probably write them or call them and let them know that they might be out of category and stuff like that. But because usually when we have our live competitions, we usually give them a warning if they're dancing out of category or they're dancing a step that's that they're modifying a pattern and stuff like that. So it's kind of hard to be able to warn them, without penalizing them and dropping them.
Correct.
In the spot,
And Lyle did write, who is our head examiner for the company. He says, "I don't think you need one. This is a fun competition."
Yeah, it's a fun competition, and usually when they're dancing, we kind of give them a little bit of a leeway as far as altering stuff for movement around the room and stuff like that.
Evan Wellmeyer
And
writes,
thank you,
"Great dancing,
couples."
everyone."
Hi, Evan. I just saw Evan. We were just in his area
Beautiful
last
job.
week. I was there for.
Heat number 540.
whole
We have
week.
quick steps. Same two
And,
couples on the
he's
floor.
doing a great job there. The Tennessee is doing some great things in their
And
area.
take your places. Music, please.
And you said it was a little cold there.
It's a little cold. It's really cold.
You're a Florida guy, so
Yeah.
anywhere is
Very
cold
cold.
in January for you.
It's cold. It was cold. But Tennessee is great, and besides the Tennessee Titans getting whacked out of the playoffs in the first round in football, we were talking about it because we went past the stadium and said, "Oh, they're going to play here this weekend," and of course, them and the Packers, both the number one seeds, they got whacked out of the thing. It was kind of depressing.
Knocked out.
Yeah.
Lyle writes, "Everyone is staying within the rules for the most part," so he's happy, and that's a good thing.
So we really actually do have an invigilator from home. So Lyle, I'm sure he's keeping an eye on everybody.
Keeping an eye. And of course, we have one of our judges as one of our examiners as well, Miss Marilyn Benitez.
And so the judges are also looking at a monitor. They're just not to confuse everybody to see that they're not watching the dancing. They actually are watching the dancing. When they're looking down, they're looking at the.
And thank you,
at
couples.
at their
Heat
own-
number
their own
541. We have
computers.
Foxtrot.
Yeah.
The same two couples dancing the beautiful. Yes. Do take that bow. You went past the camera. Now go back onto the camera. And here comes the music for you.
Roman.
And we've got Lilia, who says good morning to everyone.
We
She
love
is
you
one of the
guys.
students from the Long Grove studio. We've got Gabby Jaleva, one of our International Dance Council members, says, "Let's go International Ballroom."
And getting back to the screens that the judges have, see what happens is that they can actually thumbnail each of the pictures and bring them to a bigger screen, and then they'll do that and then switch between couples and really compare them. So when they're looking down, they're not really looking at they're not really looking at their computer or anything. They're looking at their computer at the dancing. They're also it's being broadcast to their personal devices, and what they can do is they actually can tap the screen, blow the picture up, and actually get a really good look at comparison to the couples. So that's why sometimes they're looking down.
There's a lot of magic happening behind the scenes in that other room. We're separate. We're out in another room. But in the other room, you have the judges, the scrutineers, all of the tech
And
guys.
thank you, couples. Heat number 542. We
The
have
on deck.
Tango. Same two couples on the floor. They look lovely. How's Chicago? You guys getting any snow or what? But it's always beautiful in the ballroom, isn't it? And music, please.
Yeah, and them dancing in their surroundings sometimes is very good too. If you see some of the ladies, sometimes when they're dancing live, of course you get those competition jitters, and but they're at the in their own ballroom, they actually they that's where they practice. That's where they dance all the time. So it's really a benefit to some of them, and they actually dance good without the butterflies and the nerves. For the simple fact they know exactly where every pattern starts, we know where it ends, which side of the room they're moving on. So it's quite a benefit. You know, it's quite a benefit. I mean, you miss all the glitz and the glamour of being in a big competition ballroom, but this is here. You know, this is a good way to be able to stay in practice for your competitions and stuff like that.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at both of the ladies who are groomed impeccably, and I'm looking at both of their hairstyles, which are done quite nice. It's almost like one of our hairdressers were there, Boyko. So whoever put the ladies together and
We
did
love
their hair
that
did a
tango
great
so
job.
much that we want to see it
Look
again.
at Harrington.
Heat 543, we have tango,
Blowing kisses.
same two couples. Now you're all fully warmed up. And music, please.
Yes, see, and just like a competition, they go into the studio early, and usually it's one of the staff members or the studio owner, and they put on their makeup and their eyelashes and
The
do
whole
their
9
hair.
yards, yes.
Yeah.
We talked about the dresses, as you notice, on Lori, who's wearing the raspberry dress. She opted for a boa type float. And then, of course, Linda in the mint dress, she has the chiffon floats. Both looks give you a different effect.
Where do competitors get their dresses?
They can get them in all kinds of places. There's tons of dress vendors and designers. They could go on the internet. They get them from overseas. I mean,
And some of them are used.
oh yeah,
used dresses.
used dresses
that
for
some
sure.
professionals have worn, and they worn for one competition.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You really got to work on your expression, Roman.
Both of these ladies have plenty of dresses in their closets.
Ah, that was beautiful, guys. Heat number 544, we have Waltz, 122, 104, Pleasant Prairie, 143 for Walton Beach, 112
Okay.
Pensacola, 103 West Palm Beach, and 149 Northbrook. And Waltz
So
music,
we've got
please.
some newcomers to the event doing their waltz. We have Dr. Jody Schultz and her teacher Eugene from Pleasant Prairie. We have Martha Keller and her teacher Aaron from Fort Walton Beach. Naomi with Isidro from Pensacola. Lydia and Misha from West Palm, all joining us.
If you guys are new to the channel, please hit the subscribe button. Please leave a like. You can join the conversation, the live chat if you're watching on YouTube. Log into YouTube, click that circle in the upper right-hand corner. You can log in and join Stephen and Bruno as they're watching the International Ballroom divisions.
Yes, we had over 5,000 views, 6,000 views at one point. I believe that last night or the night before.
Yes, it was quite.
Which is really, really, really good.
Yep, great showing. And you know what's interesting? Even in this heat now, we have everywhere from a novice bronze close
And
all
thank
the way
you,
up to an
couples.
open
Moving on to heat
championship,
number
which gives you a
545,
lot
we
of
have Tango,
variety.
122 Northbrook, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 143 for Walton Beach, 103 West Palm Beach, and 149 Northbrook. And music, please.
So, Bruno, what do you think the couples have to do? They don't have the advantage of it opening up. They don't have the advantage of doing the open exhibition elements that happen in the American style. So what do they have? What are some of the elements that they should really highlight with their dancing?
Well, I believe that the most, of course, is movement. Movement and flight.
Correct.
So and it's kind of it's very kind of it's a little bit sometimes a little more challenging because to make something look good that actually stays in one position is really, really difficult. And it actually is for them to maintain a silhouette that looks like it's one person. It's like a moving picture. But in essence, in all dancing, it's still what the body is doing. It's what's moving to the music. To the music.
And thank you, couples. Beautiful dancing. Heat number 546, we have Beanie's Waltz, 143 Fort Walton Beach, 112 Pensacola, 149 Northbrook, 309 West Palm Beach, 100 Bloomfield Hills, 103 West Palm Beach. Music, please.
See, and the international style, you know, it's the irony of it is that we actually, this is how dancing started. This, you know, they all just danced in close position. Then, of course, the American style, which we call the American style, came into play. But you know, the irony of it all is that Fred Astaire, you know, the actual American style, the smooth dancer with open stuff. That's what Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers used to do in the
Absolutely.
movies and stuff
Yes.
like that. And then it came into popularity with in the competitive form. And then in turn, but all dancing started like this. It was all enclosed. It was all enclosed. Even the Latin dancing was all enclosed. And then Fred Astaire brought that American style into fashion.
And
which
thank
was,
you,
open
couples.
and did
Heat number
open elements and
547, we
stuff
have
like that.
Foxtrot, 143 Fort Walton
Very
Beach,
interesting.
149 Northbrook, 100 Bloomfield Hills, 103 West Palm Beach. Music, please.
This thing called love, I just can't handle it. This thing called love, I must.
Now, the music they're dancing to, do the dancers know ahead of time what songs they're going to be dancing to?
This thing called love, it cries
Open the door.
in a cradle at night. It swings, it jives,
Huh?
it
See,
shakes all over
I'd say it's
like
kind of like you're 12.
I kinda like
So
it.
pretty soon,
Crazy
Enrique Ramon. Round. Dude, but look at this. Dude, I was sitting there watching this thing. This thing was open. You could see my belly button.
And thank you, couples. Heat number 548, we have Foxtrot. 149 Northbrook, 312 Northbrook, and 309 West Palm Beach. And music, please.
I like I like the way West Palm Beach keeps putting that sign into the screen.
That's good. It creates school spirit.
Absolutely.
And it gives the competitors a raw, to be able to dance better. Because usually, when you're competing and stuff like that, you have a lot of applause, you have a lot of screaming for your couple that you want to be able to want to win, and it creates a lot of school spirit. And that door is really cold. You just open the door and it's just freezing on my legs. he opened the door.
All right, hold on. I'll shut it a little
Just
bit.
a little bit. I'm like going, boo, boo.
And thank you, couples. Heat number 549, we have Quick Step. 104 Pleasant Prairie, 143 Fort Walton Beach, 149 Northbrook, 112 Pensacola. Music, please.
That's better.
You're watching the 2022 Virtual International Championships, being broadcast live from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. This is the second annual virtual competition for the Fred Astaire Dance Studios. And our hosts for this afternoon session is Bruno Collins and Steve Knight. Did you guys hear me earlier when I said, do the dancers know what songs they're going to be dancing to?
No. What?
No, they do not. They just dance to whatever's played.
But the
And
music that
thank
we
you,
play usually
couples.
is
550 is next. We have Quick Step, 309 West Palm Beach, and 149 Northbrook. Couples, take your places, and Quick Step music, please.
usually, they have, we have music that, they dance to the percussion part of the music. So pretty much it's always the same. If it's a tango, it's a 2/4 timing, and they know the beats to the music because all tangos have the same rhythm. So, and the same thing with the waltz timing and stuff like that. So they're pretty much. The beats of the music,
Strict
they pretty
tempo.
much the tempo that they know ahead of time. It's usually the melody that their body is moving to, and usually that kind of happens as on the fly, being spontaneous. But that's part of the things that they learn when they're taking lessons, when they're practicing, or when they have lessons in the studios. They learn that.
So they're accustomed to dancing to different songs.
So they're accustomed to dancing to the
And
tempo
thank
of the
you,
music.
couples.
Yeah.
Heat number 551, we have Waltz, 122 Northbrook, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 112 Pensacola, 149 Northbrook, 100 Bloomfield Hills, 103 West Palm Beach, 309 West Palm Beach. And music, please.
No. It's 11:30 and 11:30 to 12.
Oh, Jim Carter's on. Good morning to two legends in their own minds. Oh, isn't he a riot?
He's a riot. If it wasn't for us, he wouldn't even be here.
And thank you, couples. Heat number 552, we have Tango, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 149 Northbrook, 143 Fort Walton Beach, 103 West Palm Beach, 309 West Palm Beach. And
Where is
music,
Jim?
please.
Is Jim at home today?
I think Jim is still in Oregon.
Portland?
Portland, yes, I think so. We've got our international tango. You're watching Martha and Aaron from Fort Walton, Dr. Jody and Eugene, Pleasant Prairie, Lori and Roman, Northbrook,
And there's Fort Walton there
Lydia and
having
Misha.
a little pom-pom fest.
Yes, I see that. Everybody cheering them on. Lydia and Misha from West Palm, and Bob and Anastasia from West Palm.
We've had quite a number of dance council members join us this morning. Can you guys tell us a little bit how the dance council works?
How the dance council works. Bruno, throw that to you
Yeah,
first.
why do we have such a thing? What's the
Well,
point
the
of it?
dance council is pretty much the bearers of our product. They pretty much it's made up of past champions that have had major
And
accomplishments
thank you, couples.
in the in
Heat
their
number
respective
553,
divisions.
we have
I'll
Beanie's
go on
Waltz,
with it a little
112
bit
Pensacola,
here.
143 Fort Walton Beach, 149 Northbrook, 309 West
I know
Palm
it's
Beach.
freezing me out, man.
And music, please.
I'm like, oh, I'm dying. I got some more going. So yeah, so the dance council is pretty much it's made up of people that have been champions in the past, and some more than others, and they and basically they're at the top of of our teaching system, and then what they do is they graduate into the National Dance Council, and then these council members, what they do, their job range from judging mostly to traveling to all of our studios and coaching, doing choreographing and stuff like that, and basically keeping an eye on our product. That the standard of that the standard of Fred Astaire dancing is always at the highest quality.
And thank you, couples. Heat number 554, we have Foxtrot, 122 Northbrook, 143 Fort Walton Beach, 103 West Palm Beach, 149 Northbrook, and 309 West Palm Beach. And music, please.
The dance council, of course, also create the curriculums.
Yeah, they create the curriculum.
They create the curriculums and the products for our professionals to teach.
Yeah.
And in actuality, just a couple years ago, we've taken the entire curriculum, bronze, silver, and gold, and have totally revised it.
Revised it and brought it up to a standard that's actually it's held as the highest standard in the country of all ballroom dancing at this point. I believe we made it more challenging. We've opened it up to the point where they're actually learning to really dance, not just in clothes like we just see here. The international curriculum has always stayed the same. It's always been the same for the last 100 years. But the American style and stuff like that, and the Fred Astaire curriculum in itself is open and much more challenging, much more challenging. And we did that with the bronze, the silver, and the gold curriculum. Yeah. And in doing that, what happened was it took our dance standard.
And thank you,
and actually
couples.
raised
Heat
it
number 555,
way
we have
above
Quick Step,
everybody else's.
122 Northbrook, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 112 Pensacola, and 149 Northbrook.
And the reason
And music, please.
The reason why we revised the curriculum and made it more challenges because the students, the customers are younger,
Yeah.
a lot younger, and they needed to have a challenge. They needed to have built.
Even the more mature ones,
Oh.
we're not living in a time when somebody's much more mature in age and stuff like that. It's not the same thing as what we used to have. They're much more athletic. They're much more
Correct.
They're younger. Period. Even
Correct.
not in number, not in age, but in youthfulness, stuff like that. So the curriculum is pretty much we challenged them to have it. Well, we see that the thing is with Fred Astaire, the difference within Fred Astaire and everybody else, we don't differentiate between the students and the instructors. We basically expect the same from everyone. The students, the instructors, does not matter. That's why our quality of teaching with
And
Fred
thank
Astaire is
you,
so much more.
couples. Heat number
Higher than
556,
everybody
we
else.
have Waltz, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 149 Northbrook, 312 Northbrook, and 309 West Palm Beach. And music, please.
Jim says he flew home last night, and boy, are my arms tired. Old joke.
Flew home, get it?
Yeah,
He flew home.
yeah.
And it must have been cold up there. Well, it can't be any colder than here. It's bone chilling here.
Here right now?
Right now,
It's
like,
not
it's
cold
40, it's
here at
almost
all.
40 degrees. 30
Okay. In the Midwest, it's 10.
Yeah. Well, it's a little colder here with the humidity cold is a little colder than the regular cold that you have up there.
I'm going to tell you right now how. Okay,
39.
so it's 39 here. And it's 17 at home where I'm from.
Yikes.
And when I go home tomorrow, it'll be 25, the high.
Well, you're going to have a heat wave.
A heat wave, but we're getting some snow today.
And thank you, couples. Heat number
40s in Tampa
557, we have Tango, 104
That's why
Pleasant Prairie,
Harrington was saying
149
snow in
Northbrook, 312
Chicago.
Northbrook, and 309 West Palm Beach.
Chicago's
Music,
our
please.
neighbors to the north.
Yeah, but the last
south.
last time I was in Harrington's studio, we taught on a Saturday and choreographed all these routines, and it was a blizzard. It was a blizzard.
You must have brought the snow.
It was a blizzard.
I see Donovan's back on watching today. Good morning, Donovan. He's been on religiously since the start of the event, so thank you for watching.
Yeah, ask Jim if he's still depressed about the Packers. We were texting back and forth with each other during the game. And
You heard Jim. Bruno wants to know what your state of mind is on the Packers. It's only a game. It's only
know.
a game. Everybody doing a great job. We have a male student, another male student who's out there dancing now.
from Northbrook.
from
And
Northbrook
thank
with
you, couples. Heat number
Sophia.
And he
558. We have
danced a
Vincent,
lot in the-
309
in the
West
rhythm
Palm
last
Beach,
night. He
103
did
West
really,
Palm
really
Beach, and
great. And I was
149
wondering
Northbrook.
to see if we
And
ever
music,
saw him
please.
at any of the nationals. He was very good. Yeah, he did. Oh, well, it looks like the same guy from last night. I was judging.
You've got Misha and Lydia. Now, Lydia danced the American style as well, but I believe that she started in the ballroom, so this is kind of her first baby that she started with. And of course, she does both styles, which definitely complement one another.
And thank you, couples. Heat number 559, we have Foxtrot, 100 Bloomfield Hills, 309 West Palm Beach, 149 Northbrook, 312 Northbrook. And music, please.
We have some open foxtrot as well as some proficiencies who are going, of course, for a score. And we want to welcome Anna and Misha from Bloomfield Hills. That's interesting. See how Misha's taken his number and put it on. It's in front of the screen, but he's not wearing it. It's on.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah, because it keeps it really close, except when the camera goes off of it.
Yeah.
She's doing a great job. Again,
Bloomfield Hills Junior Ballroom.
again,
That's like their main ballroom. but
that's their main ballroom there. Yes,
Junior Ballroom is when you walk in.
correct.
And thank you, couples. Heat number 560, we have Quick Step, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 149 Northbrook, 309 West Palm Beach. And music, please.
I'm in therapy.
I'm in therapy for backers and all.
That was depressing. I was in therapy for a couple of days too.
What are you gonna do?
You're watching the 2022 Virtual International Championships from Fred Astaire Dance Studios. We're broadcasting live from sunny and warm Fort Walton Beach, Florida.
Warm.
Your hosts are Stephen Knight and Bruno Collins, Vice Presidents of Fred Astaire Dance Studios International.
And thank you, couples. Heat number 561, we have Waltz, 149 Northbrook, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 312 Northbrook, and 103 West Palm Beach. And music, please. I love that picture. Mr. Fred and Ginger. And music, please.
We welcome to the floor Miss Kimberly Snyder, dancing with Eugene from Pleasant Prairie. Dancing her interpretation of the international
I had
waltz.
a picture of Fred Astaire up there, and I'm sure that some of our viewers already know that they're coming out with a Fred
Fred
Astaire
Astaire movie.
yeah, and starring Tom Holland, which is Spider-Man. And if you remember, he played Billy Elliot. Do you remember
Yes,
that movie,
yes,
Billy Elliot?
yes.
That's that little kid dancing it was an English movie from Britain, from England. That was Billy Elliot, and
Do you know when
became
that
Spider-Man.
movie's coming out?
I believe it's going to be sometime next year. It started, they signed him to play him, and he's a really good dancer too. But like I said, he's been dancing since he was a little kid.
Right.
He was in that great movie called Billy Elliot a long time ago, and then of course he became Spider-Man, and and now he's going to be playing Fred Astaire, which is
One of the greatest dancers of all time.
the
So that's-
greatest dancer.
And
that's
thank you,
quite the
couples.
honor.
Yeah.
Heat number
Yeah.
562, we have Tango, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 312 Northbrook, 103 West Palm Beach, and 149 Northbrook. And music, please.
And not only that, as time goes by, people, like you ask some kids today, they go Fred Astaire. They go, "Who's Fred Astaire?" Most of us, a lot of us know who he was. He was, probably the greatest dancer ever. But a lot of people, this generation doesn't really know who he was, and what name we really have for our company, which is one of the the best dance names you can have. And he started
He
the
was
Fred Astaire Dance
perfection.
Studios back in 1947 in New York
Correct,
City.
in New York City.
And he was going to teach the world to dance. And of course, over time we acquired it and stuff like that. But I think the generational cross, with the comic movies, the superhero movies and stuff like that all the kids, it'll bring Tom Holland to who they know. And him being being Fred Astaire, I think it's going to give a resurgence to his name,
Absolutely.
And thank you,
to this
couples.
generation, yeah.
Heat number 563, we have Beanie's Waltz, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 149 Northbrook, 103 West Palm Beach. And music, please.
I think it will bring, like you said, a huge surge of new young dancers.
Yeah.
Because right now in the U.S., we have quite a few younger dancers, the juniors. But this will definitely give a good shot
Well,
in the
yeah.
arm.
I mean, if you think about it, the what do they call that? With all the superhero movies, not DC Comics. I just drew a blank. But that cross generation, knowing Tom Holland as Spider-Man, and all of a sudden him being in a Fred Astaire movie, playing Fred Astaire, I think it'll give a resurgence to who he was and what he really meant to dancing and to the American pop culture, and
Especially because Spider-Man is so huge.
yeah.
They'll already know him,
Yeah,
and they'll be
yeah.
interested
And thank
to see
you,
what he's
couples.
doing.
Yeah.
Who is this Fred
Beautiful
Astaire guy?
dancing,
Let's
guys.
check it out.
Yeah.
Heat number 564, we have Foxtrot, 312 Northbrook, 103 West Palm Beach, 149 Northbrook. And music, please.
Keep those questions and comments and shout-outs coming in on our live chat.
Go Packers and all the years with YouTube.
If you want to be part of the live chat and you're watching YouTube, just click on that circle in the upper right-hand corner, log in. YouTube is owned by Google, so if you have a Gmail or Google account, those credentials work. Otherwise, just create an account. Then you too can be part of the live chat with Bruno and Steven.
Nice shapes being created by 312. Vincenz and
He's
Sophia.
very good.
He
Now,
is good.
for example, a lot of the times, we see that, the women are usually the
And
student.
thank you, couples. Heat number
I'll
565, quick
start that.
step. We have 104 Pleasant Prairie, 103 West Palm Beach, 149 Northbrook. And music, please.
So usually, you see that 80% of the time, you'll have the instructor is the gentleman, and the amateur is the female.
Female.
But in a couple from Northport, the difference with them was that he was the student, she was the instructor, and actually, it's pretty difficult because it's a lot harder to be the leader of the thing. I mean,
Absolutely,
they
there's
have
way
bigger-
more on your plate.
More on your plate. You have to basically, change your direction, lead in the direction that you're moving into. Picking the pattern that's coming up next.
Keep the timing.
Extra time, watching traffic, and in the case of being at on a floor with other people, and keeping time to the music.
And thank you, couples.
Make sure that the lady looks
Heat
pretty.
566, we have Waltz. 149
So he was doing a
Northbrook,
great job.
104 Pleasant Prairie, 312 Northbrook, and 100 Bloomfield Hills. And music, please.
I'm gonna have to leave you here in a couple minutes here, Steve.
14 minutes. You're good.
I'm quitting smoking on Mondays.
That's great. That's great. You all hear that out there. Bruno's quitting on Monday.
Yes, no more smoking for me, and so in turn, I got like 4 packs I have to slam between now and then.
Whatever you don't finish, you just crush up like I did. I'm on 12 days. 12 days of no smoking. 17.
And you can really see it too.
Oh yeah, but that's okay because you know what? A couple extra lbs
You are
to take it. Take that weight off afterwards.
Do you find yourself eating more now,
Or
or just faster?
Yeah, no. Not more times during the day. Still 3 meals, but
Yeah.
lengthy meals.
And thank you, couples. Heat number 567, we have Tango, 149 Northbrook, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 312 Northbrook, and 100 Bloomfield Hills. Music, please.
We'll talk about quitting smoking. You know, we had some comments from Jim Carter. He's quit for almost 15 years. No, only just to Suzanne he's quit, but usually he's sneaking. So I know right now he's probably going, well, I quit 12 years ago, but not really. When Suzanne's around, he's quit. I just outed him.
We got some tango going on. Sharp change of directions. Lori and Roman. Vincenza and Sophia. Kimberly and Eugene.
Now 312. Do you see that dress that they all have something here from them. She seems to have a lot more on her dress. What is that? Does that create flow? Does it create a certain? What are your thoughts on
Well,
that?
I think it highlights the movement.
Yeah.
You know, and hers is not
And
real light,
thank you,
but not
couples.
real
Heat number
heavy.
568, we have Beanie's Walls, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 149
They all
Northbrook,
have-
100
they all have
Bloomfield
slightly different
Hills.
looks.
And
Yeah.
music, please.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna take my exit now.
All righty. Well,
I'll
thank
see
you.
back when I'm off
Thank
again.
you, Mr. Bruno. We'll see you later, I'm sure. Go have that cigarette before you start judging.
So we were talking about dance council members earlier today. We have Jim Carter in the chat, and Jim Carter's famous for creating choreographies for students that tend to win. So if I wanted to hire Jim Carter to choreograph a routine for me, how would I go about doing that?
If you are a student and you would
And
like to
thank
have
you, couples.
him, then of course
Everybody
you
having a
would
good
talk to your
time?
teacher.
Oh, look at that. Everybody's playing to the camera. That's right. Heat number 569, we have Quickstep, 122 Northbrook, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 103 West Palm Beach, and 149 Northbrook. And music, please.
If you are a studio owner and you would like to hire any one of the dance councils, say you wanted to hire Jim to do some choreography, you could go on to Fred Astaire Access. All of his information is on there. You could check on AMP, our Astaire management program. They're the studio owners, and you could check schedules on anybody and see their availability.
Is there an advantage of using a dance council member versus just picking someone out of, in the dance world in general?
Fred Astaire Dance Studios is the king and queen of showcases, novelties, and solos. There is nobody that does it better than us. You would be foolish to hire somebody out of the chain. And that's just, if you are out on the circuit, which I am, and I look at the quality of all the showcases, solos, and novelties across the country, they don't even compare.
And thank you,
Fred Astaire
couples.
takes all the top
Heat
awards
number
everywhere.
570, we have Waltz, 149 Northbrook, 104 Pleasant Prairie, 312 Northbrook, and 100 Bloomfield Hills. And music, please.
You've done a lot of choreography too. Are you still choreographing routines, or have you slowed down on that?
Yes, I am. I mean, I've got other things on my plate. As many of you know, I'm involved with corporate quite heavy. I mean, I do run the dance department, but I do have an extremely great team, starting off with my two co-national dance directors, Sasha Bylam and Tony Dovolani, our executive dance board, which consists of Martin Lamb, Mary Lynn Benitez, Lyle Bradshaw, of course, Sasha and Tony, and Marina Tarzanoff. And then, of course, we have over 70 different council members. So there is an abundance of people that are available to create the magic and create superb experiences for our professionals as well as our students.
And thank you, couples. Moving on to heat number 571, we have Quick Step, 149 Northbrook, 143 Fort Walton Beach, and 104 Pleasant Prairie. Music, please.
Now we're talking about solo showcases, novelties, but we're currently dancing in the international ballroom division, but the three competitors, Lori, Martha, and Kimberly, are all quite successful in the show dance division as well. Is that correct?
Yes, they are, all three of them. And, that's the beauty of our system, that one style does nothing but complement the other one. So even in a division like the ballroom division, where you are restricted to closed position and you cannot open, it gives you the expression. It gives you extra confidence. That's what it does. So that when you are dancing on purpose and nothing's happening by accident.
Beautiful dancing, everyone. Beautiful dancing. Love the cheering in Fort Walton Beach with the pom-poms. That's nice. Great job. Great job, everyone. Heat number 572, we have Waltz. 143, Fort Walton Beach. 104, Pleasant Prairie. 149, Northbrook. Pleasant Prairie, Fort Walton Beach, Northbrook. You guys are rocking it. Music, please.
So, Stephen, you talk a lot about the concept of figures, appearance, partnership, and expression. Figures being just the steps themselves, but the three other products that Fred Astaire Dance Studios teaches at their studio. So we obviously do competitive dancing, as well as the solo showcases, novelties. We also do social dancing. Do those three disciplines also align with the appearance, partnership, and expression?
Absolutely. Everything has to do with appearance, partnership, and expression. Basically, anybody could learn a dance step. Now, if you want some good quality, you need to have all the different elements that fall under the appearance, all the different elements that fall under partnership and expression to make it look good. And the reason why I'm so strong on this is because I want to give ownership to our customers, to our students. And when they work and they achieve on everything, not just simply the figure,
And
but they
thank you,
also get the
couples.
appearance, partnership, and expression.
Heat number
they now own
573,
it for
Waltz,
life.
100,
It's theirs.
Bloomfield Hills, 149 Northbrook, 309 West Palm Beach. And music, please.
We have Mr. Alan Fenwick joining us from the Fred Astaire Houston area. He's the regional dance director for the Fred Astaire Dance Studios in Texas.
He's saying, good morning, everyone. So good. Nick, you're going to have to read that. Somebody has to read it.
Good
Alan
morning,
Fenwick.
everyone. So proud of all of our dancers this weekend. Great job and great energy.
Thank you.
That's from Alan. Another excellent choreographer.
Yeah, that's really the beauty of the Fred Astaire company, is that we have fabulous choreographers, we have fabulous technicians, we have whatever you need, we've got it.
So correct me if I'm wrong. The appearance has to do mostly with the techniques associated with dancing.
Correct.
And I'll pause here
And
for a
thank
second.
you, couples. Heat number 574, we have Tango, 149 Northbrook, 309 West Palm Beach, 100 Bloomfield Hills. And music, please.
To put it simply, I always say the figures are the patterns themselves. The appearance is how the patterns should look. The partnership is how the patterns should work together and with each other as far as partners. And, of course, the expression's the frosting on the cake, which makes it sparkle.
So my theory in teaching is if a student is lacking in one of those three areas, let's say partnership, I find that social dancing is a good way of working on that. And I find also that if they're lacking in the expression, doing the show dances helps with that. And if they're lacking in the appearance, then the competitive dancing helps with that. So
Correct.
a student that does all three really has the best of everything. Is that correct?
Correct. That's a great analysis. I like it. I'm going to steal that, Nick.
Go ahead.
I'm going to.
I got it from you, so.
Really? Well, it must have been the way you delivered it then, because it really sounded good.
Well, if you think about it, if you're going to work on expression, well, hold on.
And thank you, couples. Heat number 575, we have Beanie's Waltz.
If
100 Bloomfield Hills, 149 Northbrook. And music, please.
Of those three, the only one you can pick the song to is the Solos and Showcases Novelties. At a competition or at a social dance event, you don't really get to pick your songs. I mean, you can make a recommendation for the DJ, but generally you have to dance to whatever they play, right? So
Correct.
if I want to learn how to express myself, it's easier to do in a song that I've chosen specifically for that purpose. So that's what the Solos and Showcases and Novelties will do. And if I find that most competitive only dancers, they're really good at technique, but they're not necessarily the most entertaining to watch. If that's all they do, now that's not exclusively, but it's a generalization. And social dancers tend to be pretty good with partnership. They can dance with a variety of different people, but sometimes they're a little sloppy in their delivery.
Correct.
And thank you for that beautiful Beanie's Waltz, Mr. Brent. And thank you, couples. Heat number 576, we have Foxtrot, 312 Northbrook, 100 Bloomfield Hills, and 149 Northbrook. And music, please.
Getting back to what I was saying to you the other day, I think that's one of the reasons why you were as successful as you were, because you were great in all three of those styles.
Yeah, and you know what? I enjoyed all of them, and I knew the importance of all of them. And when I was a pro-am teacher for 22 years, all of my students participated in everything. Because once I understood and knew what their goals were and the benefits they were looking for, I knew how the different styles and the different programs would help them achieve anything they wanted to get out of their dancing. Keep those questions coming in. I haven't heard anything from Jim lately. Ellen, any questions, any comments? Gabby, all of my dance council, Lyle. I haven't seen Jack Davey this morning. Maybe he's still baking bread.
If you're new to the channel, please hit that subscribe button.
And thank you, couples. Heat number 577, we have Quick Step, 149 Northbrook, 103 West Palm Beach, 309 West Palm Beach. We got Northbrook and West Palm Beach dancing out there. We are all cheering you loud. I love that picture. And music, please. Yes, 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 yes.
Our goal is to try to get to 1,000 subscribers on this channel. We bring you ballroom dancing from around the country. We try to go live 2 to 3 times a month, bringing you ballroom dance competitions and shows from a variety of parts of the country. We have Alan Fenwick that says, bravo to our national team for putting together this event. Not all students can make a national competition, so to be able to participate without having to leave your home is fantastic. I wholeheartedly agree, Mr. Fenwick. That was actually the neat thing in starting this. You know, this event and a lot of the virtual events were created because of complications from COVID, studios that were closing, just giving the students something to work on. But we found that it opened up an opportunity for people to compete at a national level that otherwise can't. And it was kind of great being able to see really talented dancers that are, for whatever
and
reason.
Thank you, couples. Heat number 578, we have Foxtrot, Miss Linda, and Roman. Great job, everyone. You guys are killing it.
Nick, how many
Linda,
subscribers?
you ready for Foxtrot?
How many?
I know you are, but is he? Hey, music, please.
How many subscribers are we up to now?
We are at 515.
515.
Yep.
Alrighty, we could do this, people. Hit that subscribe button.
I will say one of the reasons why that subscriber thing is important is if the channel is large enough, then Google will start paying attention to my emails, mainly in reference to the copyrighted music. We'd love to be able to put the music on louder for you guys to hear, but right now we get flagged. Now, for Astaire Dance Studios, we pay our ASCAP, BMI, and CSAC, so we have the licensing to do it, but it's just the fact that we have to prove it. So if we can get to 1,000 subscribers, that's where YouTube starts to pay attention to your channel. You're no longer a small channel, so that's our goal, and that's the reason why we want to have as many subscribers as possible.
She's white, like an angel's white, with eyes like an angel's eye.
And thank you, couple. Heat number 579, we have Tango, 312 Northbrook, 100 Bloomfield Hills, 149 Northbrook. Tango, music, please.
We have approximately 4 more heats of our single dance international ballroom, and then we'll move right into the multi-dance division. And that will conclude our international ballroom for the day. We'll move into the international Latin next. That will begin approximately at 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. We are being joined.
Who's your favorite couple out there?
On the live commentary with Stephen Knight.
I see we have a question from Miss Gabriella. At what point a student can dance one of those competitions? I don't think it's ever too early for a student to participate in one of our events, because if we remember, it's the
Beautiful
everything.
job, guys. Beautiful job. Moving on to heat number 580, we have Waltz, Linda, and Roman, Northbrook. Open silver waltz. Music, please.
Everything that we have, all of the events that Fred Astaire Dance Studios put on, are basically there to help the students achieve the goals. Once an instructor understands exactly what kind of goals the student wants to achieve, what kind of benefits they're looking for, then they could custom plan out some events and some programming to help that student achieve. So it's never too early. It's always based on the individual student and what they're looking for. And then again, of course, it's always about education. None of our students ever walk in the door and say, listen, I want to put on a ball gown and I want to compete. No, they all come in for social reasons. Once they start getting some knowledge and some education on exactly what's out there, that's when they start getting active in other areas of dancing. That's only going to help them achieve their goals faster and better.
That's a great question, Gabriella.
And thank you, Linda. Not you, Roman, just Linda. All right, you two. Heat number 581, we have Tango, Linda, and Roman. Let's go, Northbrook. Music, please.
Roman and Linda having some fun before they get into position for their tango. Linda retaining that nice full top line.
So, Mr. Alan Fenwick asks, Stephen, can you share the difference, if any, from judging a perspective, judging perspective, a live event versus a virtual competition?
For me, the biggest difference, I mean, at both a live and a virtual, obviously you have to dance full out and you have to do the best that you possibly can.
And thank you, Linda.
The virtual,
and Roman.
I'll be right back.
You got to go easy on those high fives, mister. You hurt her hand. All right. Heat number 582, Foxtrot, Linda and Roman.
Obviously, with the virtual competition, as judges, we don't have to search for numbers because we have the screens which have the number right there. So a lot of times at a live competition, the leads do not turn to allow us to see their numbers, and that could create a problem. So it's much easier as far as finding the student and knowing exactly where they are so you don't lose any time judging. Obviously, at a live competition, you have more excitement, more enthusiasm. But on the same note, these studios, even though you're only watching the dancer, the couple, these studios all have everybody cheering from the sidelines. They're not in the camera, but I guarantee you they're over there cheering. You even see some of them coming across with posters, and you see them with pom-poms and holding trophies. So they're all going crazy in the individual studios as well.
And thank you. Linda, you are a rock star. All right, we're going to rerun heat number 548, and that would be Foxtrot. I need couples 149 from Northbrook and 312 from Northbrook. And Foxtrot music, please.
That side's actually better. I had this other side, it was glowing more. That's cool. Lyle Bradshaw, our head examiner. Can you read that, Nick?
Yes, I can. I was going to do that right after this heat because we're going to go into a general dancing break.
Okay.
And I thought you might want to take a water break or something. Because should be our last heat of our single dance ballroom divisions. Moving into the multi-dances next. I don't know why they're rerunning this heat. Maybe it doesn't matter. Something happened, but we were able to do that, so that's good.
And thank you, all the couples for doing all the single entries. And we're about to begin our multi-dance championships. We're going to give you guys a couple of general dances to gather yourselves, get yourselves ready. So you got you got 2 general dances, Eugene. So we'll get started in 2 general dances. So see you guys in a little bit.
I'll be right back.
All right. Mr. Lyle Bradshaw says the international ballroom style is a very strict style. American style starts with a more compact social style and develops into a stronger movement over time, utilizing body swing and body flight. The international style introduces body swing and strong movement from the very beginning. Body contact is maintained in the international style without exception. But the American style smooth dances experience an enormous amount of freedom and expression. The smooth style allows the dancers to have a very Fred and Ginger style. Smooth dancers infrequently begin in a traditional dance position and instead move freely into and out of dance position and even include variants of dance position in their choreography. And Alan and Gabriella say thank you and great points, Mr. Lyle Bradshaw. Now, that's actually how Mr. Bradshaw talks normally. If you ever get a chance to meet with him, he is a very learned and studied person in our curriculum, or in our chain, in regarding to the curriculum. I think if I'm correct with my history, he was looking at a training manual early on in his career and decided it was wrong, so he rewrote it, correcting the mistakes that were in it. Is that correct, Mr.? Am I saying it properly, Mr. Bradshaw? We're on a short break right now. This is the 2022 Virtual International Championship, second annual for the Fred Astaire Dance Studios. We are broadcasting live from sunny Fort Walton Beach, Florida. Mr. Bradshaw says, "I'm not wrong, I'm just not right." I've heard that on many, many of my exams with him. Alas. And Mr. Alan Fenwick says, "Well said, Lyle." I'll be seeing Mr. Fenwick in a couple of weeks for the Texas Freddy Ball. Although I think it's called, let me see what it's called. Grand Championships, that's right. The Texas Grand Championships, February 10th through the 12th. I am corrected. Lyle says the original training manual was a superb manual. It had just had a few things missing. Well, that's what happens with urban legends. Lyle is like fish stories that keeps getting bigger and bigger as people tell it. We'll be broadcasting from the JW Marriott in Spring, Texas, the Texas Grand Championships. Before that, next weekend, the 4th and the 5th, we'll be broadcasting from sunny Phoenix, Arizona for the Desert Dance Classic, an interregional competition, part of the World Cup Series. And then the final weekend of February, the 24th, 25th, 26th, will be the Wisconsin Winter Ball, Wisconsin regional competition for Fred Astaire Dance Studios in Wisconsin. March 4th and 5th will be the Peach Ball in Atlanta. And then March 10th through the 12th will be the Chicago Freddy Ball. So February and March, we have a lot of competitions that we'll be broadcasting. If you're new to the channel, please hit subscribe. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. We were trying to get to it by the end of 2021. We obviously didn't hit that goal, but we're at 515, so we got halfway there. That's pretty good. And if you want to get notified when we do go live, hit the bell icon. If you have that clicked, then you'll get notified when we do schedule live broadcasts. The only thing we do on this channel are live streams from competitions as well as shows that are done on like a stage. Again, ballroom dancing about 2 to 3 times a month on an average. Bringing you ballroom dancing from around the country. I am lucky to have I think Mr. Alan Fenwick's going to be doing live commentary for the solos and showcases in the Texas area. I would think I was told that. He does a great job. I'm always surprised of what they're going to do in Texas. Texas is one of those regions that, well, every time I show up, there's something new, and they definitely do it big there, which is great. Last event I think that I was at, they had live animals. It was a jungle theme, and they had a sloth, and they had, I don't remember everything else, but these live animals, they're crazy. I mean, in a good way, they're crazy. So it's interesting in the ballroom world when they say a couple general dances, that usually means more than a couple. So you never know. They told me 2, and I think we're on like 5 or 6 right now. That's all right. Taking a little bit of a break before we start in the International Ballroom Multi-Dance divisions. We have 4 heats for you. Now, the multi-dance divisions, these are 3-dance events. The dances that you'll be seeing, the first 3 are 3-dance events. The dances you'll be seeing are waltz, tango, and quick step. And the 4th will be a 4-dance event, waltz, tango, foxtrot, and quick step. Now, Alan Fenwick works closely with another dance council member, Jan Mattingly. He's also in the Houston area. If you want to be part of the live chat, you have to log into YouTube to do that. Click at the circle in the upper right-hand corner, put in your credentials, and you too can be a part of the conversation. And of course, like and share this. We are simulcasting this on multiple platforms. If you're watching it right now and you want to come back and later, it's going to be easiest to find on YouTube.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're moving into our International Ballroom Multi-Dance Championship division.
There we go.
Everybody's had a few minutes to regroup. First up is Heat 583. Make sure our judges are back in place. Yep. Heat 583. Please welcome our Bronze International Ballroom Championship 3-dance. Your first dance, couple 104, Dr. Jody Schultz from Pleasant Prairie, the waltz. Music, please.
And we have a new MC voice. That's the voice of Miss Luann Pulliam, President and CEO of Fred Astaire Dance Studios International.
And we're back with our multi-dance championships. Obviously, multi-dance means they'll be competing in more than one dance, starting off with this Bronze International, which is a 3-dance, waltz, tango, and quick step. And you're watching Dr. Jody Schultz and her instructor Eugene from Pleasant Prairie.
Now, I notice we have more judges for this division.
Anytime you have a championship, there's always more judges.
I've also noticed it's always an odd number of judges. Is that done on purpose?
Absolutely. If we didn't have an odd number, we would take the chance of getting many ties. So you'll always either have
Beautiful
3, 5,
job.
7, 9,
We're
11.
at Heat 583, our Bronze International Ballroom Championship. Your second dance, the tango.
And how are the placements calculated? How do you guys figure out who wins?
All of the judges mark their placements on their sheets. And once they've marked all their placements and all of the dances of the division are completed, then those marks are given to the scrutineer, who then enters all of that information into the program, which is what it's called Comp Manager. And that comes up, and then once you put all those numbers in and hit calculate, and then of course all the placements come up.
And that's the scrutineer's job, correct?
That is the scrutineer's job.
And we
yes.
have Angie as our scrutineer for this event.
Yes, she is.
And I haven't seen how's she been doing. Is she doing a good job?
She's doing an excellent job.
Excellent job. You're watching Dr. Jody Schultz and Eugene from Pleasant Prairie dancing their multi-dance championship. Your third and final dance, the quick step.
Dr. Jody doing a great job, retaining that nice dance position.
You were talking, I don't know if it was yesterday, probably the day before, about how much those support poles for the ballroom, how much that interferes with the dancing. He looks like he did a pretty good job going around him.
Beautiful
yes.
job. Thank you, Dr. Jody Schultz. We're moving into Heat 584, our Bronze International Ballroom Championship 3 dances. We have couples 104, Dr. Schultz, and couple 149, Lori Churchill from Northbrook. Your first dance, the waltz. Music, please.
Of course, that last division you watched, Dr. Jody was out there by herself in an uncontested division, still having to dance up to a certain standard to reach a placement of first, second, or third. And now we've got Lori and Dr. Jody who are now actually competing against one another. So now the judges will compare both ladies. They'll compare posture, they'll compare top lines, they'll compare body flight, they'll compare footwork, expression, power.
Gabriella commenting on Jody's dress. She said, it's a stunning dress. So that's Gabriella.
Beautiful waltz. This is Heat 584, our Bronze International Multi-Dance. 3 dances. Your second dance, ladies, the tango.
Gabriella, who's, of course, one of our International Dance Council members and also was a very strong dancer in the International Ballroom. Gabby, as a judge now, what do you like to see on the floor from the competitors? And we'll wait for her answer.
So the International Ballroom, while we're waiting for her answer, because it's the type of style it is, the difference between doing like a bronze closed division, which this is, versus an open division, what's the difference?
With the ballroom closed division, obviously they have to stick to the elements of the curriculum. Where open, they have a little bit more freedom to do what they want. Even though they cannot separate from one another, they can pull from different levels. And
Thank you,
if
ladies.
they're dancing in a bronze
Your third and
open,
final
they can
dance in
pull
our
from the
3-dance
silver.
multi-dance championship, the quick step.
So it just gives them a lot more freedom.
So this one, they're limited to just bronze steps. Is that correct?
Just bronze curriculum, correct. And the ballroom has evolved so much. I mean, especially if you watch our young amateurs and what they're doing with it, it's unbelievable. The shapes that they're creating and the amount of stretch and volume that the body is creating nowadays in the ballroom is like off the charts.
Thank you, dancers. Next up is Heat 585, our Bronze International Ballroom Championship 3 dances in our C division. Please welcome couple 104, Kimberly, 122, Lori, and 143, Martha. 3 contestants, your first dance, the waltz.
Now we've got Kimberly and Eugene, Lori and Harriton, and Martha and Aaron all competing against each other in the Bronze International, and they will be dancing waltz, tango, and quick step.
Now, when watching these Bronze International multi-dances, the difference between them has been the age divisions. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the first one was the A.
That was the A division, then we went into the B division, and now we're in the C division, and then we'll go into the final, which is the senior division.
So as a competitor, they segregate different competitions based on three things, right? The age, gender, and dance experience. Is that?
The age, the dance experience, the level, and then of course if they lead or follow.
And so something like the championship, that takes out the lead and follow because it's couple versus couple. Is that right?
Correct. When
Nice
being judged
job.
in a championship,
We're watching Heat
both
585, our Bronze
partners
International
are being
Ballroom
judged.
Championship, 3 dances. Your second dance, the tango.
So as a newer student, and if I were entering an easier category, I wouldn't be expected to compete with someone that's been around for 10 years.
Absolutely not. Now, you can, if you choose to dance up in levels, you can. You could choose to dance up in level from your present, and you could choose to dance down in your age level. So somebody who's 50 could compete against somebody who's 35 if they desire.
Beautiful job. We're watching our C division in our International Ballroom Championship. Your third and final dance, the quick step.
And when people dance either in a higher dance division or a lower age category, is that just to challenge them? Is that the reason for that?
Yes, so they just want a little bit more challenge. Sometimes an individual competitor can be placing quite well in their division and pretty much taking out the competition, so to speak. So they want to go and do something that's going to be a little bit more challenging. So they go for more advanced material and higher expectations, and of course lower age classifications. Gabby is writing.
Nice round of applause for our dancers. Thank you, ladies. Next up is Heat 586, our Silver International Ballroom Championship. 4 dances. Please welcome couple 149, Linda and Roman from Northbrook. Your first dance, the waltz.
Gabby got back to us with what she looks for. There are 3 things that I look for on the dance floor. I'm going to have to get closer to that so I could read it a little better. Floor for international ballroom. Immediately, especially in that early rounds, movement, horizontal line, and vertical line. And of course, footwork, musicality, and frame come close next. But in a first look, movement and the 2 lines are what I see right away. Jack Davey, thank you, Gabby, for your response. Jack Davey writes, how many entries are
Beautiful
there
job,
this weekend?
Linda.
At last count, I think we were
We're
close to
watching our silver international ballroom in our senior division. Second dance, the tango.
I think we were close to 4,000.
Thank you, Nick.
And that was an excellent and easy explanation, Gabriela. Thank you. This is our final multi-dance in the International Ballroom Division. This is a 4-dance event.
Excellent job. Your third dance in our 4-dance multi-dance championship, the foxtrot.
Jack Davey asks, does that make it the largest virtual competition? I believe we were larger last year, but I think they were pretty happy with their participation. Last year, a lot of the studios were shut down for COVID. We actually had to abide by certain time restrictions because of the rules and laws that were in place for some of the studios. Being that we're a little bit more open now, we have more opportunities for people to dance other places, so the entries went down, but I think they're pretty happy with it.
Linda dancing her foxtrot.
Beautiful job. This is Heat 586, our silver international ballroom multi-dance championship. You're watching couple 149, Linda Jesser and Roman from Northbrook. Your fourth and final dance, the quick step.
I don't know exactly what's going on with Roman.
The International Latin will start at noon Central Time. So in about 26 minutes from now, take a little bit of a, that's fun.
Woo! Love it.
That was good.
Let's have a nice hand for all of our international standard dancers. Great job. Great camera work. All right, we'll be taking a 30-minute break. We thank you, dancers, and we thank you, judges. We'll be having a 30-minute break. We'll start right back at 12 noon with our International Latin Single Dance Division. That's 12 noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern.
Thank you, everyone, for participating in our session 5 of our virtual international championships. Thanks for all the questions and shout-outs in the live chat. And as Luann said, we'll be taking a short break, and we'll be coming back to our International Latin single dances. Until then, we'll see you in a bit.
All right. We will be keeping the broadcast going because it's scheduled for an entire session. So I just confirmed with my partner, Alex, we're going to keep all the streams running because we don't have a different link. So if you guys are watching and you want to watch this again, you just skip or scroll past this. Little section. And we'll see you back in about 23 minutes. All right. Hello and welcome back. We'll be starting here in a couple of minutes. You're watching the 2022 Virtual International Championships. Fred Astaire Dance Studios, second annual virtual competition, broadcasting live from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. We'll be beginning the International Latin Single Dance Divisions, heat number 587. In a few heats, we are streaming this live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, a bunch of different platforms. If you're watching on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button and leave a like. Click that thumbs up button. That helps us out a lot. Also, if you could please leave a comment. Comment your comment in the comments. That would be great. Something different. The comments are different than the live chat. The live chat's in, that's what it sounds like. It's a chat that populates the chat box live, so you can have a conversation with our commentators. But the comment for the actual video as a whole, please leave a comment there as well. That helps our algorithm a lot. Our goal is to try to get to 1,000 subscribers. We try to go live 2 to 3 times a month, bringing you ballroom dancing from around the country. If you want to get notified when we do go live, like I said, we do it 2 to 3 times a month. Hit the bell icon. That'll give you a notification when we do go live. This channel is exclusively for ballroom dance competitions and ballroom dancing shows. My name is Nicholas with Danceport Dynamics, a production company for this virtual competition. As we start getting people back into the swing of things, as it were. I'll take this opportunity to mention we are using copyrighted music. So we have commentary to talk over that so that we don't get flagged on all our different social media sites. Last year we chose to use royalty-free music. So we didn't have the same problem with copyrighted music. But the dancers found that to be less motivating than typical songs. So this year we switched and used copyrighted music. Given the amount of songs that are played at a competition, this particular competition has close to 800 heats, which means it's probably 1,000, if not more, songs played over the course of the 3 days. It is just logistically impossible to get to the individual rights for each one of those songs. Now, we do pay ASCAP, BMI, and CSAC, which gives us a license to use the music for ballroom dancing, but it doesn't. It should give us the right. I should start there. That's why the subscribers is an important thing. We've lobbied for YouTube starting with YouTube, to allow us to play music. Because really, it's more of a secondary thing. When people are watching our streams, they're watching the dancing. They're not really watching to listen to a song. In fact, most of the songs, it's going to have all kinds of crowd noise and different ambient noises that so it's not really the same as trying to steal a song and then replay it on YouTube. But if you're a small channel, YouTube doesn't pay attention to you. So our goal is to try to get to 1,000 subscribers so they start reading my emails, basically. So you guys can help me with that. Hit that subscribe button, share it to your friends, ask all of them to subscribe. Like I said, you won't get spammed with all kinds of things. And it's actually very easy to subscribe on YouTube. You just click a little subscribe button. It just means it's in your list of channels that you can watch. And if you like ballroom dancing, then you'll probably like this channel. Hopefully. We have our MC back in place. We have our music director, Mr. Brent Mills, bringing you all the hits. All the hits all the time. That's right. I will say it's been, we did not have a music director for the last event, and we had someone that was doing it, but in terms of, I mean, the lady that did it last year, she was given an unfair task. She was given all this music that, yes, was copyright free, but it wasn't the best in terms of how it sounded, and she didn't have a lot of options. She had like one or two tangos, and that's it. She'd had to play it over and over again. So she was struggling, while the competition was going on, because they're getting complaints. They're like, can't we hear something else? And it was actually the judges that were complaining more than the competitors. I will just put that out there, because they were getting annoyed by it, I guess. Anyway, so while she's playing the music, she's going online. She's got her headphones on. She's listening to music. Alex is helping her out, she ultimately did a good job, but she was given an unfair task, mainly because she was using songs that, on the outset, weren't the most entertaining. Anyway, that's why Brent was brought in this time. Brent does competitions all across the country. Some of the biggest events that are happening in the United States is powered by his music. He is very good at what he does. And I haven't heard a complaint yet. In fact, I see most people are singing along, dancing, so that's a true test to any music director. If they can get judges after watching 700 heats in a row, they're dancing. That's a good job. Oh, he's got a new updated app as well. Music Mills Premium. You guys can get your own private music from him. His entire library is online, curated by him. All the dancers are there, including nightclub, party lists, everything you would need at Music Mills app. There we go. Thank you, Brent. We've got one judge. Let's bring up the judge camera. There he is. Right in the center. He's jamming out. Tony Dovolani, co-national dance director and area director for Connecticut, Fred Astaire, I believe. Joining him up there in the upper deck is Ilya Efremov, dance council member, and
Been ready to get started. We have our
right.
judges back in place.
who's my third judge? Luann, the MC, is saying.
Oh, yeah. Are we ready to have some fun now with the International Latin Single Dance Division? We have all of our judges back in place. And we are ready to get started with Heat 587, the Cha-Cha. Please welcome to the dance floor, couple 137, Lisa, 112, Noel, 115, Linda, and 309, Bob, to the dance floor. Places for Cha-Cha.
All right, we've started 587, the Cha-Cha, the International Latin Single Dance Divisions. We have studios from Chicago, Illinois, Long Grove, Pensacola, Florida, Northbrook, Illinois, and West Palm Beach, Florida. Dancing for you right now. If you guys are watching on YouTube, you guys can be part of the conversation. Join that live chat. We've had a variety of different.
Excellent job, dancers. Next up is Heat 588, the Samba. We have couple 137, Lisa, 112, Noe, 115, Linda, 309, Bob, and 103, Lydia. Places and Samba music, please.
Fred Astaire Dance Council members joining us, giving us some insights into a variety of different subjects. As the dancers are dancing samba. The 5 dances in the Latin division are cha-cha, samba, rumba, paso doble, and jive. Just those 5. And they will dance them for you. We have, let's see how many entries we have for the Latin division today. We have about 50 heats or so, 40 of the Latin division.
Looking great out there. Next up is Heat 589, the Rumba. We have a couple 137, Lisa, 112, Noe, 115, Linda. We have Long Grove, Pensacola, and Northbrook dancing rumba. Music, please.
The International Rumba. We have Long Grove, Pensacola, and Northbrook dancing for you. Everyone's looking great. Now, the way this virtual competition works is we're broadcasting the music here from Fort Walton Beach, sending it to them. They're dancing it to in their studios. So everyone's dancing to the same song. Now, because of internet capabilities at the variety of studios, they may be slightly off from one another. So the judges have been instructed to not take timing and rhythm, timing into consideration. Normally that's a big part of the adjudication process.
Nice job. Put your hands together for our dancers. Next up, Heat 590, the Paso Doble. We have dancing from West Palm Beach, couple 309, Bob and Anastasia, and 103, Lydia with Mikel. Places for Paso.
All right, Paso Doble is the dance next. Paso Doble is always done to the same specific song when done in a competitive area. And it's important that they dance to a specific song because it's orchestrated in such a way or written in such a way that there's specific phrasing that's done with the song that all the dancers know. As Bruno alluded to earlier, sometimes the melodies will change and the chord progression. However, the underlying beat doesn't change. We have Miss Chantal Leclerc from Atlanta by way of Montreal. She's saying, "Way to go, dancers, looking good." A very accomplished Latin dancer herself. Thank you, Chantal.
Nice job, guys. Next up is Heat 591, the Jive. We have couple 115, Linda, 309, Bob, and 103, Lydia. Places and Jive.
I said with that Paso Doble earlier, when danced at a competition. Paso Doble isn't really a social dance, but sometimes it's used for show dances. And when dancers decide to put it as a show dance, they are not necessarily restricted to the phrasing of the traditional España Cani. With the American-style rhythm. Oh, you know what? We've got some commentators. I just saw them pop in there. They didn't warn me.
Hey, we're back. I'm here with the lovely Miss Marilyn Benitez.
Hello there.
And now you can see them. Welcome, Stephen. Welcome, Mary Lynn.
Woo! Looking good, everyone. Next up is Heat 592, the Cha-Cha. Please welcome to the dance floor 137, Lisa, 115, Linda, 112, Noe, 309, Bob to the dance floor, dancing Cha-Cha. Music, please.
So I was just about to go into the dances between the American rhythm and the international Latin and the similarities or differences between each of them. If you guys want to go into that, that'd be cool.
Absolutely. I'll let Mary Lynn take this first, only because, I was American Rhythm, she was International Latin. But since we're on the International Latin division, we'll start off with her first.
Well, as the most common difference is the leg action, of course. In the rhythm, we've got our soft use of the knees and through the hips into the ribs, and in the International Latin, we definitely love to see the long, straight legs as we're taking our weight from foot to foot.
Nice job. Next up is Heat 593, the Samba. We have couple 137, Lisa, 115, Linda, and 112, Noe. Dancing the Samba. Music, please.
And of course, that's in the cha-cha and in the rumba. When we come to the samba, the cool thing about the samba is I don't know that there's much difference in terms of the action.
No, I don't think so.
No, it's samba. It's the music. It's how you feel it. Now, of course, in the old days, like if you see old movies where they're dancing the samba, they had a lot of rolling, like in the ballrooms, and they just kind of rolled around, and pendular action, But of course, we use a lot more contemporary action, things that you would see just in nightclub dancing, right? With the
Correct. And
hips and
I
ribs.
just feel that samba of before samba used to have a lot more bounce action, a lot more pulse, where now our samba is a lot more rhythmical, a lot more grounded.
Right.
Excellent
absolutely.
Samba. Next up is Heat 594, the Rumba. We have our same three dancers. No, excuse me. We have 137, Lisa, 115, Linda, and 309, Bob to the dance floor. Dancing Rumba. Music, please.
Swing and jive.
Swing and jive. Okay, well, obviously with the swing, we've got that much more grounded feeling. And of course, the speed of the music, right? For jive, it's so quick. You got to be, towards the balls of the feet the whole time and keeping everything tight and connected through your own body as well as your partner just to keep up with the music, right?
Correct.
So, yeah, that's
The
a
speed
fun
of
one.
jive is definitely, that's a challenge. That makes it difficult.
Yep. Of course, we're watching the beautiful classic international rumba.
International rumba. These, of course, being all of the closed syllabus right now.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they're all closed. Oh, no. We've got
We
some
have an
open,
open,
too.
yeah.
Yes. Bob and Anastasia showing their open silver.
Our next heat is Heat 595, the Paso Doble. Please welcome couple 309, Bob and Anastasia from West Palm Beach. Couple 103, Lydia and Misha from West Palm Beach. Places and Paso.
Speaking of Paso Doble, Lyle Bradshaw, one of our examiners, he says, in my day, Espanicani was strictly used for open categories only. Never played for closed categories. And then what does he say? But nowadays we have closed categories mixed with the open categories to Espanicani as...
And it's used because of that.
He's referencing.
Gotcha.
I was
Well,
explaining.
actually, when I first would compete in Blackpool, we never got a Spagnucani. It was
You had the
just-
live orchestra.
right. We had the live orchestra, so we were hitting highlights when the
Was
music
nothing.
wasn't. Yes,
There was nothing to be highlighted.
there was nothing, and so it was, and everybody's choreography could have been tweaked. a
Great
little
job.
bit.
Next up is Heat 596, the Jive. We have our competitors, 115, 309, and 103 to the dance floor. Jive music, please.
Lyle was commenting on, I was explaining the phrasing structure of Paso Doble and why it's used exclusively. And he was just commenting on, in his day, how it was done differently.
Right. It has evolved, and I believe a lot of it is for the spectators, really. Paso Doble isn't really something you see if you were in a Latin club, so
Correct.
it's kind of for the performance value of
Correct.
it now. But kind of like we were talking about Bolero yesterday, Paso has that classic ballroom hold, which is now stylized more like a flamenco dancer, just slightly styled differently, but the connection between the couples is the same as ballroom.
Woo-hoo! Next up, 597, the Cha-Cha in our intermediate silver. We have couple 115, Linda, 137, Lisa, and 103, Lydia. We have the 3 L's
I
dancing.
was going to say the
Cha-Cha.
3 L's.
Yeah, Lyle
And
is.
it's interesting because even in our American style tango these days, there's a lot of flavor and influence from the Paso Doble.
Absolutely.
And you know what it boils down to? Good dancing is good dancing. Period.
That is true. That is true. Good dancing's good dancing. Understanding how the styling has evolved from proper technique, though, is really important. Especially for our students. Sometimes they see some really extreme things and they think, oh, I want to do that. But if that foundation of good technique isn't underneath it, then sometimes trying to do that styling can throw you off balance, can
Absolutely.
create a few more problems. So,
Absolutely. Lyle is writing something there. Can you read that?
yes, he said that there
Next
are many
up is Heat
strict
5,
tempo
98,
Pasodobles
the
out there,
Samba.
but he's
We have
never
our same 3
heard them played
contestants on
for
the floor,
closed
couple
categories.
137,
And the problem
115,
with
and 103.
Espanicani for
Your next
closed
dance, Heat
category dancers
598,
is that
the Samba. Music, please.
that very often he sees dancers holding beats to get back in phrase. Right, because of the highlights, and it's not a strict 4/4 tempo or 2/4 tempo.
Correct.
So, yeah.
We've got some samba going on here.
The one thing that I really appreciate about our samba nowadays is a lot of our movements really reflect a true traditional samba. Like if you go and you see the people dancing in the streets in Brazil, the actions are the same, and that's cool.
And you know what's so interesting right now? Now we're watching open, and we're watching open bronze with Lisa, open silver with Linda, and open gold with Lydia. So you've got 3 different levels. Now, even though they're all open routines,
Excellent job. Next up is Heat 599, the Rumba. We have our 3 L's dancing for us, 137 Lisa, 115 Linda, and 103 Lydia. Places and Rumba.
and again here we have the rumba being danced in 3 different levels. Now, even though open routines are open routines, the difficulty could be a little bit more, but the biggest difference is the expectations that the judges have, because from a bronze dancer, we have certain expectations, And then, of course, those expectations change and get a little higher as you move into silver and then, of course, into gold.
Well, the expectation changes because the quality expected raises,
Correct.
right? I mean, at the bronze level, we want to see it clean, we want to see it balanced, we want to see it somewhat connected to the partner. But when it comes time to silver and gold, of course, we expect to see not just a classic level of expression, but we then want to see the intimacy, right, that the rumba suggests, or the
Correct.
flirtatiousness that the cha-cha suggests, the music. Now we've got some dancers that have been
Beautiful
dancing since this
rumba.
morning as well.
Next
So
up is
we are
Heat
seeing
600, the
a
Paso
nice
Doble.
level of endurance
Welcome to the
from
floor. Couple
what we would call 10
112, Noe
dancers,
and Isidro from
doing both
Pensacola,
the standard
and
and the
103
Latin.
Lydia and Misha from West Palm Beach. Your dance, the Paso.
We have Naoe.
Now wait.
Say that again.
Now wait. I had a
Naoe,
lesson.
Naoe, Naoe with Isidro doing their full bronze clothes. So they're demonstrating the closed school figures. An interesting thing with the school figures is that in the American style, the school figures can be lengthy. They can be up to 8 to 10 to 12 measures. In the international style, the elements are very small, very short.
4 to 8 beats.
Correct,
Basically.
correct.
Yeah. We have one that goes up to 16. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, so they are
Nice
very
job.
short.
Next up is Heat 601, the Jive. Please welcome to the dance floor couple 112, 115, and 103. Pensacola, Northbrook, and West Palm Beach. Dancing the Jive.
And here's that speed of the jive that you were
There.
talking about earlier.
There you go. We've got it fast. We got it tight. We get the flicks and the kicks.
And it's so important to keep it tight and compact.
Right.
If you start to travel, you'll never keep up with the music.
Right. Unless there is a figure or an open figure that is intended to move, then everything needs to stay nice right under the body. We don't have that swinging action from side to side that East Coast Swing does.
Correct.
It's all contained within the body.
Put your hands together for our dancers dancing the Jive. Next up is Heat 602, the Cha-Cha. We have couple 137 and couple 112. Places and Cha-Cha.
A lot of times with the open figures, I think we've got some open work going on here. A lot of times, if the untrained eye is watching, they might not recognize the difference between an American and a international cha-cha, because the choreography is just that. It's creativity, it's expression, and unless you're looking at leg action in certain places, you might not recognize it.
So with the influx of European dancers coming over as instructors, has the line blurred a little bit in the last few years between American rhythm and the international Latin?
I believe it has.
I think that I'll have to say, a lot of the international dancers have actually adopted a lot of American
Nice
style
job.
movements.
Dancing next is
so
Heat
it's blurred in
603,
both
the
directions,
Samba.
not
We have
just
couple
one.
115,
course.
137,
Of course.
and 103. Places and
And again,
Samba.
in an open routine where there's so much more freedom, I have no problem. But when we're demonstrating closed figures, we need to stay with the characteristic of the dance, especially in the closed divisions, because this is where we learn our discipline.
Right. That's for sure.
And what happens, unfortunately, and I'm going to throw this out there as well, we have judges that reward that
well,
because they know they don't know any other.
I think it's fair to say that unless you study the beauty of the differences between the styles, then you're going to always be drawn to what you're accustomed to seeing. Now, 10 years international first, right? And I would just watch American style occasionally. And then when I, became part of Astaire and I needed to be proficient in
Love
both
it.
styles.
West Palm has their cheerleading crowd up there. Go, go, go. Whoop, whoop. Next up is Heat 604. We have our ladies dancing the rumba.
In studying the American style, and it actually opened my eyes to a whole new freedom, and it improved my international style. A freedom of expression in a way at the time wasn't so easily seen in the international. So the blur, when judges start to judge a floor and maybe not used to recognizing the beauty of the American style, then they're just going to go with what they recognize as good dancing, unfortunately.
Correct.
So, but honestly, kind of like the idea of, so you think you can dance? I'm kind of proud of our professionals because in having to learn the different styles, they become that all-around excellent professional.
Absolutely.
Understanding what to harness in your body to create a certain look so that it looks like international
Beautiful
style.
job on that
And then-
rumba. Next up, 605, the intermediate silver closed jive. We have one couple 115,
Yay, look at
Linda
that. I love
from
the
Northbrook,
signs.
places and music.
and then being able to change just like that, right? Just like that to change, and then to show off the intricacies of the American rhythm, right? It's just, it's fabulous. I'm really proud of our professionals for that.
And then, of course, there's similarities. You know, good timing, good rhythm, articulations of feet and ankles,
Yes.
expression, well balanced. You know, doing things on purpose.
Right.
Linda's doing a great job in her jive.
Right. Yes.
Great job. Next up, 606, the Open Cha-Cha. Please welcome couple
judges.
137 and 103. Your dance, the Cha-Cha.
Judges are enjoying this for sure.
I knew Lisa was doing an open before I even looked, just by her persona as she was starting.
Right.
She's a sassy one. I like it.
Our international cha-cha tends to be faster. It's faster than the American as well. So being able to move quickly from foot to foot is, and showing off those leg lines in the middle of it, that's quite the challenge.
Yeah, it takes work. It takes muscles. But that's where we have to put all of our emphasis as far as energy too, is
Yeah.
in the legs, in the feet. Take it out of the arms and put it into the legs.
Right.
Great job, ladies.
Great
Lydia
job.
and Lisa.
Next up is Heat 607, the Samba. We have
It's
couple
hysterical
115,
that all three of these
137, and
ladies'
112
first
to the
names
dance
start
floor.
with L.
Your dance, Samba. Music, please.
Oh, but then we have
Now way.
Nawe.
Yes.
Nawe. 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 I got to get used to that. She does quite well.
Yes.
She's working it.
So, and she's got the open.
You're in that school a lot. Well, that's your hometown, so I'm sure that's why you know how to say Nawe's name
yes,
so well. You've been
I
working with her.
Did need a lesson.
And of course, Linda, this is a new partnership for her with Miroslav. And then we have Val and Lisa from Long Grove doing their samba.
Hey. Woo!
Ooh, I saw that split
608 is
Nawe.
up next. It's
That
the
was good.
rumba. Please welcome couple 115, 137,
I love
and
the way
103.
all it's interesting. All of
places
the
in
international
rumba.
dancers today are all doing the little rollouts and the bows. I didn't see that in the American style yesterday.
It's part of the training.
So international rumba, first thing you want to see.
A little bit of what we were talking about yesterday, the feet and the ankles, for sure. Because of the straight leg being able to present a nice long extension and be balanced through a nice strong supporting straight leg. Yeah, those two things working together. Being able to, like for example, when they go to fan, shift that weight and swivel the hips and stay centered and not lose it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think sometimes our dancers get a little too involved in intricate choreography and should be a little bit more aware of sticking with the fundamentals a little bit longer, which is only going to
Beautiful
allow them to
rumba.
create more beautiful
Next up is Heat
exhibition and
609, our
shapes
open silver
later
jive.
on in their
Please welcome
dancing.
couple 115, Linda, to the dance floor. Jive music, please.
Lyle is writing. You might want to read that.
Okay. I notice in this competition and in national competitions that a large group of competitors start their closed bronze rumba routines with an open hip twist, which is a silver figure. Lyle is got his invigilator hat on.
That's good.
Yes, that's true.
Give him heck, Lyle. Give him heck.
Again, staying within category is something that we do. We encourage, we train on. And at every national event, we have invigilators that are helping the teachers and the students to know what is in their category.
Thank
so
you,
that
dancers. Next up, Heat 610, the cha-cha. Please welcome couple 137, Lisa, and 103, Lydia, to the dance floor. Your dance, the cha-cha.
so they don't dance out of category, which could cause a penalty. And we don't want to have any penalties. We want to make sure that our students are being presented in their best possible way and not getting distracted, by learning figures that are outside of their division.
And again, I'm a firm believer. Let's worry about the appearance. Let's worry about the partnership elements. Let's worry about the expression. It's not necessary to have this whole slew of figures, because I find dancers who are just showing me figure after figure after figure, things are messy and untidy.
Yes.
Especially in
yes.
the closed division. So keep it basic, stick to the fundamentals, get the ownership of those good techniques and characteristics that are only going to make you even a more fabulous advanced dancer, open dancer.
Absolutely.
Thank you, ladies. Next up is Heat 611, Samba. We have couple 115, Linda, 309, Bob, and 137, Lisa. To the dance floor, your dance, the Samba.
Like you mentioned a moment ago, with the international, because the figures are so short, right? But you stay with them for a really long time, because it's not just about learning your figure and where you put your feet. It's about all the rest of it. It's building the quality.
All the facets.
Right. Building the quality of dancing once you know where your feet go. But again, some people get a little impatient and they want to do what they see other people doing instead of realizing that the beauty comes from really getting the most out of that one single figure or the three, that you put together, and it doesn't have to be a whole song long, of new stuff.
And again, the number one complaint I hear from most people is, I don't have any balance.
Yeah.
Nice job. Up next is Heat 612, the Rumba. We have a couple 115, 137, and 309 places. And your dance, the Rumba.
And balance is established by having strong feet, ankles, legs, awareness of moving from foot to foot. Too many things happen by accident, and when they happen by accident, our balance is going to be shaky.
Yes.
It's like moving through a room and it's dark and you're not familiar with the furniture. You know how you're like, okay, I know there's a table somewhere around here. There's a chair. So there's a
Yeah.
lot of cautious.
Yes. Right. And as you're mentioning the feet, the legs, well, and being on balance, what ends up happening in both the rhythm and the international styles, once they start focusing on getting those hips going, all the balance goes out the window as well.
Correct.
Because it's not connected to a strong core, right? So the feet, the legs, the hips, all you have to have
be
that.
connected, but both torsos,
Yeah.
upper and lower, absolutely. So you want to have those strong feet and legs, because that's our base.
Nice
to
job.
begin
Next
with.
up is Heat 613, our open silver jive. Please welcome couple 115, Linda from Northbrook, dancing jive.
Going back to Lyle's comment, from a judge's perspective, we mentioned about what hat you're wearing, right? When you're judging, you're not really paying attention to, what figure are they doing and is it in category? But once they do something that's out of category, and just because it's maybe an upper level figure and it changes the look of what's going on, it's easy to then just judge that as better, which that's when it becomes unfair, because then you're judging apples against oranges.
Correct.
So that's why we really want to make sure that our, our teachers, our professionals guide our students to make sure that they're doing quality dancing within their level.
Thank you, Linda. Great job on that jive. We're moving into our International Latin Multi-Dance Championship. We're going to invite Joe to join our judging panel. And we're going to get started with Heat 614, our Bronze International Latin Championship, 3 dances. Please welcome couple 112, now way to the dance floor with Isidro from Pensacola. Your first dance, the cha-cha.
It's not supposed to be Joe. I'm sorry, he's not there. Nightclub dances. Wow. There's some new people to watch.
I'm watching different ladies dance, and a lot of ladies, when we talk about tone through the legs, or if I walk into a coaching, they'll say, I was watching so-and-so dance, and she just has such lovely, strong legs. But, they assume it's just the way they're shaped, instead of realizing that, no, as you start to
Excellent
use your
job.
legs a certain way,
We're
you're
watching
going
Heat
to,
614,
it's not something that
couple
you're born
112,
with. It's
now
actually
way.
something you
And
build.
Isidro from Pensacola,
Correct.
Yeah.
your second dance, the rumba.
Oh yeah, you can develop it. I mean, my feet did not work the way they do today when I started. They had no flexibility, they had no stretch, they had no power. I trained them to do what they did.
Yep.
I trained them to get that point. I trained them to have that turnout.
Yep. We don't walk like this all day long.
No,
we
we
need
don't. We don't.
we need to train it
She's doing a lovely job.
and sticking
She's-
to all the bronze figures.
Correct. And she's actually gotten better as we've been watching her this morning.
Yes. Actually, that's one of the things I encourage ladies to do, that when they're going to do an event, to do it as many entries as you can, because you actually start learning and controlling your body through the day.
Oh, yeah. She's definitely
Beautiful
gotten
job
better
on
as
that
time
rumba.
has gone on.
Yeah.
This is Heat 614, our bronze International Latin Championship, couple 112. Now weigh and Isidro from Pensacola, your third and final dance, the jive.
You know, that's kind of part of competitive strategy anyways. I remember
Correct.
being a competitor and you know, being told, you know, get in that ballroom early, get comfortable with your surroundings, you know, and the more you're on that floor, the more you start to own it, right? And all the things you want to do, you start making it happen because you feel comfortable there. It becomes your space. Yeah, look at all the judges are enjoying singing along to this great music.
Yeah, our music is brought to you by Brent Mills, who's done a great job for the
Yes.
last 3 days. Let me ask you something. If the females, hang on, I'll get you.
Nice job. Let's put our hands together for Pensacola, dancing their International Latin Championship. Next up is Heat 615. It's our silver International Latin Championship. 4 dances. Please welcome out to the floor, couple 115
Everybody.
championship. Your first dance, the cha-cha.
So quite often when we're watching competitions, we'll see the female's heel get caught into the skirt or into the dress. Are there points taken off for that?
Oh no, no, but I'll tell you, it happens often. It happens a lot, especially in a jive when you're lifting those legs and getting them kicking. Yeah, no. The fun thing is watching how you can undo it in the middle of a step. That's when you're really
And
impressed
that's
as
an
a
art,
judge.
but that's an art itself.
Yes.
Because I see girls that will literally get stuck, and they almost make it like part of the
It's part of the-
choreography, where they just take it off and they don't even lose a beat. And then I see
Right.
others that kind of struggle a little
Yeah.
bit, and it's hop it, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean. And not that the points will be taken off
No.
in either scenario,
No.
but I just want the students to know that there is, the points
And
are
the
not
crowd
taken
went
off for that.
wild.
Right. Right.
Look at Northbrook; they're killing
The
me.
second dance, the samba.
You know, there's always at some point you're going to experience a wardrobe malfunction.
Oh, absolutely.
And,
we don't have enough time for me to go through all of the
right?
stuff that's happened.
But the idea that it doesn't throw you, that you are still in control, that's something you want to be able to present. But I think you got to realize it's going to happen. You know, I think a lot of first-time competitors don't realize that. Oh my gosh, how could that happen to me? Well, just join the club
and
and,
I'm the
keep
only
on
person
going.
that it's ever happened to. No, that is
No.
common.
I hit a paso line, and my strap broke, so my line became.
Yep. Hold on. Hold on. Oh yeah, everybody's gone through that.
Yeah.
I was doing a samba one time, and somebody stepped on the back of my shoe and flipped it off of my heel, which then eventually the whole shoe flew off.
Nice job.
Oh my. Yeah, we've got some
This is
really
Heat
good
615, our silver
rhythm
International Latin
and
Championship. Your third dance,
pulsing
the
going
rumba.
on in the samba pulse.
Uh-huh.
You know, like you said, now it's the pulse itself has become more of a center body action, not so much the up and down
Right,
bounce
right,
of
right.
the old days. Yeah, which has been really
Lots of rotation.
Yeah.
I like to watch what the free leg is doing also.
Yes. He's got lovely Cuban motion. Oh, Latin motion there. Excuse me. Lyle's mentioning that the judges look like they're having way too much fun.
Of course.
Well, it is fun to watch our professionals and our students do their best. It really is gratifying and fun.
Great job. We're watching Linda from Northbrook dancing her silver International Latin Championship. The fourth and final dance, the jive.
So one of the things, jive, is usually when you're doing a full-on professional event or a championship event, it's the last dance,
Correct.
the last of 5. So basically, we used to tell ourselves, hey,
Endurance.
the winner is the last
That's
man
one
standing,
standing,
right?
right.
The one
Right.
that looks like
Oh, yeah.
nothing has happened before. It's your first fresh dance. The freshest is the winner.
Yep.
So keep those knees lifting. Keep your
Yep. That's the same way we were with the mambo.
Yep.
It was our last dance, and it's
Gotta
about it.
knock it out of the
Could
park.
not die. I would tell myself, do not die until you walk off that floor. Do not die until
All
you
right,
walk off
everybody,
that
put your
floor.
hands together for our
Exactly.
silver International Latin Championship.
Very nice.
very nicely done.
Miss Linda.
Woo! We're going to have one general dance, give our judges a break for a second, and we'll be right back with our American Rhythm nightclub dances, starting at Heat 616.
Moving into the nightclub dances, which is going to be the merengue, the West Coast, the samba, the bachata, the hustle, the salsa, all of the dances that we would do at a club.
All the
And we're
fun
gonna
stuff.
and we're gonna take a quick little breather here, walk away, and we shall be right back.
All right, we're on a short break to change from the Latin to the American style rhythm nightclub dances. This part of the competition is going to go from now until about 4 o'clock or so, Central Standard Time. After that, we'll have, for the Fred Astaire Dance Studios students and participants, a master class from Tony Dovolani. He's going to be going over what the judges want to see and how to achieve that. And if you're interested in going to that class, if you're a Fred Astaire Dance Studio student, talk to your teacher, talk to your owner on how to get involved with that master class. That's going to be going on 4:15 Central Standard Time. And I do believe he's going to be fielding questions too. So think about what you may want to ask the 22-year veteran from ABC's Dancing with the Stars and our current co-national dance director. Entering the last portion of our 2022 Virtual International Championship competition, broadcasting live from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. This is the second annual virtual competition, Fred Astaire Dance Studios. Tonight will begin at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's going to be our professional divisions. Pros from all across the country will compete for the coveted prize of virtual international champion. We are broadcasting live on multiple streams. We're going to be on YouTube right now. We're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, I think even TikTok, at least some parts of it. If you want to be part of the live conversation, you can join the live chat by logging into YouTube. That's easy enough to do. You just click that circle in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. Put in your credentials. If you have a Gmail or Google account, that will work because YouTube is owned by Google. Super easy to do. Then you guys can be a part of the conversation with our panelists. If you're new to the channel, please hit that like button as well as subscribe. And if you want to get notified when we do go live, click the bell icon. We try to go live about 2 to 3 times a month, bringing you ballroom dancing from around the country. We'll be broadcasting from Phoenix next weekend for the Desert Dance Classic, February 4th and 5th at the beautiful Sheridan Wild Horse Pass Resort and Spa. That's run by Miss Albina Haberly. Folks out in Arizona. The next weekend after that, the 10th to the 12th, we'll be broadcasting from the Texas Grand Championships in Spring, Texas, just north of Houston. And then February 24th through the 26th, we'll be broadcasting from Milwaukee, Wisconsin for their Winter Ball, a regional competition. March 4th and 5th will be at Atlanta for the Peach Ball. And then March 10th through the 12th will be in Chicago for the Fred Astaire Freddie Ball there in Illinois. So the calendar is jam-packed for these couple of months as we begin the 2022 circuit for ballroom competitions. They start mid-January and go all the way till about, most of them finish in November. There's a couple in December, and then they take a few weeks off for the holidays, and then back to it. If you guys have questions you want answered, you can text that into the live chat. Competitive dancing is set up in such a way that there's different divisions. And for the longest time, the nightclub dances were part of the American rhythm style. So in the smooth, and this is for pro-am and amateur dancing, the pros don't compete in these divisions. At least, I shouldn't say that. Most accredited competitions don't have the pros compete in these. There are some competitions that add it in for fun, but it's not the norm. So they've kind of sectioned it off into what they call a nightclub, and it's kind of fun at the competitions. They'll change the ballroom lighting typically to resemble what looks like a dance club. It's been going on for the last maybe five years or so, approximately. So instead of having 9 rhythm dances, they shorten it down to 5 rhythm dances done during the American rhythm portion of the pro-am and amateur part of the competition, and then the remaining dances done during a section time. Now, some competitions will add country western into that. Some will add other types of Latin dancing like bachata. It just depends on what the organizers that event wants to do. So this one's been sectioned off. So we have dances like merengue and salsa and bachata, as well as American-style paso doble and American-style samba, West Coast swing. You'll see all those dances coming up next.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the American Rhythm Nightclub Dances. We have our judges back up and ready to go. We're going to get started with Heat 616. All right, welcome to the dance floor in Heat 616, the merengue. Please welcome couple 147, 144, 302, and 303. Your dance, oh, we have an extra one. Places and merengue music.
All right, and we've begun the nightclub division, the American style. Some events will theme this. I've been to Hawaiian luau themed events, country western themed events, Miami Vice for one of them. I think it was like an 80s, Florida 80s theme. The regions that really embrace it, they actually do a good job with it. It makes it, I don't want to say more fun, but it
Nice job. Next up is Heat 617, the Samba. Please welcome couple 145, 146, 120, and 136. Parkridge, Lakewood Ranch, Youngstown, and Powell. Samba's the music.
It breaks up the competition week just to give the dancers and the judges and everybody involved something kind of different and more lively.
We're missing 136, Davey and Jose from Powell.
And I think we're getting our...
Walani and myself are here.
Hi, everyone.
You know, I was just judging before, and everyone is doing such an incredible job. I have to commend everybody, and I'm glad they're doing it.
I'm actually quite impressed with the preparation for it. Because I know that we just came out of the COVID year, and I know how hard everybody worked. And you could tell all of the students that did online
Great
lessons.
job.
Because
Next
they're
up
way
is
ahead
Heat
on their technique.
618, the West Coast Swing. Please welcome couple 144, 302, 305, and 313.
They're way ahead on their
Places
technique.
and West Coast.
They are so much more prepared for every competition. Their balance is so much better.
Are you jealous now that we're...
I thought,
Where are you going?
so in case you want to see Stephen Knight, go on Facebook. This looks amazing. It's really impressive when you think about how much fun everybody's having. I love that the studios have their other students cheering them on. And if you have any questions for Gates and I, please send us questions, comments, anything that you want to.
Judges are having...
Thank you,
So much
dancers.
fun.
Next up is Heat 619, the
Is it loud,
Paso
Brad?
Doble.
Loud, Brad.
Please welcome couple 143 and couple
I know this is
310 to the
a
dance floor.
competition
Your
in
dance,
the national
Paso.
competition.
Music,
Has a
please.
large group of competitors. Closed,
Hi, Lyle. Do you have any questions for us, Lyle? You're probably wondering why we were having so much fun. How could you not have fun
He's
watching these
actually
amazing
saying that
people?
a lot of people in the closed rumba
Yeah.
are dancing one of the figures that are in the silver figure.
Uh-oh. So you have
The
one of
open
our
hip
national
twist.
invigilators. He is actually the head of the invigilating department, saying that we have different programs, different levels for each student. Therefore, there are specific step patterns that are designed for that particular level. So all he's saying is that maybe one of the couples danced one of the patterns that did not belong there, that belonged
Next
in a higher
up is
level.
Heat 620, the salsa. Please welcome to the dance floor, couple 116, 117. In our intermediate bronze, we have 302, 303, 305, 313. And in our full bronze, 145 and 146. 8 contestants to the dance floor. Salsa music, please.
Who's this? Donovan Sherhan? Hello, hello.
Donovan is a student from the Pleasant Prairie studio.
Oh, from Pleasant Prairie. What's up, Donovan? I'm sure you have questions for us. I love the salsa. I love the club night for us. I think everybody
Isn't that
has.
happening today, or is this that right now?
It's right now.
Oh yeah.
Don't forget, I have my class at 4:15 to 5:15 Central.
No. 4:15 Central, 5:15 Eastern.
From 4:15 to 5:15.
Central time.
Yes.
I heard you, Tony. You
I
said it
think
right.
we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Plants. Yeah, I heard you, Tony. Chantel was on. Way to go, dancers. Looking good. Thank you,
Great
Chantel.
job.
Jack
Next up is
Davey.
Heat
on
621,
there.
621, the hustle. Please welcome 5 contestants. 302, Robert. 303, Jeff. 305, Marty. 145, Mary. 146, Ellen. Hustle's the music. Please.
I had a question from earlier. How long ago did they split the club style dances away from the American rhythm?
We did that about 5 years ago.
Yeah, that's what I guessed.
Yeah, 5 years ago we split that at one of our nationals because the club dances were starting to get bigger and we wanted to change the feeling of it. So we themed them a little bit. And actually it's become one of the most
Popular
sessions
that
because
people love to do.
Yeah, we changed the lighting. We make it more of a nightclub type of feeling. And that's what it is. It's literally a celebration of the competition. I feel like the nightclub dances have become the celebration of the competition. And everybody just lets loose and they have fun. I love when we start doing like the 70s dress up and the 80s. And I kind of wondering if I said 90s, what would that look like? Because that's like, for me, it's normal. But for my kids seem to think that my style was very interesting.
The last national competitions we just had, everybody wore pajamas, and that everybody had such a great time doing
Great
it.
job.
Yeah, there's some people
Next up
wear
is
some
Heat
interesting things.
622, Bachata. Please welcome to the floor, couple 101, Cecilia. 146, Ellen, and 145, Mary, to the dance floor. This is Heat 622, Bachata. We need San
Lyle.
Isidro.
Yeah.
He said today it's a fun competition, so no invigilation, so no pink slips
Our
for
dancer
everyone.
from Peru.
Thank you,
There
Lyle.
we go.
Hey, we got Peru in there. That's right.
Perfect.
That's
Bachata.
right.
Music,
we have
please.
this is truly an international championship.
Look how nice that studio looks
It
in
looks
Peru.
awesome. I think Rano's there actually. All right, we got a little bachata action happening. Hey, Plan, do you think we could have a little bit of the music here too so we could get the feeling of this?
Yeah, but then you would hear it.
A little bit.
Yeah, I have it there just barely.
Oh, thank you.
I'm trying to keep it quiet, though, on purpose.
It's so cool. I love bachata. Such a great dance. What I find interesting, actually, Gates, is that during bachata, people do a lot more hip action, and then they do rumba, which is very similar to this,
And then do less it.
and they do less hip action, which I find very interesting.
Nice job on that bachata. Next up is Heat 623, Merengue. We have a couple 145 Mary, 146
That was
Ellen,
nice.
and
It's so nice to
302
see
Robert.
that Peru is
Dancing Merengue.
One thing that I'm starting to realize, the more it's happening, the bigger it's getting, is the community amongst all the dancers from across the country. And it's a big thanks to the interregionals that we've had across the country. Obviously, we have our 3 major nationals, we have our virtual competitions, but our interregionals are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, which is great because now you're getting to the opportunity to travel across the country, visiting people's homes. I was just having this conversation with my team, and I said we're hosting the interregional in May in Foxwoods, and I told them that we are the host, which means that we, together with all the studios, all the students, all the teachers, we are welcoming everybody from across the country. And that is the feeling you get everywhere you go.
Well, even when I was a teacher and our students.
Woohoo!
Long time ago.
Wait.
Next up, Heat 624, the Samba. We have a couple 146 Ellen, 144 Susan, and 303 Jeff. To the dance floor, your dance, the Samba. Music, please.
So one of the reasons why they did compete is because they love the camaraderie between the students. They became friends from across the country. And I remember leaving competitions, they'd say, oh, we'll see you at the next one, at the next function, at the next function. And now with the interregionals all over the country, that's a great way for our students to get together and be at. Starting this year, we just had one already in California. And our next one is February 4th and 5th. It is Arizona Dance Sport Desert Dance Classic. And then after that in March is the Ohio Freddie Ball Interregional, and that's in Ohio. And then the one after that is the Florida Riverwalk Classic. That's an interregional. And, that's a great one. You want to maybe go to that one, and the weather is perfect.
Nice
at that time
job.
in
Next up
Florida.
is Heat 625, the West Coast Swing. Heat 625. We have a couple 146 Ellen and 126 Gloria. Dancing West Coast, Northport, and Lakewood Ranch. Music, please.
Then after that is our national competition that everybody should be coming to New Orleans. And then the next interregional is in Connecticut, the Northeast Dance Sport Championships. Then we have one in New Jersey. Then it's our big competition, a national competition in Vegas. Then in August, we have the Wisconsin Dance-a-thon. That's an interregional. And then in September, we have Illinois and also the Texas competition in September. And then we have the South Florida in December. So those are all the interregionals. And I believe we have another one, which is the North Carolina. There's one. They have one also. Anyways.
Basically, what we're saying is that any part of the country that you want to see, there's definitely a community of family.
Next up
that's
is
waiting
Heat
for you.
626, Paso Doble. We have 4 contestants, couple 302 Robert, 313 Vern, 120 Sally, 146 Ellen. To the dance floor, your dance up, Paso. Music, please.
We have a question from Lyle Bradshaw. He's asking, have we started on creating a syllabus for bachata yet?
Yes, we have, actually. We have our own Christina Penatello and Stanley Tucci working on the Stanley McCullough working on the actual club styles. They're putting the syllabus together, and later on this year we're going to be filming it and bringing it to all the studios with the newest and the greatest steps available. It's for bachata, for salsa, hustle. It's going to be fun. It's going to definitely be fun. I think people are going to just enjoy that.
You know what's nice also by our students going to the Fred Astaire competitions, whether it's a national, a regional, or an interregional, that the syllabus, everybody's working on the same syllabus, right? So it's not that you're going to an independent competition
Great
that
job.
everybody has.
Next up is Heat 627,
syllabuses,
our
right?
intermediate bronze hustle.
Yeah.
We have a couple 146 Ellen, 117 Paulette, and 144 Susan. Places and music.
So everybody going to those competitions, they're all competing with the same patterns. I think it's more fair.
It's fair, actually, and also different levels and different things that we offer, it actually separates our programs to make sure that everybody's actually in a fairest environment possible for you to participate, accomplish, and so on, because our trophy system really does train in the best possible way. You know, it gives you the tools in order to grow, because as you're learning the syllabus, you're learning different elements as you go through the stages of the syllabus. And that's what makes an incredible dancer. Our great old Fred Astaire said that no dancer he's ever met was born a dancer. Every dancer was taught. Well, we have developed a system that teaches the students the most in a perfectionist way. In other words, every element is thought about and taught in the appropriate time of your dance journey.
And not only that, is at our national competitions, we have an invigilators.
One of my
that are
favorite
looking
dances,
at
the
everybody.
hustle.
They're not the most popular people.
You guys did a great job. Next up, 628 Bachata.
Although
We have a
you
couple
are
117
popular
Paulette, 120 Sally, 144
in my
Susan,
heart.
302 Robert, and 303 Jeff to the dance floor. Dancing Bachata.
However,
Music,
it does keep
please.
the competition a little bit more fair across the board.
It does. You know, I think, it's funny because in talking to Lyle and all the other invigilators, they really do take it to heart about the fact that they want all the students to really be taught appropriately, to keep it as fair as possible amongst everyone, and the keeping the accurate step patterns for the level that they're dancing is very important. They also go around the country through the trophy system and they do level passing. It is wonderful because it really does give you a structure in your learning. Because as you know, in our programs, we tailor-make every program to each student, and we give you the tools in order to become the great dancer that you aspire to be.
I'm just sitting here and watching a lot of our students that travel that do go to the national competitions. What a perfect way that this is a good dress
job.
rehearsal.
629 is up next, the
nationals, right?
merengue. We have a couple 147, 120, 146, 137, 302, 303, and 143. To the dance floor, 7 contestants. Your dance merengue.
So you're actually competing against people across the country, and you're at home. You didn't have to go anywhere.
Everybody's got a home field advantage.
That's right. I think it's fantastic.
As Lyle would say, Merry Christmas. I know Jack Davey was on for a little bit. Any of our council members want to weigh in on this? We'd love to read your posts. We have a message board that keeps us connected to all you guys.
And all the students and people that are on the platform, you can ask any question that you like too.
Gates, 75 years. What does that mean to you?
Oh my God. 75 years that this company has grown and gotten better and stronger. Even with our syllabus, we were just talking about this yesterday.
Moving into Heat 630, the Samba. We have 7 contestants, couple 146, 137, 145, 303, 143, 120, and 126 places. And Samba.
In 1947, Fred Astaire and the Cassaneves started Fred Astaire Dance Studios. And with his dance director, John Monte, the actual first program was like a cotillion program. It was like etiquettes, how to escort someone to the dance floor, and it's amazing. And then they also developed the first dancing program, which was the bronze program, which most of you are familiar, even though over the years it's developed and gotten better and stronger. And a person that had a lot of influence in that was Dagmar Yarabel.
One of my teachers, actually.
Correct. Amazing person. She's no longer with us. She passed away many years ago, but she was quite an influence on our dancing program.
Thank you, dancers. Next up, Heat 631, the West Coast Swing. 6 contestants, couple 120, 146, 144, 143, 302, and 313 places.
One of
And
the
West
things,
Coast.
even though I'm thinking now 75 years and we've developed in so much, in the last couple of years, we really developed in technology. And usually in the past, you'd come in and you'd purchase the bronze program and your program would stay in the studio. And, when you came in, your receptionist pulled your program and your teacher worked on the bronze program with you. Today, you actually could go online and you can see all the patterns, how they're danced and everything. It's making our students so much better because they're coming to the lesson more prepared. They're already seeing the actual steps, how to dance them. Our top professionals are dancing them.
Life's better when you dance.
Well, that's a whole nother program too. So I would encourage the students, if you don't know about it yet, this just launched this year, is the trophy system online, and you could basically see your whole curriculum.
Next up is Heat 632, the Paso. We have 5 contestants, couple 120, 146, 302, 313, amateur couple 310, Ron and Martha to the dance floor, dancing Paso.
So the trophy system is a subscription, and you would pay on a monthly basis and have all this available for you. And on these videos, it's all our dance board members, our top competitors in our company. So it's well worth going onto it, and you learn so much more when your teacher and you are working through the online trophy system. And then the other platform that we have is Life's Better When You Dance. It's a great avenue that you can go on there. I believe it's only like $25 a month. There's everything on there, from exercise videos, technique videos. Just the other day, I was watching Tatiana teaching you how to use your skirt in Paso Doble and in the rhythm dances. It was amazing just watching that.
Great job. 633 is up next, the salsa. 7 contestants, couple 117, 147, 106, 120, 146, 147, 302, 303.
On the
Laces
platform,
and salsa.
On the platform, Life's Better When You Dance, we also have interviews. There's some with Tony Dovolani, there's some with students, and just listening to those people, that is, what do I want to say, an asset that you're learning just by listening.
Educational, yeah.
Absolutely. So I do recommend that you do go look at Life's Better When You Dance. It's a great platform, and hope to see you on it.
Jack Davey just said, I'm here. Love the nightclub dances. Lots of fun. But I don't like judging in my pajamas. Jack. Lyle loves judging in pajamas. I gotta say, everybody got really creative with those pajama things.
For the nightclub?
Yes.
The last time?
At the last comp, yeah.
Great job. Up next is Heat 634, my favorite dance, the hustle. Please welcome couple 147, 302, and 303. Intermediate bronze, we have couple 117, 119, and 120. Places and hustle.
Can you imagine just a year ago, we wouldn't even be thinking of something like this? Correct. You know, and even though COVID has been a damper on a lot of different businesses or sports, in our business, this has taught us so many great things. And we wouldn't even be doing this if it wasn't for COVID. So it's actually improved our business. And our people could be staying home in their studios and they're dancing and they're actually competing with other people across the country. Tonight is our award celebration. It's going to be a great time. All of you that were in the multi-dance championships, we're going to be awarding. If you're there at the studio, I know some of the studios are having like a big grand ball and they're all coming in. And
we also have the pro events too.
Yep. And then after the awards, we have the pros
also.
Yeah.
Woo!
So it's gonna
love it. Good job. Next up is Heat 635 Bachata. We have couple 314, 119, 144, 302, 303, 117, and 145. Places and Bachata.
So in New Orleans at our cross-country dance board championships, the club night is Caribbean nights. So you want to, come together with an outfit that you would wear in the Caribbean, and let's see who has the best outfits.
And then at FAWC is Saturday Night Fever.
Oh, that's going to be a fun one.
Yeah. I think Lyle's going to love the Caribbean nights. He's going to wear a grass skirt. And then for
I think he should have the grass
FAWC
skirt and the coconut bra. Would be perfect for Lyle Bracha.
Yes, and he doesn't even have to go shopping. He's got the outfit.
Doesn't home?
And then you have FAWC Saturday Night Fever. So I know he's got some bell bottoms and some platforms with fish in them.
That'd be fun.
Next up is Heat 636 Merengue. Please welcome to the dance floor couple 147, 137, 117, 145, and 302 to the dance floor. Dancing Merengue. Music, please.
And Lyle has never felt better. And to all the
He said
students,
not true.
to all the students and all the teachers, when you see Lyle, his absolute favorite thing is if you hug him. He loves being hugged from all angles. Lyle just said Merry Christmas. Enough already. And as you know, when you see Stephen Knight, you have to tell him how fabulous he is. Just walk up to him randomly. Just say fabulous. You don't have to say anything else.
We do have to be careful with that word on our broadcast. Some of the students watching at home last night were using it as a drinking game. Every time he said the word fabulous, they had to take a shot.
They had to take a shot.
Yep.
Great job. Next up is Heat 637, the Samba.
Must have taken a lot
Please
of
welcome
shots.
to the floor 137, 117, 145, and 120. Dancing Samba. Music, please.
The
Oh my
comments did
God.
get interesting as the night went on. I will say that.
I can only imagine. Jack David just said Lyle looks good in coconuts. It is amazing, isn't it? I love the industry that we're in. The beautiful thing about this, we see happy people, people that are just having fun, enjoying their life. And they deserve it. They work hard their entire life. I was watching all these couples having a good time. It's just freaking
I'm looking
awesome.
forward to see the pros tonight.
So am I. Last time was a hit.
Next up is Heat 638, the West Coast Swing. We have couples 302, 313, 117, 120 to the dance floor. Dancing West Coast Swing.
We have some big heats. We have some semifinals and so on. That's actually my favorite event is when we do like closed division with the pros at our nationals and our interregionals.
And you know, it's great for the students to see because those are the dances, steps that they're actually dancing at the competition. So it's great for them to see how the professionals stylize each step. And it's a great learning experience.
It really is. You're right. Because I remember even like talking to my students where we'd go to the competitions. My favorite part was I didn't know that's what you could do in that step. That was always like the common thing. My favorite thing is when I go coaching around the country, and as I'm teaching the student, they look at their teacher like as if the teacher had never said that to them.
And then I look at you going, really? But that's the great thing about coaching, right? That's, some people say, oh, I don't know if I want to take coaching. That's
Woohoo! Nice hand for our dancers. Next up, Heat 639, the Paso. We have couple 313, 117, 120 in our intermediate bronze open 302, and in our open championship 310. Places and Paso.
With the coaching, some people maybe are, a little scared to take a coaching. I recommend that you do what if a coach comes into your studio, be one of the first ones to say, I want to take a coaching. Having that third eye, you learn so much.
I couldn't imagine my career without that third eye.
Correct.
And we have the most trained dance council in the world. We have 76 members of former champions, incredible scholars of the syllabus of the dance, technique, anything that your heart desires is there. Whether you want a show, you want a novelty, you want a solo, showcase, whatever it is that you desire. You know, whether it's choreography, open choreography for your dancers, or just work on the actual basic technique of those dances.
Ole.
You know, our
Next up is Heat 640 for salsa. We have a couple 147,
with all these
117,
coaches that come into the
145.
schools
And our
and-
full bronze
and
open
our
302,
students-
303,
Let's
and
wait for the
119. Places and salsa.
Our students are some of the best competitors at these competitions when I'm there. You know, I could be at the United States Ballroom Championships and I'm watching the Fred Astaire people doing incredible. You know, they're always one of the top 3.
Best groomed,
yeah,
breast
best-
trained,
yeah.
breast everything.
So the teams that Fred Astaire provide for the students is unbelievable. And then also we have the social dancing, right? It's not only about the competitions, the social aspect of it, that each studio has their practice parties, or we call them Friday night parties because we have them on Fridays, but you know, in Florida they do them on Tuesday nights.
Correct.
In the Midwest, some of the studios do them on Thursday nights. So there's all these practice parties that you can practice your dancing and, you know, creating good social things that if you're on a cruise or if you're going to a wedding, that practice that you've done at that practice party makes you look like the star.
That's right.
Next up is Heat 641, the hustle. We have couples 147, 117, 145, 144 in our open division 302 and 303. This is Heat 641, hustle.
And it's very interesting because when it comes to coaches, because sometimes I'll go to a studio and I hear that they have like the same 2 coaches or 3 coaches that they take lessons from. I encourage for everybody to try many coaches because that's the beauty of you know, having all that knowledge available. Because as you go to nationals, interregional, regionals, and so on, as you know, there's a rotating pattern of 2 coaches, and each person has a wealth of knowledge that they bring to it because of their own personal experience through dancing, their own views of what they find important. I'm going to be talking about that a little bit during the class tonight, about what do judges look for and how to achieve that. Because a lot of times, if you know, the pendulum is kind of interesting because it could swing left or right. But if you stay closer to the middle and actually apply some of the fundamental things that actually exist in our program, which is a FAPE, Figure, Appearance, Partnership, and Expression. So if you apply those things, the likelihood of you pleasing most of the judges is very high.
You know, if talking about taking coachings, let's wait for Luann to be done.
Great job, dancers. Love it. Next up is Heat 642, the bachata. We have couples 303, 137, 120, 119, 144, 302, 145, and 146. 8 contestants. Bachata music, please.
You know, a lot of the studios, you were just saying maybe bring a couple coaches. With the technology that we have today, you can take a coach lesson virtually. You can go to fredastaire.com and go right to the coaches. You can book a coaching right on there. There's the coach's schedule. Their pictures are on there. You pick who you want. And, you know, you could even be in a studio. You have your lesson with your teacher, and you take a lesson with a coach. And you do it right with the TV. They're watching you. So virtual coaching lessons are available. You could talk to your teacher about it. It's unbelievable, the technology that we've put together in the last 3 years. And that's why, hence the reason why our students are getting so better in their dancing.
They really are, and it's availability of excellence is very important, and we made sure that we brought that to all our students.
We have not only
Next
that-
up, Heat 643, merengue. We have couples 147, 117, 144, 145, and 302. Your dance merengue.
Between the 3 platforms, online trophy system, the Life's Better When You Dance, and the virtual coaching lessons, this is what makes our students so much better in their dancing. Talk to your teachers about it.
Even our council members, Jack Davey just wrote, take coaching, take coaching, take coaching. Every platform that's available to you, take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Why
That
not?
third eye is unbelievable. Even when I was a teacher, I thought, I'm, the Fred Astaire Smooth champion. I could teach this person. But every time I had a coaching, they always saw this could be improved, this could be improved, which in turn as a teacher, that made my dancing better. Another technique that I learned from that coach and that student, I was more aware of what to work on that student because they're watching from the outside. So, you're correct, Jack. Coaching is some of the best things
Yeah.
that you could be doing.
It was interesting because I'll wait for Luann.
Next up, Heat 644 Samba. We have a couple 117, 145, 303, and 120. The dance Samba.
I got my students and myself so used to taking 1 to 2 two coaches visiting our studio a week, that if there was ever a week where a coach didn't come, the students thought something was off. They're like, well, who do you bring in this week? Because I liked bringing a variety of people in because each person that came to the studio brought a wealth of knowledge with them. And I loved hearing about what they found important and how they teach and how, because even learning is a process, is a system of learning. You learn different things different ways. Some people teach visually, some people teach physically, some people teach factually, some people teach verbally. So you can learn from different ways, because it could be the same thing being explained 4 different ways.
Yeah, I learned so much from coaches just by listening. They were working on my student, and it taught me a lot on how to teach, what to look for.
Great
So
job.
it's-
Next up is Heat 645, the West Coast Swing. We need couples 117, Ellen, 120, Susan, 313, Byrne, and 302, Robert. Your dance, West Coast Swing.
I love West Coast Swing.
Do you know this girl's name?
You're watching the 2022 Virtual International Championships from Fred Astaire Dance Studios, broadcasting live from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. This is the second annual virtual competition for Fred Astaire Dance Studios, and you're being joined by Tony Dovolani and John Gates.
I have to commend Amanda. We all see that you're having a baby. You've been dancing all day long with your student. It's so wonderful.
All 3 days.
I know. She's doing an exceptional
She's a
job.
rock star.
So I want to give her a big round of applause.
Alrighty, thank you, dancers. Moving on to Heat 646. This is a Paso Doble.
Luann sounds different.
We have couples 120 from Youngstown, 313 Westminster, 310 Fort Walton Beach, 117 Lakewood Ranch, and 143 Fort Walton Beach. Paso Doble and music, please.
That's Mr. Knight on the microphone. As you can tell, a lot of us wear many different hats. I love how great these students look. I love the studios, by the way.
That's what I was saying. Some of the studios I see for Walton Beach, they have a line in the middle. They have more than one competitor. She's on one side, he's on the other side. They have 2 different cameras, and they're following that person. So well put together. In the future, as a judge that I was judging, the white curtain makes you look a lot better, I think. And it's a dark background. If you're wearing a black outfit, you're blending in. So I do recommend the white curtain. I think that looks better. What do you think?
Absolutely, and I think I like the uplights that they used on the
And
curtain,
thank you,
too.
couples. Heat 647. This is the salsa. We have 144 Sarah, 130 Beth, 117 Ellen, 302 Robert, 303 Jeff, 311 Robert. Salsa. Music, please.
Donovan keeps saying hello, so hello. I love the salsa. Such a great dance. No matter where you go in the world, salsa comes on, people wish they could dance, and you guys can all do it. It's amazing. I had a couple I just taught, Gates, and it was very interesting. And they said they had taken something like 30 cruises before they took dance lessons. And then they took a cruise after taking dance lessons. And they said that they had the absolute best time of their life.
You know, especially if you are cruising, every night there could be a little club that you go to, a little bar that they have like a little trio. You could be the stars of that. People,
Right.
you know, you get up with your wife and or your partner and you do a little bit.
His
little
wife
bit
said,
foxtrot.
I was afraid to sit because all the other ladies were jumping, trying to dance with him.
Thank you, couples. Heat 648. This is your hustle. We have 144 Sarah, 304 Cyrus, 301 Bob, 303 Jeff, 146 Ellen, and 302 Robert. Hustle is your dance and music, please.
Let's give Dance Sport Dynamics a big round of applause and all the technology and how this whole weekend has worked. It's been incredible.
Yeah.
The IT team that they have here at the competition, it's unbelievable to set up how it is, and it feels like you're in a movie set or something. But they did an incredible job, and I just want to say thank you for doing such a great job this weekend.
My pleasure.
There you go.
It really is impressive in every way. We're looking at different screens where we feel like we're actually in their studios. You know, the interaction between all the studio owners, the students, the teachers, the judges, the MC, or the commentators, and so on. I feel like it's just, I've never felt so connected, actually.
Thank you, couples. Moving on to Heat 649. This is a bachata. We have 117 Ellen, 120 Susan, 303 Jeff, 302 Robert, and 143 Martha, and 137 Lisa. Bachata is your dance and music.
And then the next people that we need to thank and congratulate is the team, the actual competition team. Start from our judges, our MC, our music director, Brett Mills.
Yeah.
We have deck captains.
That's right.
We have social media with Alex. It's unbelievable. So
It's great.
I want to thank
It
the
really
whole
is.
team for doing such a great job all weekend long.
I'm going to say thank you and you're welcome.
You were an MC, a judge,
A commentator.
and the person doing the
The
class.
class. So, yes. So I'm going to say thank you and you're welcome on all 4 accounts. I love what I do. I think people can see that I totally enjoy what I do. I love our students. I love our teachers. I love the studio owners and how hard they work to provide environments that is, I call it the true oasis of our life. You go into a dance studio, you don't
And
get
thank you,
treated like
couples.
that
Heat
anywhere else.
650 Merengue, 303 Jeff, 120 Sally, 145 Mary, 117 Ellen, 302 Robert. Merengue music, please.
See, for me, dancing was always the ultimate escape, and I think that's exactly what it is for everyone. You walk into a studio, you forget everything. You're just there to have fun, enjoy yourself, physically move. And it beats the hell out of, because I know this is a new year, so we have all kinds of New Year's resolutions and so on, but who wants to sit in a treadmill for an hour? I mean, you get dance for an hour, you get to dance different dances, different songs, different people. You're having a good time. You don't even realize how much you're working out. You could burn up to 275 calories for one session of dancing. Can you imagine? You go to treadmill, what are you going to walk and just have a screen in front of you? You feel like a robot. Here you feel alive. It's an escape. You could be at the, you dance samba, you're basically in Brazil. You dance a little tango, you're in Argentina. You dance a little foxtrot, every single one of the dances represents something else.
Great job, couples. 651 Samba, 145 Mary, 146 Ellen, and Samba music, please.
I love seeing all the costumes, and you could tell
Different
the work
colors.
that went into planning the costume and designing the costume. They just don't look homespun, right? The costumes are really nice, and I'm happy.
I love the nightclub part because they can go as extravagant as they want or this as toned down as they want. And all of them, it's pretty much bringing your personality to the dance floor, which is wonderful. And then it gives you a little bit of a variety, so that way you have a little bit more freedom on personal creativity.
Thank you, couples. Heat 652, West Coast Swing. We have 126 Gloria, 117 Ellen, 144 Harriet, 302 Robert, and 120 Maria. West Coast is your dance, and music, please.
Just a quick reminder, you could ask us any questions. You could leave comments on our chat. We've had quite a few of our council members tune in and wish everybody well.
If you want to join the live conversation, all you have to do is log into YouTube, click in the upper right-hand corner. There's a circle there. Click on that. Log in. If you have a Gmail or a Google account, those credentials will work. If not, just sign up for one. It's free. And you too can talk to John Gates and Tony Dovolani.
Thank you, Plant.
And it's so simple to get on the live streaming. Go to fredastaire.com. First thing that'll pop up is the virtual international
Thank you,
championships.
dancers. Heat 653, Paso Doble, 117 Ellen, 144 Harriet, 302 Robert, and 313 Vern. Paso Doble, please.
Once again, fredastaire.com. Click on the virtual international championships link, and you'll be on the live stream right away.
Those links will stay live for a couple weeks or so.
That's good to know, Plant.
Once they disappear, though, it'll still be on YouTube, so you can still find it. We're simulcasting on Twitch, on Facebook, on he's telling me right now. TikTok, a bunch of different things, but those are sometimes hard to find the videos. YouTube is where you want to go after the event is over. You can always go back and rewatch anything you want.
So that's why it's a smart idea to go in and actually sign in and make an account with it? Or what is it that you're saying? Go on YouTube.
Thank you, dancers. Heat 654, Salsa. 147 Martha, 117 Ellen, 144 Harriet, 145 Mary, 302 Robert, and 313 Vern. Salsa, music, please.
So if someone posts a video on Facebook, unless you see it really the day they post it, if you try to go back and look at it years later, it's very hard to find. And that works with most social media. YouTube doesn't work that way, though. If they subscribe to the channel, they'll be able to have access to these videos. And I organize them in playlists based on regional events, national events, shows, different things. So you can find exactly what you're looking for very easily. Even 5-10 years from now, you can go back and look at it. They'll stay on YouTube forever.
So what's the name of the channel, Plant?
Dance Sport Dynamics.
Dance Sports Dynamics. So it's part of Dance Sports Dynamics, and all the videos that Plant does from all the competitions and the virtual competition, almost everything that he does, all goes on this platform.
That's right.
And our goal is to have
Thank you,
over
dancers.
1,000
Moving on to
people.
Heat 655. This is the hustle. We have 147 Martha, 126 Gloria, 303 Jeff, 302 Robert, 119 Christine, 120 Sally, and 117 Paulette. Hustle, music, please.
I really love how technology has made it so easy.
It's unbelievable. I'm just thinking of that, If you're actually a student or a teacher dancing the virtual competition, you can invite all your friends and your family members. Go to YouTube, go to the channel Dance Sport Dynamics, and all the videos are there. So your family and your friends can actually watch what you do in this profession right on YouTube. So thank you, Plant, for bringing that together.
It's really nice.
My absolute pleasure.
I love the music. Brent's
Actually,
doing a great
Plant,
job.
we should have a Fred Astaire, like a coupon or something. Anybody watching, they could download the coupon, and they could ask for a free lesson at
Thank
any
you,
Fred Astaire
couples.
dance
Heat
studios.
656. This is the bachata. We have 137 Lisa, 302 Robert, 120 Maria, 117 Ellen, and 145 Mary, Bachata is your dance, and music, please.
We absolutely could do that. We could do a coupon code.
I think that would be nice. Maybe Alex could help with that. And anybody watching, they can come to any Fred Astaire, ask for a complimentary lesson, and go in as a new student and see what it's all about. You might just love it, and it's so exciting. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the World Cup series. Fred Astaire Dance Studios this year is awarding the top 75 people in our company, from professionals and amateurs and amateur couples. And we're giving out over $210,000 in cash prizes and awards. So I do this actual competition is actually one of the ones that you can accumulate points. So that's exciting. So World Cup Series, if you don't know.
Thank you, dancers. Heat 657. This is your merengue. We have 120 Sally, 145 Mary, 302 Robert, 146 Ellen. Merengue music, please.
We're going to tell you a little bit more of technology. Each student taking lessons in a Fred Astaire Dance Studio has its own dashboard. You can log into your dashboard, and in their dashboard, there's a lot of things that you can see. You can actually see when your next lesson is available, when was your last lesson. You could actually go on there and look at your online trophy system, and when you're talking with your teacher, what step you have to do. And we were just talking about the World Cup Series. There's a link on there, which is the World Cup Series link. You can click on it, and it gives you all the information of where your standings are, where you're at in, accumulating points. It's like an awards program. It's unbelievable. And we're giving scholarships to a lot of the students and also amateur couples. So I hope you go onto your
Heat
student
658.
dashboard.
This is your samba. We have 146 Ellen, and samba music, please.
If you have any questions, obviously we have a chat board on the right side, as Plant explained how to ask questions and so on. We'd love to answer any questions you might have, or leave a comment about the next event you're doing, the next step you're learning, or what you're excited about. I love the level of dancing right now.
It's unbelievable. I'm just watching, and I'm just so proud of what our company has done. It's unbelievable. There's no other company and no other studio that has
Thank you,
this,
Ellen and
these
Kevin.
platforms.
Moving on to Heat 659, we have our West Coast Swing, 120 Sally, 146 Ellen, 302 Robert. West Coast is your dance, and music, please.
Again, tonight we have our awards celebration with all the championship awards, and then we have our professional divisions, which I'm looking forward to. It's going to be an exciting night. So
It really is. I'm looking forward to it. All these wonderful students have been working so hard the entire weekend, doing a fantastic job of entertaining us and dancing and representing their studios.
And then at 4:15 Central Time, Tony Dovolani is giving a class. Call into your studios on how to get a link to get on there. Each studio has a link, and they would have to get you the link to be able to get in Tony Dovolani's class. So call your studios and ask them for the link.
And the theme of the class.
And thank you, couples. Heat 660 Paso Doble, 302 Robert, 146 Ellen, 313 Vern. Paso Doble, music, please.
Is what are the judges looking for and how to achieve it? That's the constant thing that I hear from students. Like, what are the judges looking for? What are the judges looking for? It's actually a lot simpler than you think, because it's all in the program. And I'm going to show you how to find it and what to make important in the lesson, because you have to have a good balance between the four parts of that.
Let's talk about the live competitions and when you're there and you're standing out there and you're judging and you have 10 people on the floor. I mean, what's the main things you look for? You only have a minute to
You only
judge.
have a minute. Well, it's funny because I've asked all of our female council members and all our male council members, and I asked them, like, what's at the top of their list? And without fail, all the female, I'll wait for this one.
And thank you. Couples
It's
Heat
really good.
661 Salsa.
it was amazing.
147 Martha, 302 Robert, 303 Jeff, 146 Ellen, and Salsa Music, please.
And it was very interesting because I asked all the female adjudicators, and they all, without fail, they all said they have to have good feet. Every single one of them. And a very close second was posture. And all the male judges were the other way around. They immediately led with posture, and then they said feet. So right off the bat, that puts you in the right place. Then it was about the appearance, about making sure that the dance is recognizable.
Well, that's what I was saying. You know, if you're, whatever dance you're doing, it has to be the characteristic of that dance. There's a lot of times you're doing a pattern, and if I didn't have no music, I couldn't tell if you're doing cha-cha or rumba, or waltz. You could tell because
rise and fall and so on. But
however, the characteristic of the dance is very, very important. So to me,
Correct.
as a judge, was
Thank you,
characteristic,
dancers.
and
Moving on to
then
Heat 662 The Hustle. 147 Martha, 302 Robert, 303 Jeff, 146 Ellen, and 143 Martha. Hustle Music, please.
and after the characteristic, it would be posture.
posture, I mean, to me, it's like as you walk in, right off the bat, in our eyes, we like things that we're used to liking. So if you're standing upright, frame, you're doing proper footwork, you're showing the characteristics of the dance. It's wonderful because right off the bat, we already like you. Then we look at the partnership, and the partnership is: are you dancing with your partner? Or are you being danced? And that's the thing about taking ownership over the step patterns that you have. And this is where our platforms really help you. Because the more you know about your patterns and what you're supposed to do, the better you're going to dance with confidence and with attack.
On the trophy system platform, when you're watching your patterns, there's our dance board members that are actually
And
showing
thank
you
dancers.
Well, let's
Heat
wait.
663 Bachata. We have 302 Robert, 303 Jeff, 120 Maria, and 146 Ellen. Bachata music, please.
They're showing you the actual step and then the footwork on how to do it. And then we also have our champions. So if you're doing, let's say, cha-cha, it would be a rhythm champion. And they're actually dancing the steps and how they stylize it and everything. So you're learning the characteristic of the dance, how to stylize it. So the platform is unbelievable. I recommend you go talk to your teachers, walk in and say, I want to be on the the trophy system platform, so you can learn about all the patterns of your syllabus instead of your program just sitting in the studio, right?
Just a quick note, Eddie Apollinov says congratulations to all the students on such beautiful dancing. Also, y'all look incredible, very inspiring. Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate you, brother. He is one of our top coaches that travels.
One of the best coaches in the country. He travels everywhere. And if you actually look at the reports, he's one of the top coaches every year.
He is.
With
He
a
is.
lot of
He
sessions
loves
taught.
what he does.
And we have to thank him.
Yes.
The standard of our dancing, he's one of the causes of that.
And
That's
thank
right.
you, dancers. Heat 664. This is the merengue. We have 302 Robert and 303 Jeff. Merengue music, please.
Also, it's a lot of times, like going back to the, what judges are looking for. We want to see that the couple is having a good time. And I always say you have to be an active participant. Bring something to the table. Because I don't want, whatever the level is, because everybody says, I want to look confident. I go, well, confidence is an illusion. The confidence comes out of knowledge, basically. The more you know your patterns, the more you know your steps, the more you know what you're supposed to be doing, then the more confident you're going to appear.
Talk about Eddie. When he stopped professionally dancing in New York, because he started in New York, he came to the Milwaukee area and he became our regional dance director, and truly helped all our professionals and our students to where we are today. So we want to
And
thank
thank
him.
you, couples. Moving on to Heat 665. This is your samba. And we have Ellen and Eric. And samba music, please.
So if you are on the syllabus, Mr. Eddie Apollinov is on the trophy system.
Yes,
and
he
I
is.
believe he's in the gold level doing all the Latin dances. So he very inspiring. So
He is.
online trophy system, that's something that you want to be on.
And recently, Eddie moved to Arizona. He's a dance director in Arizona as well. So he's everywhere, which I love that. And that's what's beautiful about this. Anyone you desire to have in your studio, it just takes a phone call. But going back to what the judges are looking for, as you notice so far, we mentioned everything that's in the program. Figure. It has to be accurate. If your feet are supposed to close, they're supposed to close. And then you have appearance,
Thank
obviously, the
you.
characterization.
Heat 666, West Coast Swing. We have 120 Sarah, 126 Gloria, and 117 Ellen. West Coast is your dance, and music, please.
Then you have partnership, which we just talked about, is knowledge is power, and knowing your patterns, knowing what you bring to the table, so that way lead and follow becomes less physical and more an invitation, a creation, a response. And then, of course, you have the expression part, which it's not just you smiling. Because I had some students say to me, I'll smile when I get to the competition. That normally looks like a terrifying smile, because you're just sitting there showing your teeth, or most of the time you forget to even smile. So I always tell people that you have to be aware visually of the environment that you're dancing in, the person you're dancing with. When you look at them, you actually see them. Because more times than none, I've even heard students in the lineup that they walk off the floor and they go, I don't even know what just happened.
Thank you, couples. Heat 667. This is your Paso Doble. We have 302 Robert, 313 Vern, and 117 Ellen. Paso Doble is your dance, and music, please.
We're looking at right now that our company has 3 virtual competitions. The first one in January. Then we have one, I believe, in August, which is all your solos and novelties, and your showcases in December. In 2023, we are in the process of talking that we're going to combine all 3 competitions, and it's going to be in this competition right here. So while you're dancing your closed divisions and your open divisions and your scholarships, you also could be doing this week your showcases, solos, and novelties. We're setting up, but we were just discussing with Plant how we can set up the whole venue here that we're watching, even though you can either do them live in your studio and we're watching them, or you can pre-tape them, send them in, but we're going to be watching them live, and the
And
judges.
Thank you, dancers. Moving on to Heat 668. This is your salsa. We have 120 Sarah, 106 Nicole, 302 Robert, 303 Jeff, 117 Ellen. Salsa is your dance, and music, please.
And the judges will be actually marking them live as the showcase solos and novelties are going on. So it's going to be really exciting in 2023. We're combining all 3 virtual competitions within one big long week of competition. So we're looking forward to that.
That's going to be so much fun.
Mm-hmm. Some education for the students. Every year our professionals, our owners and managers get together at our FACT seminar. This year it's going to be in Denver, Colorado. And the reason why I'm bringing it up because our teachers are always continuing their educations and always wanting to improve. And that's why I'm bringing it up. Fred Astaire Dance Studios not only certify their teachers, but they make sure
Thank you,
that they
dancers.
pass their
Heat
levels.
669. We have the hustle. We have 120 Sarah, 126 Gloria, 304 Cyrus, 117 Ellen, 302 Robert, and 303 Jeff. And hustle music, please.
That's what I love about our company. We're constantly seeking excellence, knowledge, how to be better. The only way you can improve is if you constantly searching for the next.
And why wouldn't
chapter.
you want to be with a company that they make sure that their teachers are certified and that they know what they're teaching our teachers can only teach what they're certified in. So that's a great thing from our examiners that we have in our company. Our head examiner is Lyle Bracha.
Yes, he is.
And who else do we have as an examiner?
We have Lyle Bradshaw. We have Marilyn Benitez.
Yep.
We have Jack Davey. We have Alex Armos. We have Istvan. We have Boris and Sasha Spichka.
Jeannie Panatello.
Jeannie Panatello.
And we just got a new one, Nadine Rochelle, right?
Nadine Rochelle. That's right.
Yeah, so we have...
Thank you,
Are
couples.
we missing
Moving
anybody?
on to Heat 670. This is your bachata. We have 302 Robert, 117
Davey.
Ellen,
I did mention
145
Jack.
Mary, and bachata music.
Lyle was
please.
going to tell me if I'm missing anybody. 'cause
Yeah. We have a great panel of examiners, and they go all over the country, and they examine our professionals and also our students. So kudos to our examiners.
Yeah, they do a really good job, actually. I've been seeing all the different testing that they've done, different level passing. And once a year, we have a wonderful trophy ball that we recognize all of our students and our teachers for doing a phenomenal job on level passing and really improving every single year.
You know, that's my favorite function out of all of them. The trophy ball in your area or in your studios is my favorite function to go. That's all done, right? It's really your graduation. So it's just like, leaving the little ballet kids that are taking lessons at the end of the year. They have their little performance, and that's basically our trophy ball.
Thank you, couples. Moving on to Heat 671. Merengue, we have 303 Jeff, 117 Ellen, 220 Susan, and 302 Robert. Merengue music, please.
And that's the graduation, that they go from one level to another. So it's like in high school when you went from one level to another. And then at the end, when you graduate, you get your big diploma. And for us, you get your big plaque with the dancer on top, and that you're graduating from your bronze to your silver to your gold. So it's so exciting. The trophy ball is one of my favorite functions.
Oh, we also have Richard Silvers and George Hendricks. That's right. Thank you, Jack, as examiners. I knew I forgot somebody.
Richard Silvers does a lot of the examinations in the North Carolina area and Tennessee area and all that. And then George, he just celebrated a birthday not too long ago, and he lives in Alaska.
Alaska. How
I
cool
know.
is that?
Thank you, couples. Heat 672, Samba. We have 117 Ellen, 120 Susan, and 303 Jeff. Samba's your dance, and music, please.
We're just talking about some of the greats that have lived through our industry. Amazing, amazing people. To follow in the footsteps of our great John Monty.
And thank
as our
you,
dance
dancers. Heat
director.
673, West Coast Swing. 313, Vern. 302, Robert.
Taylor.
117, Ellen. And West Coast, please.
I love Pete
that's
Taylor
when I
as our
was there.
dance
During
director.
Pete Taylor is when I came in. He was unbelievable. What a great personality. Incredible. And then after Pete, it was Bruno. Then it was Armando.
Well, we also had Brian
Steve-
Puddock.
Brian Puddock, that's right. It was Brian Puddock, then Pete Taylor, right? Oh, no, the other way around. Pete Taylor, Brian Puddock, Bruno, Armando, Stephen Knight,
And then
Sasha, and myself. Think about it. 1994, I came to Orlando to our nationals as the first time ever coming to a national.
1994?
94 was my first. No, 93. Excuse me. Was my first competition,
I
my
s-
national competition.
I was here 10 years before you.
Yeah, I was there with Patricia Dates O'Brien. I was dancing smooth. We did all the closed divisions. We had such a good time.
And thank you, dancers. Heat 674, this is your Paso Doble. We have 302 Robert, 117 Ellen, and 313 Vern. Paso Doble music, please.
That's me. Like when I retired.
Yeah, I know. I was there for that. Yeah. It was interesting because it was like my first eye-opening experience of like, oh my God, this is possible. And I was like, okay, I got my goal. This is what I want to do. And I went after it. And then once I opened up Mount Kisco, which was in 1996, I think we went to every single nationals.
She's been dancing all day. She's doing unbelievable. Is that Amanda?
Yeah, that's Amanda.
Amanda, you're incredible. You're my hero.
Yeah. Also, Lakewood Ranch, we got Robert out there killing it. And obviously his beautiful wife as well.
Thank you, dancers.
Lee
Heat 675, this is your salsa. We have 304 Cyrus, 303
David
Jeff,
just reminded
313 Vern, 117 Ellen,
You're
120
right, Jack.
Susan, 302 Robert. Salsa
When
music,
was Lee
please.
a dance director?
Before Brian Potter.
Before Brian Price. This is before my time. Jack, you're showing your age, buddy.
Yep. Lee Santos was just finishing when I came in 83, 84. As a matter of fact, Lee Santos and Peggy, they're in the country western videos, the original.
Oh my goodness, really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing. A lot of history, a lot of legacy. You know, we're continuing their names. And the more we mention their names, the better. Because they truly were the pioneers of our industry.
And Fred Astaire Studios always had a lot of the champions at the United States Ballroom Championships.
Yes.
A lot of Fred Astaire champions
Thank
were
you,
our
couples.
United States
Heat
champions.
676, this is your
Yeah, I
hustle.
brought
We have
2 of those
304
titles.
Cyrus, 117 Ellen, 120 Susan,
Including the first
145
world
Mary,
title.
302 Robert, 303
rhythm.
Jeff, and 119 Christine.
I was the first
And
world
hustle
rhythm
music,
champion.
please.
I didn't even know until the president of NDCA called me and told me that I was the first, when they first developed that title, I was the first world rhythm champion. I was very happy about that because I wasn't expecting it. And I got to defend it, then I retired immediately after that. It was fun. Never dropped a dance. That was my goal, to retire without dropping a dance. Fred Astaire. You never met Fred Astaire, Jack?
No. The original panel, if I'm corrected correctly, was on our adjudicators was P. Taylor, John Monty, Dagmar Yarvel, Linda Dean, Richard Lavelle, and there was one more lady. I
Thank
forget
you,
her name.
dancers.
Oh, Donna
Heat
McHouston.
677, this is your merengue. 302 Robert, 146
And one
Ellen.
more lady, she was
Merengue's
short
your
with
dance
short
and
hair.
music, please.
I can't remember. That was the original dance council. And then after that, Diana Montez came on.
Now we have
I wanna
78
say
members.
something Mary, but who was the theatrical couple? Mr. and Mrs. Before Linda Dean and what's his name? Oh my God. Anyways. Mavor. June Mavor. Yeah. I'm making myself really old.
You are. But you know these names.
Well,
I remember
they
these
were
names,
all
but they're not
they
sitting in
were
the-
all the recent champions when I first started in 1983. So remember,
Thank you, dancers. Heat
the
678, this is your
competitions
samba.
didn't really, or the
we have
United
303
States didn't start
Jeff
till
and Mary and 117
1975 or
Ellen.
something. So
And
10
samba
years
music,
after
please.
I came along.
Yeah. That's crazy. And to think, there were like 3-4 competitions throughout the year. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And now,
There's hundreds of
yeah,
competitions.
Roy
everywhere.
and June Mavor.
yeah.
Now it's like, it's funny. We were talking about it the other day, weren't we? I'm having my trophy ball. You're having your trophy ball, and Luann's having her trophy ball at the same weekend.
Yeah, their daughters,
Yes.
Megan Mavor, just had a birthday a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. A lot of legacy. A lot of. I wonder what the next generation is going to say about us.
Who knows?
What's his name?
Thank you, dancers. Moving on to Heat 679. This is a West Coast swing. We have 302 Robert, 118 Lisa, 146 Ellen. West Coast is your dance, and music, please.
I remember I used to come to
Look at
this
his
Love the
glasses.
glasses.
So cool.
Nick. Love the glasses.
Who's wearing the? Oh, Nick. She left. I remember looking at the podium. Pete Taylor would be up top, and then all the judges would be lined up on the podium, sitting
I
down.
have pictures that there was always 2 or 3 tiers of judges, and the cigarettes that we would smoke at the competitions,
They don't do that anymore. They go outside now.
all the ashtrays on the judges' tables because they all were smoking.
Can you
and
imagine dancing in that
It
ballroom
was
with all that smoke and
unbelievable.
everything?
We used to smoke in our studios. As soon as I finished the lesson, I light up a cigarette, and we had ashtrays in our ballroom.
Wow. I did not get to that point. Because when I started in 1990 in Stamford, Connecticut as a student first, there was no smoking in the studios at that point. And then we went to Manhattan.
We had smoking.
Thank
in
you,
our-
dancers. 680.
Up until
Paso
when?
Doble, 302 Robert,
We
146
used to have
Ellen.
big urinals.
Paso Doble music,
Especially when we
please.
had the meetings at 4 o'clock. We were all smoking. Yeah.
Wow. How much is, I mean, that's how it is in Europe. In Europe, everybody smokes everywhere. I was surprised. I went to Austria on my way to Kosovo, and we had like a layover, so I decided to go downtown Vienna, and everybody smokes everywhere there. Like, I was actually surprised because I kind of expected it in my own country. I get it. They're not very health conscious because they're just not. But I thought in Austria they would be a little bit more, and it was actually, I think, worse there.
Wow.
At least where, in Kosovo, they like to walk. They like to exercise, which is great.
Thank you, dancers. Heat 681. This is our salsa. 106 Nicole, 117 Paulette, 144 Susan, 130 Beth, 302 Robert, and 303 Jeff and Mary. Salsa's your dance, and music, please.
I'm watching all these dancers, and, I've been around for 40 years, so you know where they come from when they first come in for their first lesson. And the great thing about Fred Astaire Dance Studios that it has all these different levels and curriculums. So people start off with like a basic program where they just learn some basic steps, Even that is enough that if you went to a wedding, you can get up and do like a little rumba box and an under turn, and you're having fun with your wife. And then there's the next level, which is the social foundation level, which you actually get a little bit socially at ease, and you'll be able to go on a cruise and have some fun. And then if you want to become a good social dancer, the majority of our students are on their bronze level, and it takes about a year or 2 to complete the bronze level. And then if you want to get a little bit better, the silver level, you actually, if you're dancing, people are going to move out of the way to watch you dance. And if you're at a gold level student, you're
Thank you, dancers.
basically-
Heat 682. This is your hustle. We have 301 Bob, 302 Robert, 305 Marty, 144 Maria, 303 Jeff and Mary, and 117 Ellen. Hustle's your dance, and music, please.
And if you're at the gold level, you're as good as our professionals, and you're really enjoying the technique part of it. And so I'm proud of our company with the different levels of dancing. Then we've incorporated the international levels, the international Latin and the international ballroom. And then we also have Argentine tango, we have salsa, we have
country.
The what?
Country.
Country Western, which we have just finished the Country Western. So if any of you are listening, you could talk to your teachers about the new syllabus and most updated syllabus in Country Western. Pajman Lipsy in Texas with their team, with Jen Mattingly and Alex Armos. Have put their heads together, and I believe this weekend it was their final taping, so that curriculum is coming out soon too. So much is happening.
Thank you,
There's a
couples.
lot.
Heat
There's
683,
a lot
Bachata.
happening right
We have
now.
117, Madeline. 146, Paulette. 303, Jeff and Mary. And Bachata is your dance, and music, please.
What's happening
What do you mean?
with the videos? Oh, there we go. Okay.
Well, there's only 3, and then there's the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, that's delayed.
Oh. Anyways, again, I have to. I might be a little prejudiced, but I'm so excited about all the things that Fred Astaire Dance Studios are doing with IT and with technology, competitions, interregionals, World Cup series. Tad and Elizabeth Joy are heads of our World Cup series department. They've done an exceptional job on putting all those together and
We
working
actually
with
have our
everybody.
awards at CCDC in New Orleans.
Thank you, dancers. Heat 684,
April.
this is your salsa. We have 117, Paulette. 119, Christine. 146, Ellen. Salsa's your dance, and music, please.
And we are actually, because of our 75th anniversary, it used to be top 20. Now it's top 70.
75, which is in 2023. The awards in New Orleans are the awards for 2022.
Yep.
And those are going to be awarded in the New Orleans competitions, our cross-country dance sport championships in New Orleans
For 2021.
for 2000.
Yeah, the awards of last year.
Yeah.
And then in 23, we're going to do the awards of 2022, which is our 75th year anniversary. So
Right.
some
But
of
this
the-
whole year,
all these
we're
couples that
actually
are
doing
dancing right
our
now
75th.
are getting points for that.
So if you come to our 3 national competitions, we will be celebrating our 75th anniversary all year this year, which in NDC,
Thank
our
you,
National Dance
dancers. Heat 685,
Championships.
this is your merengue. 117, Ellen. 302, Robert. And merengue music, please.
Our National Dance Championships in November is going to be our final one, and that's going to be our big hoopla for the 75th anniversary. So I just remembered what I wanted to tell Jessica this morning when I couldn't remember.
They're going to say we're old. That's what Jack said when I said, well, I wonder what they're going to say about us. They're already saying that. My daughter's already calling me old.
Yeah,
Both my daughters started dancing now.
that's fantastic.
Yeah, my youngest one just did 2 competitions already. She's preparing for a 3rd.
I hope to see her
Thank
at
you,
the
dancers.
Nationals.
Heat 686,
I'm planning on
we've
bringing
got the
one of them,
samba.
That's
We've got 2
fantastic.
couples. We've got Jeff 303 and 146 Ellen. Samba music, please.
She's got to get ready for it.
That'll be very exciting. Bring her to
What's
Las
funny
Vegas.
is like the teacher comes up to me and he says, so what do you want me to teach her? And he's going on for like a couple minutes and he's just looking at me and goes, I'm getting a different vibe from you. I go, in this particular case, I'm dad. Don't ask me what you should teach her. You should just, I'm going to be like, yay, on the sideline. So whatever you teach is fine with me. Create a plan for her, have fun.
Absolutely.
And she goes to the competitions. The only thing I do, which annoys the hell out of her, is I video her all the time. But then, like, she kind of looked at me like, why are you videoing me? And I said, Mom wants these videos. Well, you want me in trouble? She said, all right.
We got to get her a little professional partner.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, she's 13. She's already like 5'6", I think.
Thank you, dancers. Moving on to
So-
Heat 687. This is a West Coast swing. We have 146 Ellen, 302 Robert. West Coast, please.
And my 16-year-old just had her first lesson. Loved it. She's actually quite good. It's amazing because I never actually thought 16. So It's funny because my 13-year-old Ariana, she goes, Luana's doing really good. And she was like apparently distracted throughout the whole lesson watching her sister dance.
You know your son would probably love it too.
That's my next thing is bringing my son, and he's going to have to learn how to dance.
Because he was golfing at one time, right?
He was golfing. He likes to putt-putt. He does like to putt-putt. So for some of you that might not know, my son is autistic, and he's an amazing addition to our family. He's been truly a blessing. And we try to find different activities, and recently he started dancing at home, so that's why I'm like excited to take him in and actually. But what I wanted is my daughters to dance with him. So just recently they started doing that, and he loves it. He laughs the
Thank you,
whole time.
couples. Heat 688. This is the Bronze Open Paso Doble. We have 146 Ellen, 302 Robert. Paso Doble music, please.
So we had our showcase in Connecticut, Dancing with Our Own Stars. We did all day long. We had showcases with the students that they did this 30-second video of telling us why this song was important to them, and it was a great success. And then that evening we had a professional show for an hour and a half of a holiday show. And it was the first time that my son stayed through the entire show. Laughed, loved it. So that's why, I mean, and he got to meet everybody, so that's why I think he's gonna, love dancing.
Definitely let him take some
Yeah.
lessons.
Doble right now. It's such a great dance.
Thank you,
The
dancers.
Matador
Heat 689
dance.
Salsa, 146 Ellen, 143 Martha, 126 Gloria, 302 Robert, 303 Jeff. Salsa music, please.
Now that I'm by myself, definitely reach out to me and ask me questions, things you want me to talk about. I'm watching all the different studios we got out there. We got Northport, we got Long Grove, Fort Walton Beach, Lakewood Ranch. There's a lot of amazing dances out there. I see Irina, our former Fred Astaire champion and United States finalist, with her student. I see Aaron having fun in Fort Walton Beach. We have people from everywhere in the world coming into our studios teaching dance. It really is an amazing community that we have created.
Thank you, dancers. Heat 690. This is our hustle. We have 146 Ellen, 120 Maria, 302 Robert, 303 Jeff, 119 Christine, and 136 Davey. And hustle music, please.
Tony, I had a question that came in for you actually while you were talking to Gates. How did you get involved with Dancing with the Stars? Someone texted me.
That's a good question. I had just finished the movie Shall We Dance with Richard Gere and Jennifer Lopez. And I was at the time the current United States champion, so they reached out. And actually I turned them down the first season because I was preparing for the United States championships. So the second season they reached out again, and they kind of like presented an offer that I kind of wanted. I was like, all right, let me try, different experience, different opportunity that presented itself, and I felt like I was prepared for it. And then next thing I knew, I was on Dancing with the Stars, and I actually brought quite a few of my friends in there because they asked my opinion about who I thought was a good teacher, because it wasn't just based on your
Thank
accolades,
you,
it was
couples.
actually based on your teaching skills
691
as well.
Hustle, 303 Jeff and Mary, 126 Gloria, 302 Robert. Hustle music, please.
And I was there for 21 seasons, 22 actually, if you count some of the performances that I did. And it was incredible journey. I got to dance with so many different stars, so many different people. It was interesting because while I was in it, I never even thought of the fact that I was on TV. I was just there to make sure that I taught well, that I try to highlight my students the best possible way. So,
Do you feel it shaped your perspective on dancing at all?
it did to a certain extent, because what I used to think was important after watching myself on TV and watching the different the different way of looking at dancing from different angles.
Thank you, couples. Heat 692. We've got the merengue. We've got 302 Robert, 143 Martha, 117 Ellen. Merengue music, please.
Because it was more three-dimensional. It wasn't as flat because we were so used to dancing in front of mirrors, and then you introduce dancing in Dancing with the Stars through TV and 17 different cameras, and the director was very creative in the things that he used in order to highlight your dancing. You discovered different things that became far more important, and it actually gave you an inside view of what judges see. Because a lot of times we dance in front of mirrors, but most of the time the judges are behind you or in a different angle. So how you dance, and how you're being perceived by the judges is two different things. Because if you're looking at yourself in the mirror, you see in your face, So I actually, as of Dancing with Stars, I stopped using mirrors. I don't use mirrors. I want to feel
Thank
the
you,
three-dimensional
couples. Heat
space
693,
awareness
this is
more.
Your samba. We have 143 Martha and 117 Ellen. Samba music, please.
We have Anna Krasnoshapka saying, "Great job, everyone." She is our new council member. She's been going around the country coaching and doing a fantastic job representing her studio across, different interregionals and nationals and so on. Truly a special person, and we're very appreciative to have her in our company. But yeah, you're right, Plant. The Dancing with Stars did actually change my perspective on what I found important and what I didn't. I was very programmed in one way, and it actually visually being present is something that I find very strange, that people don't like looking at each other when they're dancing with each other in competitions. And that to me makes no sense.
And thank you, couples. Moving on to Heat 694. This is our West Coast swing. We have 118 Lisa, 143 Martha, and 117 Ellen. West Coast is your dance, and music, please.
Caroline just said, love spending time Saturday with our Fred Astaire family from all over the country. Everyone looks incredible. Thank you, Caroline. Go ahead, Blant. Sorry.
That's right. Besides being the national dance director, you're also recently a new area director as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. I am new area director for Connecticut, and I am in partnership with Boris and Sasha Spichka from Massachusetts. And it's been a wonderful journey, and I feel like I'm taking part in bringing the company into the next stage of it. Because as you know, we are a growing company. So, I feel like I'm a big part of growing. And my favorite part of the entire thing is the fact that I could continue the legacy of the great dance directors that we've had in the past and hopefully set the bar for the future.
Thank you, dancers. Heat 695. This is our West Coast swing. We have 302 Robert and 305 Marty. West Coast is your dance, and music, please.
And by developing the areas, it gives me an opportunity to really grow the company in a proper way with all the different platforms that we have to offer and so on. So I love what I'm doing. It's like I've never worked a day in my life because I love what I do.
That brings me to the next thing I was thinking about. And you can choose not to answer this if I go too far, but I'm kind of curious. After 21 plus seasons on ABC's Dancing with the Stars, you probably could have done a lot of different things with your career. What made you come back to Fred Astaire?
That's an interesting question because I get asked that a lot. And to me, I love being a ballroom dancer. I love being a teacher. I love coaching. I love developing. I love the studio environment. I love the people in it. So to me, that is my identity. That's what I wanted to do my whole life. So even though I was on Dancing with Stars.
Heat 696, this is your Paso Doble. We have 117 Ellen and 302 Robert. Paso Doble music, please.
A lot of different doors opened up while I was in LA and across the country. In fact, I worked as a correspondent for Extra, which very recently they actually offered me a job and I had to turn it down because I am where I want to be. I love what I do. So for me, it was like a no-brainer to come back to what I love doing because I never left. And that's the difference to me. Even though for me it was like a gig that I was doing down in LA, I was able to do what I love doing on TV and sharing the love that I have and the passion that I have for dancing and for performing, because I got to perform a lot with various different artists, like some of the best artists in the world. I've danced with Andrea Bocelli, Josh Groban, Cher, Celine Dion. You know, like you name it, I've danced to them. And to me, that was a part of it. But
Heat 697, this is a Paso Doble. We have 117 Ellen and 310 Ron and Martha. Paso Doble, music please.
But my greatest achievement was to become a great teacher, to become a representative of Fred Astaire and United States in World Championships. As I mentioned earlier, I was the first American world champion. So
I
for
love
me,
your hat, Ron.
that is my absolute, pride and joy, because I worked so hard my entire life to achieve that. And for me to walk away from it, to buy into that whole, I call it smoke and mirrors of LA, I'm a ballroom dancer. This is where I belong. And the company of Fred Astaire is what gave me the training, the first footsteps, I learned everything I needed to learn in Fred Astaire studio. And it's funny because back in the day, John De Palma, which owned the Fred Astaire studio in Midtown Manhattan, told me something that was very
And
important.
Thank you, couples. Moving on to Heat 698, this is a salsa. We have 302 Robert, 305 Marty, 143 Martha, 119 Christine, 117 Paulette, and 303 Jeff and Mary. Salsa music, please.
He said that ballroom dancing was going to give me the tools to achieve anything I ever wanted to achieve in life. And whether I wanted to be an entertainer, a teacher, anything that I wanted. And he was absolutely right. Through ballroom dancing, I was able to accomplish all these different things. So, I mean, I work also, I was in a PGA of America, Professional Golf Association. I was in a player and coaching development committee. I was a keynote speaker for PGA, where I had 1,600 professional golfers, teachers, in front of me.
I want to give a little shout out to Cyrus and Chase over there cheering on all the Fort Walton dancers. Go Cyrus and Chase.
So yeah, I don't know. That's a loaded question. Hopefully, I gave some sort of answer, Plant.
And thank you, couples, and thank you, Cyrus and Chase, for being great cheerleaders. Moving on to Heat 699, this is our hustle. We have 302 Robert, 117 Ellen, 143 Martha, and 303 Jeff and Mary. Hustle music, please.
I like your questions, Plant.
Thanks. So one thing I found interesting about you, and again, if I go anywhere that you don't want me to, just let me know.
That's all right.
Made a list. So you were born in Kosovo, correct?
Correct.
But you're Albanian?
Yeah, Kosovars are Albanians.
Okay.
So when I came here in 1989, we actually under political refugees because my family and I were chased out of the then Serbian government or Yugoslavian, government that was very communist heavy, and my dad was against it, and they went after us.
And that's what brought you to the United States?
Yes.
All right, thank you, dancers. Heat 700, we've got the bachata. We've got Madeline, 117, 303 Jeff and Mary, 143 Martha, and 302 Robert. Bachata's your dance.
Jack David just said, Tony, you're a GOAT. I love you, Jack. So, yeah, in 1989, the conflict started in Kosovo, and they threw bombs in our schools. And I remember I was 15 years old, and we were protesting, saying we want freedom, because they wanted to take our language away and so on. So I'm going to give you guys a short story of it. So my dad was a diplomat. He had come to the United States several times on the diplomatic visa and so on. So one day I was playing outside. He just drove up, put us in a car, went upstairs, took whatever he could take that was, that was of value. And we got in a car and we drove all the way through Slovenia. And at the Slovenian border, we handed the passports. The Slovenian guard knew that we were wanted, but at that point, Slovenia was trying to defect as well.
Thank you, dancers. Moving on to Heat 701. This is our merengue. We have 302 Robert and Millie. Merengue music, please.
So he said he didn't stamp our passport. He just handed them back because we were under the instructions that if my dad was going to get stopped, we were going to run across the border and take our chances. And the guard actually said to my dad, leave this country and don't come back. Forsaken country, to be exact in translation. So we went to Italy. We went to the embassy in Italy, and they did not approve us to come to the United States, even though we had facts that we were wanted because we were in the front of the major newspaper in Yugoslavia, that they wanted us dead or alive. So we pretended to go on a world tour, went to different countries, and we ended up in Mexico finally, and we were supposed to go to Acapulco, but we didn't. We went to Tijuana, and I actually...
Thank you to
This is
Robert
gonna be
and
very
Millie.
surprising
Great
to a
job.
lot of
Okay,
people.
moving on to 702. This is our merengue. We have 137 Lisa and 302 Robert and merengue.
So my dad had the visa. He had a diplomatic visa. So he went across the border because at that point we had depleted all our funds. And he had to leave all three of his kids with a Mexican guy that walked us through the border and met us in San Diego. And we took a TWA flight back then to New York where my uncle met us. And then the very next day we went and reported ourselves to the immigration. And when we told the immigration officer all the different details that what happened, he couldn't believe that in Italy at the embassy they didn't give us visas. So we got approved immediately for political asylum.
Huh.
Yeah. So I came into this country in 1989 illegally. But we made ourselves legal right away the next day. We went and reported ourselves.
Yeah.
Because we couldn't fathom the thought that we would be illegal
Alrighty, thank
somewhere.
you,
know?
dancers. Moving on to Heat 703, we've got the Samba. We've got 137 Lisa, 117 Ellen, and 126 Florida. And Samba music, please.
Because, when you think about it, you can't, we didn't feel safe. My dad didn't feel safe. My sister was 17. I was 15. My brother was 11. And my parents were divorced. So it was only my dad and the three of us. And we couldn't go anywhere else. We were chased. We were political refugees. And we didn't know the relationship that Yugoslavia had with all the other countries fully. We didn't know if we got caught somewhere. Did they put out a thing? Because we were in the front page. So for the first, I want to say 15 years that we were in the United States, we kind of kept quiet. Because we didn't know if they would send somebody. Because back then, my dad spoke pretty openly against the communism and against the politics and so on. But everything happens for a reason, because my dad went from being a CEO of a computer company, NCR.
And thank you, dancers. Heat 704, this is our West Coast swing. We have 302 Robert, 118 Lisa, and 117 Ellen. West Coast music, please.
He went from being a CEO of a computer company, NCR, which now makes copier in former Yugoslavia, and having a PhD, a master's in math and science and so on. And he basically couldn't apply for a job here because of language barriers. He did apply, but they wouldn't give him any position that was of any significance because he had to support our family. So he asked me to work at 15, so I had to drop out of school. I was actually back home in second year in college for architecture because I kind of skipped classes because my dad and I used to have battles and who could be smarter, which was funny. And then I worked in a diner, and he worked as a doorman in a building in Stamford, Connecticut. And while I was working at the diner, I was learning how to be a cook.
All right, thank you. Couples, moving on to Heat 705. This is your Paso Doble. We have 302 Robert, 310 Ron, and 117 Ellen. Paso's your dance and music, please.
So the cook that was teaching me was getting an invitation to a Fred Astaire dance studio, and he threw it away. So rewind, back in Yugoslavia, we used to watch MGM movies. So I recognized the logo of Fred Astaire So I took it out of the trash and I said, "What is this?" He goes, "Oh, it's this dance studio that keeps sending me free trials." So I said, "Can you take me there?" Because I was like 16 at the time. And he said, "Sure, I'll take you." So he took me to there. And actually, John De Palma remembers this because Mary and Nicole taught me my first box step. Couldn't even speak English at the time that well. And that's how I started in Fred Astaire studio as a student. As I was working at the diner and became a student. And then 3 months later, John De Palma offered me a job and I became a Fred Astaire teacher. And I was there in Stanford first for the first couple of months. And then I moved to Midtown Manhattan to work for him at the Midtown Manhattan studio.
Thank you, dancers. Moving on to Heat 706, we've got the salsa. We've got 302 Robert, 144 Maria, 118 Lisa, and 117 Paulette. Salsa's your dance, and music, please.
So going back to what my dad was doing, he was working as a doorman and became a handyman and so on. So he started fixing like bathrooms, like tiles and things like that. And everything happens for a reason. I truly believe that, because he started fixing this lady's tiles in the bathroom, and in her talking to my dad, realizes he's an educated person, and started asking a few more questions. And she goes, "You need to talk to my son." And my dad kind of just brushed it off. And then 3 days later, these limos pull up, and here comes Senator Lieberman. And he had a full-on conversation with my dad, because the lady that my dad fixed the bathroom up was his mom. So they had like a 4.5-hour conversation. And then the next day, Senator Lieberman met with President Clinton at the time. And they approved the weapons to be sent to Kosovo. And
Thank
that's
you,
how
couples. Moving on to Heat 706. This is our salsa. We have 302 Robert, 144 Maria, 118 Lisa, 117 Paulette. Salsa is your dance, and music, please.
And that's how this whole conflict with in Kosovo got pretty much altered as far as the direction. My uncle was a big key to this. Actually, when I met President Clinton in Las Vegas and played golf with him, he remembered the entire thing.
Sorry, folks. Sorry, that was my fault. We're on Heat 707 Hustle, 302 Robert, 117 Ellen, and 145 Mary. Hustle's your dance, and music, please.
So you can say that my life has been very interesting.
Yeah, that's a great story, actually. I'd never heard all of it. I heard pieces of it, but
This is still pieces of it. I didn't kind of give you the whole deal, but
wow.
yeah, I mean, it's I think everything happens for a reason. That's why I always tell people I've lived enough for 3 lifetimes. So it's been a lot of fun. That's why I love doing what I do. Dancing was always an escape for me, because in midst of all that turmoil that was happening in our country, I got to dance. I was dancing since I was 3 years old, but from the age of 12 to 15, I was on TV doing break dancing and folk dancing and performing in front of audiences and so on. And then coming to the United States, working as a dishwasher, then, a waiter, busboy, and then
And
getting...
thank you, couples. Moving on to 708. This is another hustle. We have 303 Jeff and 302 Robert. Hustle, music, please.
And then, the guy threw the certificate away, and I took it out of the trash. I mean, think about that moment. If I did not see that certificate, what would I be doing right now?
Yeah,
I don't know.
right? That's awesome.
So I saw that certificate, took it out of the trash, and asked him to take me to a dance studio. I mean, that's just... I think about moments in my life that I made certain decisions, because everything is a blessing in disguise. Most people would have probably said, "Nah, I don't want to be a busboy. I don't want to be, I don't want to do whatever." But to me, it's like everything leads you to something else. When one door closes, another one opens. So for me, leaving my country was the most devastating thing, because I loved being there. But look at the opportunity I got by being in America. I would have never achieved maybe any of these things by being back home. So, and when God gives you an opportunity to do something, you got to take it by the reins and go for it.
709, this is your merengue. 146 Ellen, 120 Maria, 302 Robert, and merengue is your music.
That's why for me, I mean, yes, Jack, absolutely. One day I will be writing a book of my journey. Not for nothing, more for my family, for my kids, because I don't think my kids even understand the things that I went through. But, you know, even sometimes when I explain it, even as I explain it, I think to myself, I can't believe this is true. Like, it seems so far-fetched and so crazy. And I remember going back to Kosovo after 20 years. I hadn't been home. And I went back, and when I landed, I kissed the ground, and I saw the bullet holes that were left in my building. And I was remembering how a sniper was following me, going to get bread. I remember the places where the police stopped me and abused me and beat me up and so on.
Thank you, Cubbles. Moving on to Heat 710, we've got the Samba, and we've got Ellen and Kevin. Samba's your dance, and music, please.
And then along with that, I was remembering where I danced and where my escape was, and where I could escape that turmoil and just lose myself in dancing. And where the TV station was and where I was dancing and doing all that, and where the performances, the theater was, and it was like a crazy emotional, like, roller coaster. So when you think about what life gives you and what you can make of it, it's truly amazing. That's why it's like, as I travel around the country and I meet all these incredible students from different walks of life, they all have a story. And I'm always very interested in their story, because I'm sure everybody's been through their challenges. Somebody said to me, well, I mean, look at all your success and all that.
And thank you, Ellen and Kevin, for that great Samba. Moving on to Heat 711, West Coast Swing. We have 146 Ellen, 302 Robert, 136 Davey, and West Coast Swing, music, please.
And to me, it's like the failures are far greater than my successes. But I sure enjoy the successes in the sense of my kids. That's how I measure my success. How much respect my kids have for me. How much love I have towards, and family. Family is the most important thing, because success does not get measured by things or money or experiences. Experiences are important. You go into a studio, you leave a smile on somebody's face, and dancing does that. I love it when I see the look on a student's face where they get something. Oh, it is the reason why I teach. It's that spark in the eye. It is the reason why we all teach. And I know that all of the council members I have with me, they all feel the same way. We all feel this we live and die by each box step.
Thank you, dancers. Moving on to Heat 712. This is our Paso Doble. We have 146 Ellen, 302 Robert. Paso Doble, please.
And somebody asked me, like, you've been through a war, you've been through being, walked across borders and lived in the most horrible parts, and experienced some. I say, yeah, but those are all experiences that teach you for life. And I bring that to every lesson in an indirect way, like you because I appreciate the fact that I'm in the presence of another person that is eager to learn. And, I was able to use all that emotion in my dancing and in every aspect, whether it was through teaching or performing or just motivation behind what I needed to do. That's why anytime I had an opportunity to dance, I danced. Anytime I had the opportunity to, I practiced. I used to sleep maybe 5 hours a night. That's about it. I still only sleep 5 hours a night.
Thank you, dancers. Moving on to Heat 713. We've got the salsa. We've got 136 Davey, 303 Jeff, and 117 Paulette. Salsa music, please.
Because I wanted to be the most rehearsed guy out there. I didn't want to leave any stone, unturned. I wanted to, I would get up at 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock, and I would practice and work out and teach and practice, work out and sleep. And I ate, slept, dreamt, everything dance. And that's what the secret to accomplishing anything is, isn't it?
Yep, I think so. From Political refugee to Emmy nominated. You were nominated for an Emmy, right, in 2006?
Yes, I was with Stacy Keebler's choreography.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That was such a surprise because they asked me to submit my choreography, so I did. And the Emmy nomination came, and for what I understand, I was very close to actually getting it.
Fantastic.
Thank you, dancers. Heat 714. This is our salsa. We've got 304 Cyrus, 302 Robert, 146 Ellen, 130 Beth. Salsa's your dance, and music, please.
You know, one thing I think is interesting about your professional competitive career, you didn't have, a ton of different partners.
Actually, at 10. I did, actually. It's funny because in the beginning, I had several partnerships that did not last very long because I might have been a little bit too structured. To me, missing a rehearsal was not an option. You better show up with a doctor's note. So for me, being late was not an option. So I went through a few partners till I found the right partners for me, and I was able to dance several different styles. Actually, I danced 3 styles competitively. I did smooth, I did rhythm, and Latin. I was quite successful in all 3. And as far as an experience goes, yes, I've accomplished a lot. I won Rising Star Latin. I won Rising Star Smooth back in the day in Cherry Hill and so
Moving on
on.
to Heat 715. This is your hustle. We've got 146 Ellen, 303 Jeff and Mary, and 302 Robert. Hustle's your dance, and music, please.
So I was able to dance with quite a few different partners, but my last partner, which was Elena Grinenko, what an opportunity that was for me. And we were best friends for a very long time. So when we got to dance with each other, it was fun from the word go, and we worked so hard. And we had so much fun and so many laughters. Not once did we have even a sideways look at each other. We were just laughing the entire way. We enjoyed that. And I always tell Lena that she solidified my career as a dancer because I didn't know what dancing really was until I danced with her. And I had some great partnerships along the way. And every single female partner that I had taught me so much, and I'm appreciative of all of them. But when it came to Lena, maybe because we were friends, it just changed me. It changed me for the better. I became so much a better partner.
Moving on to Heat
actually.
716. This is our bachata. We have 117 Madeline, 146 Paulette, 303 Jeff and Mary. Bachata's your dance, and music, please.
Jack David just reminded me, yes, Jack, you're right. I was Buzz Lightyear. And when Buzz and Jesse danced, that's me and Cheryl, we went to Pixar Studios, and they put all those cameras and everything that you could think of, and they filmed us and they recorded us and the whole bit, and it was quite an experience. And what's funny is that that's pretty much what my kids are really impressed with, nothing else. All my achievements is like nothing. Dad, you were Buzz Lightyear. That was the most important thing for them. So thank you, Jack. Funny, right? But yeah. And now that they started dancing and all that, it's pretty cool to see the next generation of my family, join in on something that's been so important in my life, which is dancing.
You have 3 children, right?
Yes,
Thank
I do.
you.
I have a
Couples, Heat
16-year-old daughter,
717. This is your
Luana, and I
merengue.
have 13-year-old
We have
twins.
303 Jeff and Mary, 117 Ellen,
Adrian and Ariana.
302 Robert. Merengue's your dance, and music, please.
In fact, the new line of shoes that we have from Upstage have my name and my kid's name as the shoe design.
Really?
Yeah. We just designed some new sneakers that are amazing for teaching and for practicing. I'm really excited for the launch, and it's actually going to be at CCDC, where they're going to have all the material there, all the shoes and sneakers, and everybody that's already ordered it, anybody that's worn it, they're just blown away by the quality of it.
Awesome. And what line is that?
Upstage.
Upstage. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Oh, I've tried them on.
Did you like them?
Yeah. Now I know what you're talking about.
They're like Pumas, right?
Yeah.
We did. We spent so many hours redesigning them until they came out exactly the way I expected
Thank you,
them
couples.
to.
Moving on to Heat 718. This is your samba. We have 303 Jeff and Mary and 117 Ellen. Samba music, please.
Yeah, they're very, very cool.
they're so comfortable and they're so supportive in your feet because we're on our feet constantly. So the fact that we can actually now dance with sneakers that will support your foot, will support your, I call it your life, because our feet is our life.
Yeah.
Because if you can't use your feet properly and you can't really feel the support of the shoe, then your day becomes shorter and shorter, and I can't have that.
Now, I heard a rumor. Tell me if this is true. Did you? Was your first date with your wife a blind date?
Yeah, it was a blind date. I proposed to her 4 hours after I met her.
That's what I had heard. That's
It's
crazy.
true. Well, you heard the rest of my life. Why are you surprised?
Thank you, couples.
I
Heat
guess.
719. We've got our West Coast Swing. We've got 302 Robert and 117 Ellen. West Coast Swing music, please.
And according to her, she has not answered yet. She still says the verdict is out. I'm like, okay.
You never know. Was it tough? Your schedule for Dancing with the Stars with you and your family?
At first, it wasn't because I used to bring my family down there. But then once the kids started school, then it became difficult.
Yeah.
And the reason why I left Dancing with Stars is actually because of my kids, my family. Because I was missing way too much time from them. They're 6 months out of the year, I was in LA the entire time. So it's not like I could fly back and forth. And I would bring them out maybe a couple of times. Throughout the 3 months, and it just became too much, and I would get burnt out. By the time I'd get home, it would take 3 weeks for me to kind of come back to normal, and then before you knew it, it was almost like you had to go back to Dancing with Stars. So
Moving on to Heat 720.
it
This is
was
salsa.
an
We
easy
have
decision
303
for me.
Jeff and Mary, 117 Ellen, and 302 Robert. Salsa music, please.
So after 21 seasons, I said, in fact, I had a meeting with the producers, and I was like, they were asking me to do one more season because apparently there was a star that was asking for me, and I said, I don't think you guys want an unhappy Tony on your set. I don't think I'm good with that. And they said, what do you mean? I go, well, I mean, when I'm happy about something, I'm exciting to be around, but I'm not happy about something. I want out of there. So I felt like it ran its course, and I just needed to be out of there because, and it was great because within, I want to say, a year, my daughter's grades got so much better. Like they needed me around.
Yeah.
That's literally the whole reason why I left, and I'm so happy I made the right decision on that.
Thank you, dancers. Heat 721, Hustle. 303, Jeff and Mary. 117, Ellen. 302, Robert. Hustle is your dance, and music, please.
Good questions there, Plant.
I think about them for a while, and when I get a chance to sit down with you, it's...
Well, we never really gotten a chance to, it's funny because somebody said to me, like, you did this, you did that, and I forget about it, actually. Because I feel like the rearview mirror is like something you glance at, you don't stare at it, because the windshield is so much more exciting. So I'm always thinking about the next thing and what can I do to improve myself? What can I do to improve my environment? What can I do to improve people around me?
So what's the next thing?
I'm actually living the next thing right now. Being the dance director, being the regional director, I'm in the thick of the next thing. So until I feel
Thank
like
you,
I'm
dancers.
making
Heat
this,
722, we've got the merengue. We've got 303, Jeff and Mary. 146, Ellen, and 302, Robert. Merengue music, please.
until I feel like I've really made a significant difference as a dance director and as a regional director and growth and so on, I can't be thinking about that next thing because I truly am doing what I love doing right now.
It shows, and this is not an insult to any of your previous dance directors, but at the national competitions, you're there at the first heat of every day, entering everyone in, welcoming them. It doesn't matter if it's at 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning. You could have been up until 2 in the morning the night before. You're always there with a smile on, getting everyone's energy up for the day. I think that's fantastic.
Thank you, Plant. That means a lot. I love, like I said, I love doing what I do. And, I feel like as a dance director, you're wearing the hat of, an example of what like what I thought of the dance directors. I always thought they were the ultimate.
And
So-
thank you, dancers. Moving on to Heat 723 Samba. We have 303 Jeff and Mary, 146 Ellen, and 14, and that's it. Samba music.
So for
please.
me, like I can't ask anybody to do something I'm not willing to do myself. So rather than ask somebody, I'd rather just do it myself as long as I'm capable. So if I'm able to get up in the morning and do that, why not? I mean, I kind of look forward to it. I look forward to wishing everybody luck. I look forward to high-fiving everybody, to sharing a smile, to sharing a story of accomplishment, because I get to work with a lot of these students. So for me to see them in nationals representing themselves, representing their teacher, studio, region, it's awesome. And I'm there to cheer them on. And I can see how much it means to people when they see me there and that I follow through on what I say when I tell them that I'm going to be there to cheer you on. I'm going to watch you dancing. I'm going to improve your dancing every time I work with you. It holds accountability. And I think all of our dance council does that, which is wonderful. You see the welcome
Thank
lines
you, dancers. Moving
every
on to
single
Heat
time at our
724,
nationals.
We've got the West Coast Swing. Welcome to the floor, Ellen and Kevin, and music, please.
So thank you, Plant.
Yeah, thank you. As teachers, we oftentimes learn things from our students through the course of teaching them how to dance. In all the people you got to work with on the TV show, is there anything that you came away from learning from some of those people?
Yeah, well, one thing that always sits like at the forefront for me, I learned from Leah Remini. She said something to me a while back, and she said it a few times, and because we became family, we literally became family. So when Leah said, what did she say to me? She said, every time you walk in a room, bring something with you. And I thought she was talking about a
And
potluck.
thank you, Ellen and Kevin. Moving on to 725, we got the Pazza Doble. 302 Robert and 146 Ellen. Pazza Doble, music, please.
I thought she was talking about food or something. And I was like, you mean food? She goes, no. Bring your personality, your wit, your humor, your knowledge, something that people feel your presence in a room. Whether you're educating somebody, whether you're teaching somebody, whether you're just listening to somebody, or creating an environment of fun and laughter and excitement. It's up to you to make that happen. Don't just walk in and expect others to do it. It's like a potluck. Everybody should be bringing something to it. So I kind of live by that rule. So every time I'm in a room, I find a way to make a difference, to create the environment that I want to have. And that was the other thing. She said, if you don't like the room that you're in, either change the environment or change the room. So I choose to change the room because, the
Thank
environment.
you, dancers. Heat 726, this is your salsa. We have 303 Jeff and Mary, 106 Nicole, 146 Ellen, 302 Robert, and judges, we have an addition, Madeline from Lakewood, 117. Salsa's your dance, and music, please.
So I choose to change the environment in a sense of, what's being, talked about, or, the excitement in it and so on, because changing the room is not an option for me. So that's why whenever I'm at the Nationals, I try to create a particular energy in the room, and whenever I'm in my regionals or in a studio or working with a student and so on, I like being able to change the environment to a positive environment, to an exciting environment, to a cheering environment, to almost like a little party, because that's the room that I want to be in. So I make it into a room I want to be in. I remember back in the day, I used to do 600-700 entries at the competition, and that when we had our pro party.
Thank you, couples. Moving on to Heat 727, we've got the Hustle. We've got 146 Ellen, 302 Robert. Hustle music, please.
So I would walk into the pro party, and I would literally bring a boombox and make it into a nightclub because I wanted to dance still. People would look at me like, you just did 600-700 entries. Yeah, so I love doing what I do. It's not a job for me. It's something I love doing. So yeah, I guess that's what I learned from Leah. From Kathy Ireland, I learned that generosity has no limits. You really can, whether it's sharing a smile, sharing a good story, helping somebody in need. I went to St. Jude's with her a lot. She is a true angel. She helps so many kids, so many families. From Susan Lucci, I learned that class.
Thank you, dancers. Heat 728. This is your merengue. We have 302 Robert, 146 Ellen. Merengue music, please.
Being classy and being understanding and really appreciating everything that surrounds you is very important. And taking pride in everything you do. From Stacy Keebler, I learned that anything's possible. I didn't even know she was a wrestler when I first started working with her. And then I saw that and I was like, oh my God, here's this ballerina girl that did wrestling. I mean, go figure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Sarah Evans, I mean, talk about dealing with adversity. She got divorced right on the show, and seeing her go through all that, I learned a lot, on how to handle public life in a sense that, you have to be careful with everything that you do. Jane Seymour, I mean, we went to England. She, lost her
Thank you,
mom during the
dancers.
show.
Moving on to
So
Heat 729. We've got a samba, and we welcome to the floor Ellen and Kevin. Samba music, please.
talk about the show must go on. I mean, we flew all the way to England and did the whole burial and came back, and she was just unbelievable the way she handled everything. It was pretty impressive. Winona Judd, I mean, an icon in the country music, and got to meet Ashley Judd, got to meet, her mom and so on, and what a class act, and the history of music and what it's given to us, And Melissa Rycroft, I mean, we did, here's a girl that was on a Bachelor and got dumped on national TV, and how she came back and was able to really make the best of that situation. So there's a lot. I learned from every single one of them. I mean, look at Kate Goslin. She had 8 kids.
And thank you, Ellen and Kevin. We're going to keep you right there for the West Coast Swing. And music, please.
I mean, here's somebody that was a nurse in Pennsylvania, Reading, Pennsylvania, and 8 kids, and she had a popular show and so on. Not, was my experience with her great? No, but I learned a lot from it, because I was like, she's got a lot thrown at her, and she was able to make it a game for her, and that was impressive, Then, of course, Wendy Williams. I mean, she juggled so many different things and was able to, I mean, she's an icon in the radio industry, and then having her own show and so on. So it was interesting learning experience with her, and she has become a really good friend too. But Leah Remini was, I would say, a very intricate part of my learning of,
and
different
thank
things.
you, Ellen and Kevin, for your West Coast Swing. Moving on to Heat 731. This is a Paso Doble. We have 302 Robert and 146 Ellen.
And she had
Paso
just
Doble
left
music, please.
Scientology too at that moment.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you.
Yeah,
about
so I know all about all that before the show ever became an Emmy nominated, an Emmy winner, and many award winner. I knew all this, and I was there for the birth of the show and the birth of the exposure of Scientology, I guess. I got to experience different things of it, where we were followed and taken pictures of and everything else you could think of. And it was an eye-opening experience, clearly. It was it was so different. It was so wow. It was a wow thing. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I learned a few things.
That's awesome.
Did you really want to know?
And thank you,
I did.
couples. Moving on to Heat 732. We have our salsa. We got 117 Madeline, 303 Jeff, 302 Robert, and 146 Ellen. Salsa music, please.
Was the judging that was done for Dancing with Stars, is it different, similar to dance sport judging?
Can you ask that question again? Because I missed the first part of it.
Sure. So, like how they judge the winners
On Dancing with
on
Stars?
Dance with Stars versus competitive dance sport. Is it similar in terms of what you're trying to accomplish? Or is-
That's it. It's always a quick like they judge more on personality. They judge more on the journey. They judge more on like
sure.
they were producing a show.
Yeah.
So I mean, even Len himself said to me, "Don't listen to me when I'm giving you a compliment, and don't listen to me when I'm criticizing, because it's just part of it."
It's all.
So I mean, I appreciated the fact that he said that because it gave me an opportunity to not take it so serious. Although you can't
And
help
thank
yourself
you,
because you
dancers.
still
Moving on
end
to
up taking it
7:33, We've got
serious.
the hustle. We've got 303 Jeff and Mary, 302 Robert,
So-
and 146 Ellen.
Let me
And
take a
hustle
picture of
music,
this
please.
real quick. So, yeah, I mean, I don't take those. I mean, I had some battles with Carrie and Abba because she kept calling lifts and things like that, which made no sense to me because she doesn't come from our world. So I said one time I took like the NDCA rules and circled what a lift is and sent it to her trailer. She didn't take that very well. But see, that's the thing is like I'm me being a world champion and being a very accomplished, professional as a teacher and being a certified adjudicator, a world certified adjudicator with diplomas and everything else. It's very difficult to listen to somebody that came from another world telling me what a lift is. So that's where basically it became like that whole, awkward moments and so on. But I think it made for good TV.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Obviously.
And thank you,
Yeah.
dancers. Heat 734. This is a bachata. We have 117 Madeline, 303 Jeff and Mary, 302 Robert. Bachata music, please.
So let me ask you, Plan, because you have a studio. You've been around students for a very long time. I've known you forever. What was your perception of Dancing with the Stars?
When it first came out, I was really excited because I thought it would, and I think it had ultimately brought ballroom dancing to a much bigger audience. When I first started, most of the students were older, retirees, widows and widowers, 60s, 70s, 80s, and now it's a lot younger crowd, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Dancing with the Stars specifically just brought the idea of dancing back to people. So I think that's fantastic. I wasn't always happy with some of the...
All right, thank you, couples. Moving on to Heat 735. We got the merengue, 302 Robert, 303 Jeff and Mary. Merengue music, please.
the way that some of the professionals, especially early in the show, presented themselves, I guess. I didn't think it was a good representation of what dancing was like, but that could have been from the producers too, trying to just make a show that was interesting to watch. But ultimately, I think it's done like just a fantastic increase to the ballroom world. I mean,
I totally agree. Actually, what's funny about that is, at least at the beginning, we could tell the difference between one dance to the other. Right now, recently, I just watched this last season, and I was kind of concerned about the fact that all the dances looked the same. So no matter what dance you were doing, so it's almost like you think you get contemporary dance. So there's too much flash and, excuse my expression, trash, and not enough substance of the characterization of the dance. You know, I do want to see some basics here and there. I do want to see recognizable steps.
And thank you, couples. Heat 736. This is your samba. We have 303 Jeff and Mary and 117 Ellen. Samba music, please.
I will admit, when it first came out, I was like, well, we'll see how long it lasts. I'll be honest. I was like,
think you're not the only one that thought that.
couple of years and it's going to go away. Why are we making it? But it's like that's a credit to all of you guys. I mean, you guys really made the show
I
great.
think we didn't even know what we were doing, but we were full of attitudes. I could tell you that.
Yeah, but it worked, right?
We walked in and we were like, these producers know nothing about dancing. And literally, like, we had arguments upon arguments. I used to argue about music. I used to argue about the clothing, the costume department. Because I had a certain standard, and I was like, you guys are misrepresenting ballroom dancing. And they kept saying to me, this is a TV show.
Right.
And I kept saying, yeah, but don't you want to be accurate? You've hired me for that reason. So listen to the person that's actually done it. And all of us were kind of
Alrighty,
gathering on that.
Thank you, dancers. Heat 737. This is your Paso Doble. We have 117 Ellen and 302 Robert. Paso Doble is your dance and music, please.
And much to the producers' credit on this, they did listen to a lot of the things that we said. However, they knew how to produce a show, and and the more authentic they kept it in their way of representing what ballroom dancing was, which for us, our responsibility was to put the dancing there, and that's all we needed to do. And they did all the rest of the stuff, and it really did work out. I mean, at the beginning, we were having like 36 million viewers. I mean, when I left, we were still at like 18 million viewers, and now they're kind of down to like 9 million viewers, which obviously TV has changed tremendously since the time that I was there. But
Yeah.
but it's still 8 million viewers is still a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, dancers. Heat 738. This is our salsa. We have 303 Jeff and Mary, 117 Ellen, and 302 Robert. Salsa's your dance and music.
So yeah, it was crazy.
Do you guys, and I say you guys, I mean anybody involved with the show, do you ever get back together and like, hey, I'm going to be in, Las Vegas this weekend. Oh, I'm going to be there too. Let's have drinks.
I do get a lot of that, actually. I get from the cast of Dancing with the Stars, I still have a lot of friends that will meet up with me and so on and so forth. And it's like if they see that I'm somewhere, they immediately will reach out. I love them all. And because I was kind of like the older guy on the cast. So I was kind of like their dad in a sense. They kept calling me the uncle, which, I was okay with. But I don't know if I like the uncle part. I'd rather dad because respectful type of thing. I didn't want to be the bad uncle. You know what I mean? So, but we had a really good time. And I took care of everybody and as
Thank
much
you,
as
couples.
I could.
Heat 739. This is your hustle. We have 303 Jeff and Mary, 117 Ellen, 302 Robert. Hustle's your dance and music, please.
And it was very funny because Cheryl used to refer to me as the Godfather. And it's funny because as the show got popular and as all the seasons went by, obviously other dancers always applied to be professionals on Dancing with the Stars. And they would always ask every professional the opinion of the current dancers. So the producer, the Conrad Green, he came up to me one time. It was like season 12, I think, or something like that. And he said, I'm actually wondering something. I go, yes, Conrad. He said, we ask every dancer to kind of give us their opinion of all the dancers. They'll say stuff about everybody except you. I'm not sure if they respect you or they fear you. I go, a little bit of both. It's okay. And he goes, I think they fear you. I go, I think they respect me more than they fear me.
And let's hear it for our couples. All of you have been dancing quite a bit. You guys want to grab a little sip of water real quick? Give you 1 minute, yes? 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. Grab some water, and we'll continue back with Heat 740, the merengue, in 1 minute. Grab some water and take a breath. We're at the home stretch. We're almost there. You've been doing a fabulous job.
We're going to take a little break, and we'll come back to you guys shortly.
And we shall be right
Thank you, Nick,
back
again.
in
Yeah,
1
my
minute.
pleasure. Thank you. You've been watching the 2022 Virtual International Championship, the second annual Virtual International Championship from Fred Astaire Dance Studios. We're broadcasting live from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. Our third day, session 5 of day 3. Last few entries in the nightclub division. Tonight will be our professional division. That's going to start with the awards presentation at 7 and then continuing into the professionals directly after that. At 4:15 Central Standard Time, we'll have a master class with Tony Dovolani on what the judges are looking for and how to get there. So if you're a Fred Astaire Dance Studio student, part of the FADS family, talk to your teachers, manager, owner for your studio to see how you can be a part of that. There's still time to get involved with that class. He will be answering questions as well, so think about what questions you may want to ask Mr. Dovolani. If you are new to the channel, please hit the subscribe button. We are trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. We're at 515 right now. The way that YouTube decides what videos to show, it's called a algorithm, rather. And the way that works is the more things that help you out, the more likely they are to send your videos out and more availability we have as a channel. So that's going to help us out. Hit that like button, share, leave a comment in the comment section, join the live chat if you want to be part of the conversation either today or tonight. Now tonight's Pro Divisions will have a different link. So this one will end right before the class, or around 4 o'clock Central Standard Time. The next one will be live at 7 p.m. You can find those at fredastaire.com. If you go to fredastaire.com, the homepage, you'll see the virtual competition.
All right, we're ready to get back. If we could have Jeff and Mary, Robert and Ellen back to the floor for our Heat 740 merengue. Gave yourself just a little breather, a little bit of water. I know you guys have been dancing your hearts out. You're looking terrific. We're just waiting on Robert.
We have 18 more heats in this afternoon session.
And merengue music, please.
The American Rhythm nightclub dances. We were just talking to Toby Dovolani about his journey to America and through Dancing with the Stars. As we're watching over now, you may be asking, why are we talking over the dancing? It's because we're using copyrighted music. Because we are streaming to multiple platforms in this simulcast on Facebook, on Twitter, not on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok, on Twitch. They all have their own rules about copyrighted music, and we don't want to get shut down, so we have to keep talking over the music. Now, last year, the first competition, virtual competition, we used royalty-free music, but the dancers found that to be less than motivational.
Couples. Moving on to Heat 741, we've got the West Coast Swing. We've got 302 Robert and 117 Ellen. West Coast music, please.
So that's why we're talking over the music. I did put a little bit in so you can get an idea of what it sounds like and what the feeling of each dance is. But that's how it works. And we have a few more entries before the end of the competition. Tonight's events seem to be pretty exciting. We do have a semifinal in, I think, 2 of the professional divisions, which is great. Like to see that. As everyone's been commenting on, this virtual competition gives the dancers a home field advantage. You are comfortable on your floor. You know, every wooden floor feels different. I know that doesn't, to a non-dancer, that may not make a whole lot of sense. Well, you know, what's the big difference? But some floors are faster, some are slower. Some have, just different feels to
Couples.
them.
Moving on to Heat 742, we've got the salsa. We've got 302 Robert, 303 Jeff and Mary, and 117 Ellen. Salsa music, please.
One of the challenges that dancers have is when they do go to different events, different venues, it's dependent on the floor you're dancing on. Some hotels have better floors than others. Now, it's fair because everyone's competing on the same floor, so there's not an advantage there necessarily. The advantage comes in as how good you are at dealing with the different types of surfaces you're dancing on. But if you're dancing in your home studio, obviously you've been practicing on that for, weeks or months on end, so you're very comfortable with how it feels. Some of the studios do have some people in attendance for cheering, but you're not dancing in front of 500 people like you would be at another type of event, so that also makes it a little bit easier. And I think we have joining us now, let me see if it's correct, we have Mr. John Gates.
And
thank
Tony.
You, couples Heat
And Tony.
743.
He'll
This
be
is the
right back.
Hustle.
He's-
We have 303 Jeff and Mary, 302 Robert, 117 Ellen. Hustle music, please.
How you doing, Mr. Gates?
I am doing absolutely fantastic. As a matter of fact, I took a little break. I was on social media. And something that no one knows yet, but the World Games are going to be in Birmingham this year, the first week in July. And Fred Astaire Dance Studios are their primary sponsor to run the World Games. And if none of you know what the World Games are, they're affiliated with the Olympics. And that's basically where they test out markets and all that kind of stuff. And dancing, there's 4 different styles. The ballroom dancing, which is Latin and ballroom. Break dancing and rock and roll is actually going to be tested in the World Games this year. So we're looking forward to that. And as a matter of fact, I was just on Facebook and
Thank you, dancers. Heat 744. This is the merengue. We have Robert and Millie doing their merengue, and music, please.
And the qualifying rounds are going on right now in Europe for the amateurs that are going to be here in the United States competing in the World Games. And I just let you know that Moldova was in first place. Second place was Germany, and third place was Russia. So that's good to know. We'll get to see them in July.
In Birmingham.
In Birmingham, Alabama. That's
Wonderful.
right. We're looking forward to it. It's so exciting. And especially that we are the major sponsors of it. And as a matter of fact, we have some of our board members that are going to be there. Tony Devolani, Luann Pulliam, Stephen Knight, Fabian Sanchez, Jesse DeSoto, and Corky Ballas. And they're going to be the hosts.
Thank you, dancers. Heat 745. We have West Coast Swing, 302 Robert, and 146 Ellen. West Coast music, please.
The 5 of them are going to be the actual hosts for the World Games in all the dancing divisions. And it's so exciting. We actually were here a couple days early before the virtual competition, and they were doing all the advertising. Everything will be launched in March, and we're going to be launching the whole event at the FAC seminar. Those of you that will be there, you will be able to speak to the World Games people. They will be there, and packages and hotels and everything that you need to know about it will be there for you to find out all about it.
Wonderful.
So it's interesting to see how the whole world, 53 countries are participating and competing in these events. So it was so interesting to see. I just happened to be on
Thank you,
Facebook and they were
couples.
on there.
Heat 746. This is your salsa. We have 117 Madeline, 146 Ellen, 302 Robert, and 303 Jeff and Mary. Salsa music, please.
Let me see if anybody's saying anything.
We are down to our last 12 heats.
Oh my God, I can't believe we've done 3 days. And Luann Pulliam is actually coming on, and she's going to be talking to you. And we'll probably finish up the day today. And thanking everybody for coming and joining and participating in our virtual international championships. It was so much fun these past 3 days. I've learned so much just by watching everybody.
It's been great. It's been really good watching the studios and the teachers and all of the students dancing, every style. Some of them have been dancing for 3 days straight.
That's unbelievable. So just to give you some
Thank you,
information.
couples. Moving on ahead.
Hold on,
Heat
we'll wait for Steven.
747. This is our hustle. We have 302 Robert and 146 Ellen. Hustle's your dance and music, please.
Just to give you some information, tonight is going to be very exciting. At 4:15 Central Time for about 45 minutes, Tony Devolani is going to be giving a class. If you want to be part of the class, call your studios and ask for the link. I'm sure your students or all the studios are letting you know how to get on and how to get the link. So that's the only way that you can get on is by getting it from your studio. And then we have, tonight is going to be a fun night. We have all the awards for the championship divisions. That's going to be exciting to see. And then, of course, we have our professional divisions. All the judges will be judging that. And it's going to be a great evening. And it's probably done by 9:30. So we hope to see all of you tonight at our awards celebration and professional dancing.
748, this is your merengue. We have 146 Ellen and 302 Robert. Merengue is your dance and music, please.
The merengue. This is a great dance for people to learn. Kind of underappreciated sometimes.
Well, you could do the merengue to any Latin dance, right? I think it's one of the original dances. So you could do it to cha-cha, you could do it to rumba, you could do it to mambo music.
But it's a great dance to really learn that Cuban motion and the action and get the real authentic feel going through the body.
It is a good original dance when you come into the studio that you can learn, because you could do it on a cruise.
Absolutely. Robert and Ellen doing a great job with their merengue.
Thank you, couples.
Dancing
Moving
with
into
their
Heat
teachers,
749,
our world
this is your salsa.
champion mambo dancers.
We have
Kevin and
118
Millie.
Lisa, 303 Jeff, 302 Robert, and 117 Ellen. Salsa's your dance and music, please.
Here's one of these classes.
I see that Jack Davey has been on today.
Yes, he has, as Chantal Leclerc has been. And Jim Carter was on a little bit earlier, as well as Eduard Apollonov. So we've got to check in with a bunch of different.
Yep, we were talking with all of them.
Lyle Bradshaw.
Oh, that's fantastic. Our council members all around the United States checking in, watching everybody dance.
Gabriela Geleva.
So the exposure that our students that are dancing in the virtual, they've been viewed by all of our National Dance Council, International Dance Council members.
We've had close to 600 people
Thank
come
you,
on
couples.
board and look.
Heat 750, this is our hustle. We have 303 Jeff and Mary, 302 Robert, 146 Ellen, and 302 Robert. Oops, take that back. Should only be two couples, Jeff and Mary and Robert. And hustle music, please.
Mr. Alan Fenwick
The Hustle, one of my favorites.
was on.
That's nice. And we want to thank our dance board
Absolutely.
members for coming on and cheering the students on and the studios. So I commend them for that.
They actually gave a lot of good information, too. It wasn't just, hey, everyone. I mean, people did that. They said everyone's looking great. But we got some really good information from Gabriella and from Lyle Bradshaw.
And talking about that, you know, Mr. Plant has done a great job this whole weekend with all the IT and putting this whole event together. And what I find most fascinating is that all this information, everything is recorded and put on YouTube. And it's under Danceport Dynamics. So if you go to YouTube and you go to the channel Danceport Dynamics, you can join the team. And I believe it's free of cost, right? You just go on there. And
Thank
you can
couples.
look
Heat
at
751, this is our open merengue. We have 146 Ellen and 302 Robert. Merengue music, please.
You can watch the whole weekend.
You can watch the whole weekend. And you know what's so funny is that a lot of our professionals that come from out of town in Europe, you can let all your family members and friends and mom and dad know, teach them how to go to YouTube. They can look at it and they can see you dance and what you're doing. It's so fantastic. And this whole weekend, I had the opportunity to sit here. I'm just beside myself of what the company has done with moving in
Working that
advancement,
camera, Kevin,
with
and-
all the IT and all the virtual things that we have. It's unbelievable what we've done.
Well, not just the professionals with their family, but our students. Their families live all around, and they can
Ooh,
get to
yeah,
enjoy
love
them
it.
and see what they've done or what they're doing as their pastime hobbies and how they improve all the time.
All right, thank you, couples. Moving into Heat 752, we've got a salsa. We've got 303, Jeff and Mary, 119, Christine, 146, Paulette, and 302, Robert. Salsa music, please.
You know, we've had a great team this week, as always.
We have.
You know, we've got Alex Trilogy, Alex Casper, Danielle, Angie Schultz, Nicholas Plant, Brent Mills, just some of the behind-the-scenes people that helped put it all together.
It was good. We went through all that before. It's an unbelievable team, and Dance Sport Dynamics did a great job with all the virtual stuff. And we talked about all our different platforms that we've had. So from our trophy system platform, our Life's Better When You Dance platform, our new website with all this. If you want to go onto the virtual site, all you have to do is go to fredastaire.com, click on the link, and you're live streaming. And the YouTube channel. So many things that we've come so far away this last
Dancers,
couple
Heat
of years.
753, this is your open hustle. We have 302, Robert, and 303, Jeff and Mary. Hustle music, please.
I love looking at the smiles. That's my favorite part, watching everybody dance and just smile, enjoying it. Just to remind everybody, the reason we talk over the music is because of the confidentiality rights with the music. So we have to keep talking. That's why we're sharing with you so many things. So we wouldn't want it to get shut down to where we can't enjoy the dancing. But when you go on the YouTube channel, you can see it without our conversation, I believe.
So I'm so excited and so happy with the Fred Astaire Dance Studios with this whole weekend.
And all of our studios that participated, students from around the country. You know, this is a great
All right,
event.
thank you, dancers. Moving into 754, this is the merengue. We have 117, Ellen, and 302, Robert. Merengue music, please.
We talked about it yesterday. It's a great event for our newer students
Oh, my God.
who have never competed before. It's a great event in the comfort of their own studio.
Get their feet wet.
Get their feet wet at competitions. Absolutely.
And actually see themselves competing against other people across the country. And even overseas, right? We had Peru dancing today.
That's right.
So that's so exciting.
And we're really excited by next year having all of our other studios across the seas joining us.
And what's more exciting, that all this dancing is you're accumulating points to the World Cup Series. And very exciting because it's 75 years that we're in business, that Fred Astaire started in 1947. We're honoring the top 75 people, so many in professionals, so many amateurs, and so many amateur couples.
That's right.
So the top 75 awards and over.
And thank you, couples. Moving on to 755, this is our salsa. We've got 304, Cyrus, 117, Paulette, 145, Mary, and 302, Robert. Salsa music, please.
And we will be awarding over $210,000 in cash and prizes at our cross-country dance championships for last year, 2022, for our World Cup Series. Tad and Elizabeth Joy will be leading us with all that. They worked very hard all year round.
They track those points.
They track
every
the
event.
points, and we do have all our finalists and everything, and that will be done at our cross-country championships in New Orleans. So looking forward to seeing everybody there. in New Orleans. Hey, by the way, go a couple days before. Just walk the Bourbon Street. Have one hurricane, and then let me know what happens.
Hurricane, how about those beignets?
We had so much fun last year. Just a couple of hours. It was
Thank you.
unbelievable.
Couples Heat 756. This is your hustle. We have 117 Paulette, 145 Mary, and 302 Robert. Hustle is your dance, and music, please.
Oh, yeah. Hustle's the dance.
Those knees going.
Park Ridge is having a good time. Look at them go. Whoop, whoop. Got Paulette and Robert enjoying themselves from Lakewood Ranch. Love Paulette's fringe pants. Shake it, girl. Oh, yeah. Park Ridge has got some good moves going there. Feel like I'm at Studio 54.
Again, at 4:15 Central Time, Tony Tobolani is going to be doing a class for about an hour. It's Call Your Studios.
Ooh, go Mary, go Mary.
Ask for the link to Tony Tobolani's class.
I love it. Mary did a little freestyle out there, too. Woo!
Moving into Heat 757. This is the salsa. We got 118 Lisa.
Oh, that was fun. Where are they
303
from?
Jeff and Mary, and 302
Park Ridge,
Robert.
Long Grove.
Salsa's your
Oh, they're
dance,
from Long
and
Grove.
music, please.
Funny.
Oh, yeah. Here we have another one. Little salsa.
And if you're just coming on board, tonight we're going to be celebrating all our open championships and scholarships. And we also have our professional divisions tonight.
That's right.
We have some semifinals, actually. So I'm looking forward to see all that and how that all works. And it'll be a couple hours, so please come on down. Join us tonight. It's going to be a great night of celebration.
Getting a little creative out there. They have a little styling going on.
All right, thank you, couples. And we're at our last heat of the day.
can't believe
We're at Heat 758. We're going to be doing the salsa. We're going to blow it out. 119 Christine. Hallelujah.
We had
146
over
Paulette.
700
302
entries.
Robert.
700
Salsa is our dance
heats
and
in this
music,
competition.
please.
Almost
That's
800.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Whoa, yeah. Okay, work it, guys. Work it.
Oh, yeah. Shake it. Get that fringe going. Woo-hoo.
I want to see that fringe flying.
Steve and Knight having a great time on the mic.
What?
And our judges are probably going to get up now and
Join everybody.
join
shaking.
everybody. Shake, shake, shake.
Oh, yeah, here I am.
There's Mr. Knight.
Get it working, judges. Come on, Joe, let me see a little action up there.
They had a brief
Oh, yeah.
pass of Alex helping Steven with the button there to get his camera back on. There goes Brent. Oh, the room is going crazy. Everybody's going crazy.
They're all going to the beach.
All righty,
Oh,
put your
what a
hands
great
together for some
day.
fabulous dancing all day long.
Congratulations,
you guys were
everyone.
terrific. Some of you have been out here all day. I commend you. I applaud you. I give you a standing ovation. Thank you so much for participating in our virtual international championships. Get ready for a fabulous master class, which is going to be happening at 4:15 Central
Yeah, that's
with
what's
Mr.
up
Tony
next.
Dovolani, who's going to be doing exactly what the judges are looking for. Oh, yeah, keep dancing, keep dancing. I love it.
Not even tired. Look at them. Everybody's still
4:15
going
Master
strong.
Class Tony Dovolani. And then, of course, we'll be back tonight at 7 o'clock Central with all of our professional divisions and our awards for all our multi-dances. Oh, yeah, Lakewood Ranch is cutting it up. Cutting it up, Lakewood Ranch.
Bye, everyone.
All right, we'll see you at our group class, our master class with Tony in just a little while.
All right, that
You
completes
guys
the
were
pro-am
terrific all
portion.
day long. We love you. Go Paulette. Go Paulette. Work those fringe pants.
That completes the pro-am portion of the 2020 Virtual International Championship. Join us tonight at 7 p.m. for the awards for this pro-am
Anyway, thank you very much, guys.
portion, and then as well as the
Get ready for
professional
the
divisions.
4:15 masterclass.
7 p.m.
This is
Central
Tony
Standard
Galati.
Time. Bye, everybody.
Our co-national dancer is going to be teaching you about everything the judges